The Shore in Twilight. The Sky at Daybreak. A 12 Kingdoms novel. By Fuyumi Ono. Translated by Eugene Woodbury. Copyright symbol 2001 by Fuyumi Ono. All publication rights remain with the copyright holders. The numbers in brackets at the beginning of each chapter reflect the original part / chapter numbering in the Kodansha White Heart edition. ISBN Volume 1978-4062555463. ISBN Volume 2978-4062555500. Visit the 12 Kingdoms website for the annotated online version and more information about the 12 Kingdoms series. Last updated 7/19/2023. Prologue. 0 to 1, an early spring day in Tai, the island kingdom situated off the northeast coast of the continent. The snow covering the hills and fields had only begun to melt away. The buds of the plants and flowers slept beneath a blanket of white. The lands above the sea of clouds were no exception. Although the snowpack did not reach the levels of the lands below, most of the trees and shrubs lining the garden groves remained in a deep slumber. This was Kuki, the capital of Tai. The western quarter of the Hakkii Palace grounds. Shaped like a horseshoe, the palace held the bay in its broad embrace. One richly forested arm of the horseshoe reached out to the northwest. There, facing the bay, were Jinjua Manor, the abode of the Saiho of Tai, and Kautaku Manor, where the Saiho, acting as the marquis, conducted the business of the provincial government. Though the wooded parks were still locked in wintry desolation, the strangely deformed decorative stones and the ministerial estates had about them a kind of severe beauty. The evergreens contributed their deep hues to the frigid landscape. Now approaching first bloom, the plum buds cast off a faint perfume. Beneath one bough was the figure of a child leaning against a white stone pillar. Steel blue hair flowed down from his bowed head. This child was the Taiki, the Kirin of the Kingdom of Tai. The Kirin chose the new emperor, seated him upon the throne, and became the Saiho. At the same time, he reigned as province lord in Zue province, home to the capital of Kuki. He was only 11. 6 months ago he had carried out his most important duty and chosen the emperor. This child, the cornerstone of the Kingdom of Tai, was now alone in the gardens. The emperor was not in Kuki. 2 weeks before, he had set off on a long journey to Bun province. Taiki couldn't help but feel disheartened and anxious, for Jiosu, emperor of Tai, had gone there to suppress an uprising. Taiki could never accommodate himself to war. It was in a Kirin's nature to avert his eyes from violence, and the young Taiki had never experienced such conflict. His knowledge of the brutality of battle was purely intellectual. Yet that was where his lord was headed. To make matters worse, soon after Jiosu left, an ugly rumor spread throughout the palace. The rebellion in Bun province was a plot to lure the emperor out of his safe haven in order to assassinate him. Bun province was north of Zue province. A rugged, soaring mountain range separated the two provinces. Jiosu had no choice but to cross over the narrow mountain trail that divided the range. According to the rumors, the rebels had taken up positions along a difficult stretch along the route and they were lying in wait. In fact, the day before, Jiosu's camp had been overrun in a surprise ambush. Disadvantaged by the unfriendly geography, the fight turned ugly. That's what Taiki's informant told him. Distraught and fearful, Taiki felt as if a ton of bricks was crushing his chest. Take care. Be safe. Taiki could do nothing but earnestly pray. There was no one upon whom he could unburden the anxieties darkening his heart. Overly concerned about frightening him, the adults in his retinue would see no evil and speak no evil. Rumors of the insurrection were mere gossip, they insisted, nothing to worry about. So having secretly arranged a meeting and heard the bad news for himself, Taiki couldn't share this information with any of the adults. He could, but he would undoubtedly be told that he was mistaken and that it was all rumor and innuendo. Unless he ducked out of his official meetings, chose a moment when few people were present, and escaped to a place otherwise devoid of human activity, even praying for the emperor's safety was impossible. Everybody treated him as a kid, a youngster, wet behind the ears, and that was both pathetic and exasperating. He persuaded his fearsome shire and sent them to Bun province. At the very least, he wanted to know if Jiusu was safe or not. He wanted to offer what help he could if and when the fight turned critical. It was the nature of the benevolent Kirin to loathe bloodshed and hate war. Refusing to bear arms or protect themselves through force, they instead commanded the Yuma and used them as their weapons. But Taiki had only 2 shire at his disposal. And so he ordered Sangshi and Gurren to go. With that, he'd done all he could for Jiusu. If only he had more shire. If only he was older and could work in concert with other adults and devise a plan to protect Jiusu. Preoccupied with the stark reality of the situation, the stark reality returning to his thoughts again and again, Taiki was left with no other option but to pray zealously in a corner of the garden. His personal weakness was mortifying. Take care. Be safe. He'd prayed more times than he could count when he heard the faint sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw him standing there. Taiki was relieved to see that it was neither the imperial headmaster nor his bodyguard. Rather, he was the one who'd informed Taiki about the dire straits Jiusu was in. So Taiki didn't have to pretend there was nothing for him to worry about. Jiusu-sama is okay, isn't he? Taiki asked as he ran toward him. Have you heard anything more about him? The man shook his head. I sent the shire. I'm sorry. Promising to candidly pass along any information that came his way, the man had implored Taiki not to rashly send the shire to Jiusu. But while he'd apparently kept his end of the bargain, Taiki hadn't done as he'd been asked. I couldn't stand by and do nothing. The man nodded and drew forth the sword he wore at his waist in a single motion. Taiki stopped in his tracks. Not because he was particularly afraid. He still trusted the man. These actions simply perplexed him. What's going on? Taiki queried, suddenly beset by worry, noticing for the first time that the man was casting off a threatening aura that he'd hitherto hidden from view. Jiusu is dead, the man said. Seized by an unconscious sense of dread and beginning to retreat, Taiki's feet froze in place. You're lying, he said, looking up at the man. The man brandished the sword. Taiki gaped at him. He couldn't move. He couldn't cry out. He stood there like a post. Too bad you've only got 2 shire. The sword glimmered like white ice as it arced downward. Your mistake was choosing Jiusu. Even Taiki couldn't say whether the naked blade struck first or whether, exercising the only best option at hand, he had already reflexively turned his body and readied to run. In either case, the assassin's sword bit deeply into Taiki's horn, that he possessed as a unicorn, not as a person. Taiki howled, a pure and visceral reaction. Not from the pain alone, but from the sense of betrayal and the agonizing loss of his irreplaceable lord. The cry of a beast in extremis, its life in the balance. A cry whose intensity knew no equal. Driven by his instinctual will to flee this place, Taiki abruptly melted away. Taiki. The violent shock aroused from Sangshi a high, piercing scream. The white and frozen mountains reached out beneath her. Bun Province lay before her. She emerged at the summit of a small peak in order to determine her location. Something had happened. Taiki. What was this pain? The frightening pain and numbness raced through her body. Sangshi groaned. No sooner had she come to her senses but she dissolved her body and projected the essential nature of her inner self within the earth. Her body slipped into the ground. She knew the veins and ley lines that laced the mantle of the earth. Carried along without form, herself raced along these subterranean streams that were at once there and not there. The race hardly approached the actual meaning. She traveled as if through the dark ocean depths, in the midst of nothing but the chaos of oblivion, with nothing but the weight of that oblivion surrounding her. Sangshi plunged forward in her mind and with all her might. Far in the distance she set the bright, vivid splash of golden light in her sights. Pressing through the ley lines, she rose like a bubble rising to sea level. Riding the rising current of air, she burst forth from a dragon hole and soared high into the sky. So great was her velocity that the ground was soon shrouded in mist and lost its shape and form. The golden light grew stronger. Gleaming, sparkling, growing all the more brilliant, illuminating her vision and then filling the entirety of her vision with light. A golden color like twilight. The moment she slipped into the dusky, golden darkness, Sangshi was forcibly thrown free, from the shadow of Taiki's own ley line, a ley line that twisted and turned with a frightening force, ripping itself away from this world. Her flesh crawled with fear. This was so reminiscent of the golden fruit torn from the silver branch right before her eyes so long ago. I've lost him again. Feelings of despair greater than any of her anxieties assailed her senses. She leapt from her ley line. Hakki Palace stood before her. The distortions in the atmosphere were so great that the tiles along the rooftops bent and buckled. Beyond the roofs of the palace the sky was as black as the grave. A glimpse of the other world. This was a shoku. A shoku uniquely brought forth by the scream of a kirin. Sangshi spotted a distant shadow in the midst of the undulations, the wavering silhouette of a jet-black beast. Its mane cast off a faint glint of light. Taiki. The wavering palace, the gardens shimmering in the warped air, the twisted and tortured arbor, and leaning beside the arbor, a crabbed and contorted silhouette. Who is that? Sangshi's gaze flashed across the horizon. The gate was closing. Without a moment's hesitation she jumped, dissolved her form, and closed in pursuit. His arm. She reached toward the arm there in her mind's eye. Her fingers grasped at air. Just a few inches more. The ley line through which she was traveling shattered behind her. The color, its feel around her, changed. It had merged with that other world. Sangshi reached out with her heart and soul, clawing at the escaping saffron shadow. Her fingers found purchase. The trembling rooftops, the shimmering thoroughfares, the warped woods. Beaten down by the surging waves, in a single breath they snapped back to normal shape and form. At the same time she managed to steal into the dusky, golden penumbra. Taiki. A passerby would have observed an unbelievable spectacle unfold before his eyes. Here was a small village, old buildings standing in rows between tiny fields. A narrow asphalt road wound through the village. Bathed in fresh April sunlight, gentle waves of warm air rose from the asphalt. A fierce force tore apart the gentle waves of air, the waves strengthening and expanding, thickening and solidifying, as if the asphalt itself had exploded in fire. The waves rose to the height of a large man. A shadow floated within. The waves slowly disgorged the figure of a person. He took a step and stumbled forward, the unsteady silhouette of a child. 2 or 3 more uncertain, tottering steps and his forward progress stopped. The child stood on the asphalt. The shimmering waves of heat at his back evaporated into thin air. And then all that was left was the peaceful spring landscape. A bright, hazy blue sky blotted with silken clouds. From somewhere high above came the song of a skylark. A warm, gentle breeze rustled the flowers in the fields, bent the stems of the shepherd's purse along the footpath between the rice fields, touched the surface of the road. Reaching the child's shoulders, it ruffled his long hair. The child stood there in a daze. Or rather, he stood there numb, seeing nothing, feeling nothing, staring straight ahead with unblinking eyes. As if pushed by the gentle wind at his back, his feet moved. He took a step, and then another. He started walking almost like an automaton, his stride at length growing more even. After a few steps he blinked once and suddenly seemed to take hold of his senses. His feet stopped. He took in his surroundings and blinked several more times in amazement. Tidily arranged fields and rice paddies dotted with old buildings. And among them he spotted newer houses as well. It was a small village somewhere out in the countryside. He tilted his head to the side, the expression on his face still half dreaming, half awake. Ahead of him, where the road met the footpath, he noticed a curtain of black and white funerary bunting. Taiki had passed over the Kyokai, the impassable sea of nothingness. Part 1. Chapter 1. 1-1, in the 3rd year of the reign of Empress Yuko, a black pair of wings appeared in the skies above Jiaoten. Jiaoten was the capital of Kei, the kingdom occupying the easternmost reaches of the continent. That day, early in the summer, the city slumbered beneath a blanket of listless, hot weather. North of the capital, an enormous mountain soared into the sky like a giant pillar. The city spread out along the foothills that fell away from the descending slopes like the train of a dress. The terraced city, its steel blue tile roofs all squashed together, its roads reaching left and right and up and down bathed in white sunlight, sweltered under the heavy, humid air. The shutters of every window opened like sails seeking a fresh breeze. But the air had fallen still since noon. The open windows and doors welcomed only the faded, reflected light, the baking heat, and a quiet hustle and bustle that invited sleep. Perhaps having grown weary of the weather as well, the birds deserted the skies, escaping the sun for the shade of the trees. A dog crawled into the thin shadows beneath the eaves of a house and dozed off. An old man napped in a chair next to the slumbering dog. As the old man slept, his fan dropped from his hand. The dog only raised its snout and cast its master a languid look. At that moment a shadow fell across the sun. The dog aroused himself expectantly. The cloud flowed in from the east, as if eating away the blue summer sky. The smell of the humid breeze reached its snout and it heard the sound of distant thunder. The cloud now covered the heavens. In short order the surrounding area plunged into darkness. That black silhouette appeared in the skies above Jiaoten at the same time. Driven on by the lead-colored clouds, it appeared in the east and traced a wide arc as it approached Riaoyuan Mountain. The denizens of the city awaited the rain. But some who looked up recognized what they saw. Pathetically weak wings barely holding themselves aloft, white plumage fouled and torn, blackened flight feathers mutilated and missing. Descending like a wounded bird, raking desperately at the heavy wet air, the creature closed on Riaoyuan Mountain. Drops of rain began to fall, as if to batter the fleeting shadow into the ground. The rain soon became a downpour assaulting its wings. As it vanished into the mists, swallowed up by the pouring rain, it seemed to those watching from below that the upper reaches of mountain had taken a breath and sucked it into the towering heights. Toshin loitered beside the enormous gates. The gates were located halfway up the side of Jiaoten Mountain on a cliff just below the Sea of Clouds. The secured gates were set into a cave-like alcove many times the height of a man. In front of the alcove was a broad ledge. This was the Forbidden Gate, which provided the only direct access to the imperial court and the highest levels of Kimpa Palace on Jiaoten Mountain above the Sea of Clouds. It was past noon. Along with the regular rotation of the guard, Toshin took his position in front of the gate. Below the ledge, the city of Jiaoten spread out below him, shimmering in the hot air. There were no breezes even at this great height. The heat hung around him like a sauna. Clouds finally began to gather in the skies above his head. The clouds came from the east, crawling along the Sea of Clouds as if licking at its base. Toshin heard the sound of distant thunder. A misty haze filled the air. The sheer weight of the clouds seemed to push them down towards the Forbidden Gate, blotting out the sun. The light drizzle did not even reach as far as the shuttered gates. Toshin observed the leading edge of the ledge turning grey with dampness. Along with the cool, damp breeze, the faint rumbling seemed to course along the ground where he stood. Toshin sighed nonchalantly. "Looks like rain," he said to Geishi, standing next to him. "Yeah." Geishi took a deep breath, showing his white teeth. "Makes the weather easier to put up with. Armor gets awfully stuffy in this heat." He grinned. Geishi was the sergeant in charge of the 5-man squad at the Forbidden Gate. Being the sergeant, he was the most experienced, the most skilled, and the one most likely to take charge of a situation. Yet Geishi didn't lord it over the rest of them. He wasn't stuffy or high-handed. Whether that was how a sergeant should be, or whether that was simply the way Geishi was, the inexperienced Toshin really didn't know. Toshin had joined the military a year after the Empress was enthroned. Following a year of training, he was assigned to the Army of the Left. He'd served officially in this position for half a year. He hadn't worked under any other command but Geishi's. A platoon of 25 soldiers guarded the Forbidden Gate. One platoon consisted of 5 squads. Many of the other sergeants and the captain in charge of the platoon were as personable as Geishi. At least according to the rumors he'd heard, this was hardly the case with other captains. Ei province is hot. Baku province has better weather. Are you from Baku province, Sergeant? Toshin asked. Geishi nodded. Born and raised. I was in the Baku Provincial Guard before the present Empress was enthroned. Wow, said Toshin. He was keenly aware of the unique distinction accorded the soldiers from Baku Province. In fact, the head of the Guard of the Forbidden Gate, the General of the Army of the Left, had been chosen from the leadership of the Baku Provincial Guard. So do you know General Sear? Toshin started to say. A mass of black emerged suddenly from the curtain of grey just beyond the edge of the cliff. Toshin barely had time to yelp as it shot out of the heavy mist and collided with the rock wall next to the Forbidden Gate. With smothered cries, the creature pawed at the rock face as it slid down to the ledge. What the hell? Came Geishi's tense voice. The beast sprawled onto the terrace, its wings beating 2-3 times, as if convulsing. It keened pitifully and collapsed. A solitary human figure tumbled off its back. Geishi readied his lance. Toshin followed suit as they ran to where the two of them lay. Only the Empress, the Saiho, and those to whom the Empress had given special permission could pass through the forbidden gate. The Kijua that had fallen at their feet wasn't one of them. The gate leading to the heart of the palace was not the kind of place that people simply took it upon themselves to approach without consent, their circumstances notwithstanding. Like Toshin, his fellow soldiers rushing to the side of the beast were ready for a fight. Toshin felt a rock of anxiety growing in the pit of his stomach as he ran. A phalanx of soldiers charged out of the barracks on either side of Forbidden Gate, erecting a wall of lances around the beast and its rider. Toshin finally got a good look at the two of them. His eyes opened wide with surprise. The beast resembled an enormous dog with a silver-white body and black head. Dark red blotches spotted the soot-stained down of its ruffled coat. The black fur of its head was sheared clean or torn away in spots. The dirty white tips of its stubby wings and its black flight feathers were shredded and missing. Lying on its side, it weakly beat at the ground with its wings, but with hardly enough force to call it the flapping of wings. Next to it, sheltered by its wing, lay a human figure in a distressed state hardly different than that of her mount, wounded, filthy, exhausted. Bewildered, Toshin sought out Geishi. Standing at the vanguard, his lance at the ready, Geishi faced the beast and its rider with a startled expression. A buzz of confusion ran through the throng. Geishi raised his hand to check the forward motion of the soldiers around him. He put down his lance and knelt next to the rider. "Are you all right?" Hearing his voice, the rider raised her head. That was when Toshin finally realized the rider was a woman. She was tall, possessed of a rugged constitution, and was wearing leather armor. Or rather, what was left of her armor. It was not all filth and discoloration, but like the beast, was riddled with slashes and missing pieces. "Can you understand me? How did you come to be here?" The woman moaned and attempted to sit up. As she made the effort, Toshin realized that her arms were lacerated with deep wounds. Geishi hesitantly retrieved his lance. "Don't move. I'm sorry, but don't make a move. This is the Forbidden Gate. People of unknown origin are not allowed anywhere near here." The woman looked up at Geishi as if trying to divine his intentions. She answered with a small nod. Geishi removed the sword from around her waist and handed it to Toshin behind him. He again set down his lance. With a groan the woman tried to raise herself up. This time she was not impeded. "Forgive me for causing such a commotion," she murmured, her chest rising and falling with each breath. She managed to kneel. "My name is Ryua. I hold the rank of general in the Kingdom of Tai." "The Kingdom of Tai?" Geishi echoed, his eyes wide. A supplicatory look in her eyes, the woman prostrated herself at his feet. "I know I speak with great offense and ask far more than I deserve, but there are words I must humbly share with the Empress of the Eastern Kingdom of K." Chapter 2 1-2 A registrar of the Imperial Court was called at once to the side entrance of the Forbidden Gate. The registrar filled an official post in the Ministry of Heaven and tended to various matters at the Imperial Court. A registrar was positioned at the gate to make a record of all persons who wished entrance to the palace, to confirm their identities, and pass communiques back and forth. The registrar came running up along with the captain of the guard. He took one look at the woman and her mount and shouted in a nervous voice, "Get rid of them." "But they're wounded," said the captain, attempting to intercede. The registrar raised his voice and said in his overbearing manner, "A general of the Kingdom of Tai. Does this look like a general?" What possible reason would another kingdom's general have for visiting us in the first place? But quiet. The registrar barked. Though Toshin and the other soldiers at the Forbidden Gate were members of the palace guard, they were on loan to the registrar. Technically speaking, they were attached to the Ministry of Summer, but the chain of command at the gate went through the registrar. And to make matters worse, they're befooling the Forbidden Gate. He turned to the kneeling woman and grimaced. If you really are the Thai general you say you are, he spat out, then get yourself a change of clothes. After we've confirmed your bona fides, feel free to present yourself to the provincial government offices following the acknowledged rules of decorum. In that moment, the woman's shoulders shuddered. Her head snapped up, and upon her face, her ravaged body notwithstanding, Toshin perceived a look of fierce majesty. I am aware of my impertinence. If I had the time to go through the proper channels I certainly would. She spoke in a manner that suggested she was constraining her true feelings, but the registrar answered with only a cold, dismissive glance. He again blocked the captain's attempts to intercede and turned his back. In that moment the woman reached out and snatched the lance out of Toshin's grasp. No sooner had Toshin raised his voice in a shout, but the woman had broken through the phalanx and ran toward the Forbidden Gate. The collective breath of surprise taken by the registrar and Toshin and Geishi and the other soldiers delayed their actions another second. The soldiers came back to their senses and tore after the woman in a frantic rage. Just before the tips of their lances reached her back, a black wing descended between them. Using the beast's back as cover, the woman bowled through the side gate. Get her! Arose a chorus of voices. Toshin surged to the front of the pack, chasing after the beast as it slipped through the side gate. Forefront on his mind was his blunder. Despite holding the sword Geishi had entrusted to him, he had carelessly let her steal his lance. There would be hell to pay for a screw-up like that. His guilty conscience assailed his thoughts. He'd fallen for her ruse like a rube. She'd faked her wounds. Her beast's laboured breathing must have been a well-trained act, the business about her being a Thai general a bold-faced lie. He hadn't just fallen for her fabrications. He'd swallowed her shabby, little drama hook, line and sinker. That gave her the opening she needed. Her shabby little drama. Inside the Forbidden Gate were parade grounds large enough to put a battalion through formation drills. The woman and her beast charged toward the stairs at the back of the plaza. Perhaps catching wind of the uproar, the soldiers and officers on standby spilled from the barracks adjoining the plaza. Nothing shabby about it, Toshin thought as he raced after her. He hadn't seen her performance for what it was. The woman and the beast really had looked on the verge of death. Even if the sticky, clotted blood could be attributed to red clay, it sure looked real. But that wouldn't account for all her wounds. In particular, the woman's right arm was covered in lacerations that couldn't be easily faked. In fact, Toshin fixed his eyes on the woman staggering up the steps. Even now her right arm hung limply at her side. Right before his eyes she fell over. Again, her right arm didn't move. The beast galloped over and tried to help her up. When she grabbed hold of its neck, it was with the same hand holding the lance. Toshin instinctively looked for Geishi's face in the crowd. Geishi raced in from the rear and greeted Toshin with a nod. It's okay. Get her. Put her under arrest. Don't kill her. But, Toshin beseeched Geishi. From the entrance to the plaza came the shrill voice of the registrar. Kill her. Don't kill her. Even if she is a rebel or insurgent, we'll need to question her. Toshin nodded and set off in pursuit of the woman. Clinging to the beast's back, with one final burst of effort, she attempted to reach the highest level of the plaza. Blocking her way was a large door. On the other side of the door, already above the sea of clouds, were the inner rooms of the imperial residence. There another platoon soldiers stood at the ready. But whether or not they had become aware of the tumult? No, thought Toshin. If they opened the gate without being fully appraised of what was going on, the woman would try to slip through to the inner palace. In the very moment these concerns occurred to him, the side gate budged. Perched on the beast's back, the woman made a beeline for the side gate and barreled through to the inner palace. Cries of dismay arose around him. Calls of shock and censure from above him. These sounds ringing in his ears, Toshin bolted up the steps and reached the side gate. At the same time, the beast's scream hit Toshin like a fist to the solar plexus. The soldiers on the other side of the gate must have finished them off. Feeling like he'd swallowed a bucket of lead, Toshin stumbled through the side gate. Inside was the Roshin, the vestibule leading to the inner quarters of the imperial residence. Partitioning the spacious balcony was a high barrier wall, beyond which soared the edifices of the Saishin, the empress's personal domain. These areas of the palace were off-limits to most of the high officials of the kingdom, not to mention Toshin and his fellow soldiers. The beast had collapsed on the cobblestone path leading to the Saishin. Many barbed grappling hooks had been flung across its body to restrain it. "No. Don't kill it," came Geisha's voice. The soldiers surrounded the beast looked around in surprise. As Toshin came adjacent the encircling cordon of soldiers, one was thrusting the tip of his lance against her neck. He yanked it out at once. The woman's body convulsed. Angry epithets arose from the cordon of soldiers. The shrill, foul-tempered voice of the registrar rang out from the gate. "Kill her!" he screamed. Commands to kill and not to kill, the woman and her beast still attempting to flee, the cordon of agitated soldiers pressing in on them. In the height of the panic and confusion, a clear voice rang out. "What is all this commotion about?" Toshin breathed a sigh of relief. The figure approaching the cordon was a big man holding a big sword in one hand. The Daibaku of the Ministry of Summer. He was attached to the security detail charged with the protection of the Empress and the other court nobles. Among them, the Daibaku specifically shadowed the Empress in the course of her daily routines and served as her personal bodyguard. In terms of actual social class, he never rose above that of a lower-ranked baron. But this Daibaku had the special trust of the Empress. When out of the public eye, he never strayed far from her side and took command of her junior retainers. Even now the Daibaku was accompanied by 3 retainers. "A rebel!" the registrar called out. "A visitor!" Geishi rejoined. The Daibaku blinked and looked for himself. "Rebel or visitor, which one is it?" "Not a visitor," came that screeching voice. The registrar again. "She feigned being a visitor to invade the palace." The registrar went on at length about the circumstances that had brought about the current state of affairs. In the midst of the narrative the Daibaku held up his hand, indicating that he'd heard enough. "It'll be faster if I ask her directly." With that the Daibaku strode toward her. Toshin threaded his way between the bewildered soldiers and stole to the woman's side. He retrieved the lance that had fallen from her grasp and took the opportunity to examine her more closely. Not a lie. And not a staged performance. Blood indeed stained her torn, filthy clothing in its grotesque patterns, taking on the color of iron as it clotted and dried. The remnants of the leather armor barely hung on her body, and her right arm lying against the stones was bound tightly with a cord. Beneath her torn sleeves her forearm was withered and black. Necrosis was setting in. She wasn't human. If she hadn't been a wizard, she'd be dead by now. "He'll do all right by you," Toshin whispered. Sprawled on the cobblestones, the woman looked up at him through the veil of her unkempt hair. "He's got the trust of the Empress." The woman bowed her head as if to thank him. Groaning, she righted herself and turned to face the Daibaku. The registrar was still shrieking at them, but the Daibaku ignored him and knelt down on the cobblestones. "So how'd you end up like this? I know there can be no excuse for the manner in which I forced my way through. I deeply apologize for the confusion and disorder I have caused. But please understand that there is no malice in my heart." The Daibaku nodded. Some of the tension drained from the woman's countenance. She bowed deeply. "I am a general of the provincial army of Zue in the Kingdom of Tai. My name is Ryua Raisai." From the look on his face, this was the last thing Daibaku had expected to hear. Raisai looked earnestly up at him. "There is a matter of the utmost importance that I must humbly discuss with Her Highness. I am aware of my impertinence, but I seek the honor of an audience with the Empress." She prostrated herself before the Daibaku. "I humbly place this petition before you. If you would please communicate this message to Her Highness." The Daibaku gave Raisai a hard look and then nodded firmly. He glanced at Toshin. "Give her a hand, will you? Find some place for her to lie down." Raisai's voice interrupted him. "I have no time for rest. I'm not putting you under arrest. You need rest and medical care." The Daibaku smiled. "I'm the Daibaku. Koshao's my name. I'll carry your petition to the Empress, so relax. I'll send somebody for a doctor." "What?" The registrar raised his voice. "What are you thinking? This person approached the forbidden gate without permission, invaded the premises, scattered the troops, polluted the palace grounds, and damaged the dignity of the Empress. Inconceivable. She should be hauled out of here and dealt with promptly." Koshao looked at the registrar, clearly taken aback. "Hey, watch your language. She may be a general from another kingdom. Don't be so rude." "What general? I don't see any general. Only an imposter." "Yeah, but perhaps the Daibaku is mistaken. Determining the bona fides of all visitors and deciding upon their disposition is the duty of the registrar. Just because you're on good terms with the Empress doesn't mean you can stick your nose into the business of other ministers." "What's your problem with her bona fides?" Kosha roared. Cowed, the registrar retreated. "You think the Empress is going to be happy if we just throw her out on her ear?" "Eh?" Koshao nodded his head toward Toshin. "Get a move on. Her Kijua as well," he added, indicating the beast. "Make arrangements for whatever care they need." Toshin nodded and put his hand on Raisai's shoulder with the intent of helping her to her feet. She gently brushed it away. "No, you've got to take it easy." Raisai shook her head and attempted to pursue Koshao, who was already leaving at a brisk walk. "You can't keep doing stuff like this. If the Daibaku hadn't shown up." "Yes, I know," Raisai said, turning to Toshin. "I can't thank you enough for your kindness, but providing that the Empress should not become enraged at my sullying the palace any more than I already have, I should hope to accompany the Daibaku to see her." "But please, if I don't see her now, I doubt I will be able to again." She clung to him as if clutching at her last straws. Toshin gulped. Raisai's face was white from loss of blood. Her lips were turning blue. She struggled for each breath, the air wheezing weakly in and out of her lungs. Her shoulders and arms were growing cold. This woman does not have many more hours of life left in her. Daibaku! Toshin shouted, putting his arm beneath her shoulders to prop her up. Please allow her to go with you. What's this? She's simply not going to settle down unless you do. Perhaps implicitly understanding the press of time and seeing the look of desperation on her face, Koshao nodded. He handed his sword to one of the retainers, reached out, and took the woman in his arms. Chapter 3 1-3, the Empress's private rooms, called the Kawaraku Den, were located in a part of the inner palace known as the Saishin. The imperial living quarters were located at its locus, and all the other buildings of the Saishin were organized around and in reference to it. While every palace in every kingdom had its own peculiarities, their overall structures remained the same. Consequently, Raisai had a good idea of where in the Saishin she was being taken. In the Kingdom of Tai, unlike most palace officials, Raisai was allowed the special privilege of entering the Saishin. The Daibaku named Koshao carried Raisai on his back straight from the Forbidden Gate to the Saishin. They passed by the other structures and crossed a great covered arcade to a building that overlooked the resplendent facade of the multistrate Kawaraku Den. By Raisai's calculations, she had arrived at an antechamber of the conservatory. The conservatory, or Ka-den, was separated from the Kawaraku Den by a wooded park. The park was quite large. Furthermore, a wall had been erected down the center separating the imperial living quarters from the conservatory. To get from the one to the other thus required going around the park. Raisai couldn't help wondering how long that wall had been in place. She found it a depressing sight. No matter how cordially she was treated, she knew she'd never be permitted to enter the imperial living quarters. She'd only gotten this far thanks to the remarkable forbearance of the Daibaku. What remaining strength she had was draining from her legs. Even supported by Koshao, she could barely stay on her feet. She risked toppling over at any moment. Perhaps observing this, Koshao said, "Why don't you sit down?" Raisai shook her head. She could not behave any more discourteously than she already had. The realization that she was in no condition to meet the ruler of any kingdom weighed heavily upon her. The necessity of her actions notwithstanding, breaking through the Forbidden Gate itself was an offense deserving of the death penalty. She resolved that should not add to her sins now. If she could not draw the line on her dignity at some minimum point, then the entirety of her purpose for coming here would lose all meaning. She planted herself firmly on the floor. The retainer who'd gone ahead of Koshao returned and whispered something in his ear. Though Koshao was still holding Raisai erect and only a foot at most separated them, she couldn't understand what the retainer was saying. For the past few minutes, a low ringing in her ears jumbled all the sounds she heard. Where was the Empress? Had she even left her living quarters? Was she changing her clothes before meeting Raisai? How long was Raisai going to have to wait here? These thoughts burning in her mind, she saw Koshao and the others turn their attention towards the door. Through the open doorway she observed a group of retainers and court ladies advancing along the corridor that faced the inner courtyard. The retainers in the room cleared the pathway to the door and bowed their heads. Raisai felt her expectations rising. But no noblewoman appeared in the midst of the coterie, nor did they appear to be leading an imperial processional. At the head of the group was a young woman wearing the ordinary court dress of a government clerk or minor lady-in-waiting. She entered the room at a brisk pace. There were no signs of anybody else coming. Risai clung to Koshao, standing on tiptoe as she searched the corridor behind them. Her vision grew dim. She channeled all her energy into her left arm and dug her fingers into Koshao's shoulder but felt her knees buckling. How many more footsteps did the Empress have to take until she arrived? It shouldn't be long now. Each footstep was a battle against time. Please come. The young court lady reached out her hand. Feeling her touch, Risai glanced at her. The brilliance of the girl's scarlet hair practically burned her retinas. Her green eyes etched their surprising vividness onto her mind. Koshao, why won't she lie down? The girl asked, offering her own shoulder to support Risai's right arm. The girl continued, my name is Yushi. I am Empress of K. Yushi is the Chinese pronunciation of Yuko's name. Startled by the clarity in her voice, Risai turned her head to look at her. The girl said, rest assured that I shall take into consideration all the circumstances that brought you here. But for the time being, let's get you to bed. The energy left her arms. Risai fell to the floor. Still, she managed to twist her body into a kowtow. I have come here to most humbly beg a favor of the Empress. Oh, there's no need to abase yourself, so the Empress said, kneeling next to Risai. Risai raised her eyes. Please. I beg of you. Please save the kingdom of Tai. The Empress fixed her gaze on Risai, her emerald green eyes filling with evident surprise. I know that what I am asking of the Empress of K is well beyond the bounds of reason. But we are all ready. Risai choked off the rest of the sentence. The kingdom of Tai floated in the midst of the Kyokai, isolated off its northeast coast from the rest of the continent. It was a cold country, completely frozen over during the winter. But there remained the people of Tai. 6 years before a new emperor had ascended the throne. Then, not long after the onset of the new year, he was lost. Without the emperor to intercede, the divine protection of heaven was lost as well. Tai became an island jail, beset by calamities and harried by humor. The people of Tai lack the means to save themselves. Humor multiply along the coasts. Fleeing the country has become impossible. Nothing can survive in Tai. All the rage and grief stored in her heart for so long burst forth and lodged in her throat in a cold, hard mass, choking off her breath. The emperor was driven from the palace by treasonous rebels. No one knows where he and the Taio now are or how they are faring. Risai flung herself at Yuko's feet, pressing her forehead to the floor. The Hakachi has not fallen from his roost. The emperor was not dead, the fate of Tai not yet sealed. Please, but there was no air left in her lungs. She tried to inhale. Her throat clamped shut. Her breath whistled uselessly from her mouth. Black spots bloomed ominously before her eyes, swelling and plunging her into total darkness. All she could hear was the sharp buzzing in her ears. Please help us, she intended to say. She could not be certain whether the words left her mouth. Chapter 4 1-4, Risai's ears were still ringing. No, she thought, it was the sound of the wind. The freezing winter wind of Tai whistled outside the door. This winter had been unusually harsh. The strong, swirling gusts cut through the body like cold, sharp knives. Exposed to the moaning, howling wind, the trees and mountains and rivers froze solid white. The rivers iced over and the snow piled up. Drifts accumulated on the roads and highways, covering the hard ground beneath a frigid blanket. Strong winds scoured the surface, whipping up biting curtains of white. Orphaned from the continent, the kingdom of Tai sat alone in the Kyokai. During the winter, stabbing winds blew in from the northern seas. The towns and hamlets crouched beneath the snow, the windows and doors of the houses boarded shut. In the small spaces within, separated from the outside air by layer upon layer of protection, glowed a small, warm fire. The people huddled together, shoulder to shoulder, sharing that small portion of the warmth, small indeed compared to the storms outside, among each other. The flames of the fire, the mutual body heat, the steam rising from the kettle on the brazier, these too were freely shared with the shivering stranger who ducked in from the snow-covered roads. Though harsh and demanding, Thai winters were also filled with warmth. And sometimes they took on the shape and form of brightly colored flowers, Risai thought as she observed the figure of a child bounding towards her. "Risai, here," he said, handing her a bouquet of red and yellow flowers bigger than his own face. In the cool room, barely illuminated by the weak rays of the sun, the flowers were like luminescent candles. The sound of the wind coursed through the walls. The Thai winter had just begun, so the mountains and fields were only thinly dusted with snow. Such brilliant flowers could hardly be expected to bloom this time of year. Surprised, Risai turned to her benefactor. The smile of the child grasping the bouquet was brighter and warmer than the flowers themselves. "Congratulations! I was so happy to hear you'd been promoted to general in the provincial guard." Relating this news with his beaming smile was Taiki. He was still 10 years old at the time. "These are for me." "Of course. I asked Jiosu Sama and he got them for me," the young Saiho said with a bashful nod. "Back in Yamato, where I'm from, we give people flowers in celebration. I guess it's not really done here, but I wanted to give Risai a bouquet. Since you've barely moved in, I thought the flowers would look all the nicer." "Well," smiled Risai. They were sitting in the parlor of her new official residence. Only a month had passed since the enthronement of the new emperor, Jiosu. Risai was appointed general of the Zue Provincial Guard of the center and had just moved to her living quarters in Hakkii Palace. The Saiho was second in importance to the kingdom only after the emperor. The Saiho was also province lord of Zue, where Risai now resided, and commanded its forces. She was delighted and honored that he would pay her a personal visit. A retainer arranged the flowers and placed them on a shelf in the parlor. That alone made the room so much more pleasant. Though having only just arrived and not yet used to her surroundings, she sensed that might still make this residence her own. "I'm really grateful. I'm truly blessed to have the Taio take such a kindly interest in me." "Me too. I'm still a kid and I don't understand a thing about all this government and the military stuff. That's why you becoming general of the provincial army is so reassuring." The Saiho plopped himself into a big chair and bowed his head. "I, look forward to working with you." "Please, the Saiho really shouldn't be bowing head to the likes of me. None exceeded the rank of Saiho except the emperor himself. It was impossible to imagine that he should normally bow to a mere provincial guard general such as herself." "Well, I'm not kowtowing. I'm simply being polite. So it's okay. I know it's considered out of order, but it's become something of a habit. Jiosu Sama says it is what it is and I shouldn't get worked up about it. So neither should you, I think." "All right then," said Risai, suppressing a smile. This small Saiho was born in another world. She'd heard that he was born and raised in Yamato, the legendary kingdom at the furthest reaches of the eastern seas. That accounted for some of his more eccentric mannerisms, though Raisai found them rather endearing. He was a kind and gentle soul. "I've got a lot more, you know," Taiki said to Raisai with a bright smile. "We've got something of an oversupply in the flower department. Headmaster Sarai has a whole bunch of celebrations planned, but I couldn't wait, so I brought them here." When Jiosu was a general, Sarai had been his aide-de-camp. Following the change in government, he was put in charge of Taiki's education, and at the same time served as the minister-in-chief of Zue province. Though he was a good-natured person, among the bureaucrats serving under Jiosu he was renowned as one of the best and the brightest. Sarai and I really racked our brains about what would be best way to celebrate. Jiosu-sama said that I could take whatever I liked from the imperial repository, but that just made deciding all the worse. There's so much stuff there it makes your eyes spin. "Oh, you shouldn't waste such things on me." Jiosu-sama said he didn't care. He said to choose some to send on his own behalf as well. "It's Jiosu-sama's share and Sarai's share and my share too. So don't be too surprised." Raisai looked at the brimming, cheerful countenance of the small Kirin, feelings of thankfulness filling her heart. "I really have been blessed with great fortune." She was truly happy. With the Emperor and Saiho extending their best wishes to her in such a manner, a new future reached out before her. The imperial court would quickly be put in order and the people of Tai would welcome their new emperor. A bright and inviting future awaited them. The kingdom and the people would prosper and be happy. To the bottom of her heart Raisai was certain it would be so. Not in her darkest nightmares could she imagine that in a few short months all her dreams would turn to dust. Her noble visitor left at least this room of her residence glowing with a warm light, while outside the cold winds blew. The light surrounding Raisai vanquished the shadows. But she couldn't forget the storm brewing beyond the door. A storm that froze everything it touched, the kingdom, the hills and dales, the streets and cities. The people. There could be no doubt about the sound of the wind that day, bearing the piercing cold on its back, availing itself of every opportunity to extend the reach of its icy touch. The whirling, howling wind seeped inside the ears and played its discordant song. Enveloped by the festive spirits, Raisai was not aware of the wind. But here and there in her new home, the coldness hung in the corners and clung to the walls. Her feet were long to warm and the chill bit at her fingers. Her limbs were heavy with numbness, her senses distant. The only sensation alive in her was the raw, cutting cold. Like now. She was so very, very cold. She was freezing to death, along with the kingdom and its people. "I'm so cold. Are you awake?" a voice asked cautiously. Or that's what she thought she heard. Concentrating with all her might, she managed to crack open her heavy, cold eyelids. Through the dark shadows of her eyelashes appeared the worried face of a girl. "Oh, good," the girl said. The girl pressed something cold against her face. A chill shook her from the marrow of her bones. The icy thing causing it was pressed against her face. "That's right, she was." "The Empress," Raisai muttered, coming back to herself. She probably didn't even hear her own self say it. She opened her eyes wider and searched the face of the girl. She saw no sign of that brilliant red hair. "Please rest. You're in no condition to get up." Only when the girl cautioned her did Raisai realize she was attempting to get out of bed. "But I'm still alive." The girl pressed her cool palm over Raisai's hand. The cool touch of her skin relieved her mightily. So chilled and so cold, yet the girl's icy hands felt so pleasant. The girl rested her gaze on Raisai and said slowly and deliberately, "You got here in one piece. Her Highness will meet with you whenever she can. So take it easy and close your eyes." "But, It's okay. It's okay. Go back to sleep, okay?" The girl took Raisai's hand in her own and placed it against Raisai's throat. There she folded Raisai's fingers around a round object resting against the hollow of her throat. It was even colder than the girl's hand and engendered within her an even stronger sense of relief. Then she finally understood that her body was burning up, arousing the pain of fevers and chills. "You really must rest. You'll be fine. Yuko won't forget about you." "Yuko," Raisai repeated to herself. Her tongue felt like it was sticking to the roof of her mouth. "She's not here right now, but she's repeatedly stopped by to see how you're doing. She really is concerned about you. You've got nothing to worry about. You're going to be all right." Instead of nodding, all Raisai could do was relax her brows. Her eyelids closed of their own accord. She heard the sound of the wind. But whether this was the sound of the winter wind raging at the door or simply the sound of the roaring in her ears. "This is no time to sleep," Raisai told herself. "If I am unable to meet with the Imperial Raisai, anything but that." The voice mingling with the sound of the wind was suffused with grief and heartbreak. In her mind's eye, woman's face pulled into focus, on the verge of tears. What a wretched and terrible thing to do. "Yes, it is," Raisai said, nodding her head and turning to face the empty air. "I know the awfulness of what I am doing, Kia." Chapter 5 1-5. The new emperor ascended the Tai throne some 7 years ago this fall. His name is Sakuji Osu. The matter-of-fact voice echoed around the room. They were in a building called the Saki Suidai, a section of the library found at the back of the inner palace. Though not to the same extent as the world below, the heavy heat particular to summers in Jiaoten stagnated in the snug room. The rear windows faced a rock wall covered with moss and ferns. A delicate, white waterfall tumbled down the wall to a small, clear lake spreading out below the balcony, dappled with the sunlight streaming through the greenery. The sound of water mingled with the songs of the birds floated on a cool breeze through the open windows. He served under the previous emperor as general of the regiment of the left in the palace guard. He served with loyalty and distinction and was loved and respected by both his soldiers and the people of the region, sufficient that his fame spread to other kingdoms. Almost as soon as the previous government collapsed, that General Saku should be the next emperor was widely rumored about. "He sounds like a remarkable person," Yuko said in admiration, a touch of envy in her voice. "Indeed," agreed Kaozai-kukan, Minister-in-Chief of the Rukun. Following the demise of the late emperor, he continued to prop up the imperial court. Everybody had high expectations for him. As soon as the yellow flag was raised, he journeyed to the Yellow Sea and made the pilgrimage to Mount Hu. There he was anointed by Taiki and acceded to the throne. He's been called a Hiaofua Emperor. A Hiaofua Emperor, meaning a whirlwind emperor. He was chosen from among the first pilgrims traveling to Mount Hu on the Shaozan. The Kirin chose the emperor. Or rather, it was through the Kirin that the mandate of heaven was expressed. The Kirin were born and raised on Mount Hu in the center of the world. When a Kirin became old enough to choose the emperor, a flag was raised at the temple in the middle of the kingdom. All those desiring to be emperor journeyed to the Yellow Sea and set forth to Mount Hu. There they met with the Kirin, who ascertained the divine will on their behalf. This was called the Shaozan, meaning the ascension of the mountain. He was an emperor who ascended the throne like a sudden squall. It's said that a rain squall doesn't last the morning, and a raging heat quickly cools. Some also say that a whirlwind emperor will be a strong oak or a leaf in the wind. One or the other. Ha! On the other hand, seeing that over 10 years had passed in the interim, perhaps calling the imperial Tai a whirlwind emperor isn't entirely appropriate. In any case, the Taio of Tai would be a fellow countryman of your highness. Yuko said with a nod. A Taika like me. The imperial En has said as much. Yuko was born in Yamato, the distant, mythic land at the far reaches of the eastern seas where the streets were supposedly paved with gold. But Yamato was not the actual land of her origins. Yamato was there and now she was here. That was the only way she felt comfortable describing the difference. The one was always a dream world to the other, though rarely the two did intersect. Yuko had been swept away during one of those rare crossings of worlds, and then she had returned. That's what it came down to. She grasped that much in her mind, though she didn't yet feel it in her bones. She'd been swept away while still in embryonic form. In this world, children were born from the ranka, the egg fruit, that grew on trees. When here and there crossed, the ranka that contained Yuko was swept away to there. She was alive but had not yet born. Her embryonic life found its way to the womb of a Yamato woman and 9 months later she'd been born. Naturally, she had no memories of the ranka. As far as she was concerned, she'd been born and raised as an ordinary child. Even after learning that the truth of her existence was entirely different, even being brought here and told that she'd been born here and that she was the Empress, it was no different to her than being dragged down an Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole. Though she could hardly swear to it in court with a clear conscience, she probably had been born that way. She could hardly dismiss the reality of being here, and so that had to be the way things had been. Which was how she dealt with her reality. She'd returned from there and reigned as Empress now for 2 years. There had become the fantasy world. Being born and raised in the exotic land that was Japan had turned into a dream. Taiki is how old? She asked herself. Behind her Kiki answered. I believe he was 10 when the imperial Tai was named emperor. Kiki was the Kirin of Kei who had brought Yuko back from Japan and seated her upon the throne. The enthronement was 7 years ago, so that'd make him about my age. Knowing that another person shared the same dreams as herself, Yuko felt a strange sensation come over her. Perhaps they dreamed of the same phantom country. Perhaps they even dreamed of the same places in that same phantom city. When she'd been a young child, another child like herself, a Kirin, had been there too. How extraordinary! According to what the Kaozai and Saiho were telling her, this child of her dreams belongs to her reality. Yuko knew of at least 2 other Taika in this world, the Emperor and Saiho of the kingdom to the north of Kei. Together they'd built a great, 500-year dynasty. They were Taika, but the medieval Japanese they spoke was equally fantastic. Theirs was the ancient Japan she'd read about in history textbooks and seen in the illusions painted on the silver screen. It was all the same fantasy, but their Japan was not the same Japan that haunted her dreams. She had acceded to the throne with the help of Enki and the Imperial En. The stormy seas they had seen her through left her forever in their debt. But Yuko had never felt the same way around them as she did now. She'd never felt that they'd emerged out of the same dream as herself. But she and Taiki could have stood together at a crosswalk or passed by each other on the street. He was the Kirin of the kingdom of Tai. He'd chosen the imperial Tai, They had established the imperial court, and Raisai, the general whose body was scarred from head to toe, had come to Kimpa Palace at the risk of her own life on their behalf. "Something on your mind?" queried Kiki, furrowing his brows. Yuko came back to herself. "Ah, no. It's nothing. I felt a little weird there for a moment. That's all." She smiled wryly. Concern showed on Kuken's face as well. "Sorry, Kuken. Where were we?" Taiki Kuken said, looking at her. He glanced down at the manuscript. Ashoku transported him to Yamato where he was born a Taika. After that, he returned to Mount. Who? Though that was 10 years later. 10 years later. And he's 10 years old. Yes, and? Queried Kuken. Yuko shook her head. But when his Taika was swept away and implanted in the womb of a human woman, a life in utero must have already been there. The implications came to her with something of a shock. The vessel that would become Taiki already existed in his mother's womb. It moved. It had a heartbeat that its parents could hear. In its place Taiki's Taika took root. But what happened to the life that was already there? Was it expelled by Taiki? Had she likewise been born after stealing the place of another? Thinking about her birth in these terms, she was overwhelmed by strange feelings of guilt. Though perhaps it was a mistake to think of the life there and the Taika as two separate things. This was one question she couldn't expect to find an answer to here. Yuko again shook her head as Kuken turned to her with a puzzled expression. "I'm okay. Continue." Upon Taiki's return, the yellow flag was raised in Tai and the Shaozan commenced. The imperial Tai was forthrightly seated upon the throne. A record of the event remains in K. The phoenix sang forth the name of the Tai kingdom, announcing the accession of the emperor. According to our records, the Taio made an unofficial visit to Tai to deliver his congratulations. When Yuko cast a surprised glance over her shoulder, Kiki wordlessly confirmed that this was true. "So we have diplomatic relations with Tai." Diplomatic relations, Kiki echoed mostly to himself. "I was still on Mount. Who at the same time as the Taika, Taiki's Ranka. And when the Shoku swept him away. When Taiki returned to Mount. Who, I took the opportunity to return to Mr. Who and met with him. Hence the ties between us." "Wow," said Yuko, the strange feeling returning. This child from her dreams had met with the Kirin right there in front of her. So that's why that woman, Raisai, came to K. To petition Kiki because he's a friend of Taiki. Kiki tilted his head to the side doubtfully. "Hard to say. I haven't met with General Ryua personally. But the Imperial Tai. I have met His Highness. He struck me as an extraordinary person." Kuken nodded his head as Kiki had done. "I don't know that we can term these two personal visits by the Taio an establishment of foreign relations. Indeed, with Kei herself falling into chaos shortly thereafter, the Taio was not able to congratulate the imperial Tai upon his coronation. Neither do the ministers show any indication of having concluded their deliberations about whether or not to send an official envoy to express Your Highness's well wishes. In other words, we have not even established a sufficient diplomatic relationship that would allow us to exchange ambassadors." Kiki apparently agreed with this summary of events. In any event, the new emperor was enthroned. However, barely 6 months later, there came from Tai an imperial communique to the effect that the imperial Tai had died. An imperial communique. What about the phoenix? When the emperor abdicates, doesn't the phoenix announce the end of the regime? You are correct. The Hakachi sings forth when the emperor is enthroned, as he does when the emperor gives up the throne. The phoenix then passes these tidings along. But this time the phoenix did not sing. The phoenix has not yet announced the end of the Tai regime. In short, I do not believe that the emperor has died or abdicated. Yuko rested her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands. I heard something similar from the Imperial En. The proclamation came that the Imperial Tai was dead, but it didn't ring true to him. If Taiki died, then the fruit of the next Kirin sprout forth on Mount. Who? But there is no sign of the Taika at all. Yes. According to the communique produced by the envoy, only the Imperial Tai died. It did not touch upon the disposition of the Tai Taio. However, no rumors about the disposition of the Tai Taio have emerged since. At the same time, refugees began leaving Tai in droves. The word was the Tai Taio had died, but seeing as the phoenix has not announced his passing, I have to believe they were mistaken. Subsequently, rumors about the coronation of a new emperor were noised about. In this case as well there were no envoys and the phoenix made not a sound. What do the refugees say? They are of many opinions. Some say a pretender has assumed the throne. Some say the Taio has chosen the next emperor. And some say that were it simply a matter of the emperor passing away, then the throne would sit empty. But the vast majority believe there was a coup d'état in the palace, the Imperial Tai was assassinated, and the Taio has fallen into the hands of evildoers. Even in her own kingdom, it was difficult to communicate to the outside world exactly what was going on inside the imperial palace. Everything ended up as rumor and hearsay. The reason was that information was rarely imparted directly to the people. Yuko let out a breath. No matter how I look at it, I can't believe that the Imperial Tai and the Taiki are dead. Raisai said that the Imperial Tai was driven from the Imperial Palace. So that's got to be what happened. In short, there's a pretender on the throne. The pretender led the coup and drove the Imperial Tai and Taiki from the palace. I agree. Although a pretender is an emperor who lies about having received the divine mandate and then occupies a vacant throne. Strictly speaking, this is not a pretender but a usurper. Oh, yes. Because the rightful emperor still lives. That would be the case. General Ryua commanded the Zue provincial army and Zue is the home to the capital of Tai. Having access to the heart of the palace, she could be expected to have the most accurate perspective about what was going on there. As I can see no discrepancies in her account, I find it difficult to believe she is lying. Yuko frowned at Kukan. But not impossible. Should we at least try to verify what she has told us? Kukan replied without hesitation. Yuko sighed. Yes, of course. I did say I wanted to help Raisai, but I really have no idea what to do. If this were only as simple a matter as a pretender. Very true. We don't even know what has become of the Imperial Tai or Taiki. Asking Raisai would be the most efficient thing to do. What does the doctor say? Kukan furrowed his brow. So far he has nothing to report. Oh. There is something I've discussed with the Taio. The Imperial Tai and the Tai Taio have connections with the Imperial En and the En Taio. Moreover, En has received the largest number of refugees. So an official request has been made to the Ministries of Summer and Fall in En informing them of the circumstances involving General Ryua thus far, and requesting any additional information about the situation. Their reply should not be long in arriving. Yuko nodded. The imperial scribe entered the library to tell her that Raisai had awakened. Yuko hurried to the conservatory. By the time she got there, Raisai had drifted off to sleep again. The doctor had been summoned at the same time and said that at this point he still hoped for the best. Because of the crown jewel, the Hekisorju, she should soon turn for the better. I see, Yuko said with a nod, looking down at the face of the sickly and emaciated general. That she would go to such extremes, to rescue her kingdom. She had suffered wounds across every inch of her body. I want to do whatever I can, Yuko told herself, but she didn't know what that might be. Only that she must save the general. And Taiki. Chapter 6. 1-6. Feeling herself slipping back into sleep, Raisai focused her efforts on her eyelids, mustered her energy, and opened her eyes. She found herself cheek by jowl with a man's face. He craned his ear toward her mouth. You were mumbling something, he drew back and smiled. Ah, you're awake. She thought she recognized the man but couldn't say from where. Over his shoulder, a girl rushed up and looked at her. Again Raisai only sensed that she should know her somehow. What are these people doing in Hakkii Palace? She tried to remember, but her thoughts encountered only vertigo and her body grew short of breath. She was consumed by a raging fever. She hurt absolutely everywhere. Are you all right? The girl asked with deep concern. Do you understand me? The reality of her situation finally hit home. She wasn't in Tai. This was K. She had made it to K. The man said, I'm Ko Shao. Do you remember me? Raisai nodded. Gradually her eyes widened and grew clearer. She was in a bedroom with a high, wide ceiling. Next to the bed was a black lacquered nightstand. The man sat on the edge of the nightstand and examined her face. Ko Shao Dorno. Yep. That's me. You're a fighter, you are. He gave her a reassuring wink, obviously pleased by her improved condition. The girl standing at Ko Shao's shoulder dabbed at her eyes with her sleeve. Raisai was alive. That surprised her as well. She weakly raised her arms above her head. Her left arm complied and appeared before her eyes. Her right arm did not. Her gaze traced an arc across her body to where the right sleeve of her nightgown lay empty on the quilt. For some reason, an apologetic expression rose to Ko Shao's face. The doctors did the best they could, but they couldn't save your right arm. Honestly, there wasn't any life left in it. I know that's not the news you wanted to hear. But don't despair. Raisai nodded. She'd suffered severely fighting off the Yuma, had lost her right arm and tied it off with a tourniquet to stanch the loss of blood. Gangrene set in. Of course she couldn't have expected the arm to survive. By the time she arrived at Jiaoten it felt about ready to fall off. She had to wonder if it had come off of its own accord or whether it had been amputated. And yet she didn't feel too broken up about the loss. Losing her dominant arm would of course end her career as a soldier. But what general, unable to save her liege, deserved to be called his retainer? She could live without it. Ko Shao cradled her head in his hand and lifted her head. The girl pressed a warm teacup to her mouth. The liquid trickling into her mouth was sweeter and more delicious than anything she'd ever tasted before. But then as her tongue grew accustomed, she realized it was only water. The girl took away the cup. The man smiled. Yeah, you're going to be okay. I get why you'd do something so crazy and reckless. You got the words out before you collapsed. Yuko's been by many times to see you. The Imperial K. Providing the doctors don't say no, I'll go get her. Raisai nodded. He released her hand and stood up. Suzu, take care of her. As soon as I've called the doctors, I'll have a word with Yuko. Sure. Make it quick. Raisai followed Koshal with her eyes to the door and then stared up at the ceiling. How long have I been lying here doing nothing? Oh, please. Don't say things like that. You needed a great deal of rest. It's been 3 days since you last opened your eyes. Since you collapsed it's been almost 10 days. That long? She'd intended to close her eyes only for a moment and had instead slept 4 days. All that time gone to waste. The wasted days pressed painfully on her chest. Raisai raised her hand to her throat. She felt something round and smooth at her fingertips. She grasped it and focused her eyes on it. A round gem hung from her neck. Nobody but the Empress is allowed to use it. But Yuko, a knowing smile came to the girl's face. But the Empress twisted a few arms at the Ministry of Winter and forced them to make an exception in your case. For me. The Imperial Regalia of K, normally stored in the Imperial Repository. The gods have indeed smiled upon you. Had you collapsed in such a condition anywhere else or in any other kingdom, we might not have able to save your life. Oh. Raisai didn't know whether she should rejoice at such news or not. Kia. When she closed her eyes, she could hear nothing but the wind. The round gem at her fingertips was cold. A coldness that brought to mind the face of her friend. Kia. I made it. The warm countenance of the civil servant a mere 10 years her senior. As kind as her mind was keen, and so discreet as to almost appear timid. Raisai had last seen her in Sui province in the south of Tai. There they'd parted ways, and Raisai had set her eyes upon K. Raisai, anything but that. Kia had cried out, her body quaking in the wind. Her voice was soft but filled with fortitude. The resoluteness of her refusal showed in her voice and on her face. Raisai was overcome by sorrow. She at least wanted Kia to understand her. How could you do something so cruel? Raisai and Kia had fled their pursuers to a hill in Sui province. They had come here intending to meet with the province lord. Shizen was the capital of Sui province. Shizen's Ryao-Yun mountain towered above them. It was spring in name only. The fierce winds buffeted them. Looking back at where they had come from, they could see the small hamlet at the base of the hill. The fields surrounding the hamlet lay fallow. Several burial mounds had been built there and abandoned without so much as a prayer for the dead. Kia and Raisai had walked through the hamlet before climbing the hill. The original landowners had deserted the place long ago. Instead, a small number of travelers sought warmth and shelter in the dilapidated houses. They had left their own hometowns behind, escaping to any place closer to another kingdom. Raisai and Kia had begged a few cups of thin gruel and listened to the stories and rumors the refugees had to share. They said that a tiger sat upon the throne in K. One of my relatives' kids was in the port city. The word on the street there is that she's a young empress. Perhaps even the same age as the Taio. The woman spoke listlessly. She was badly wounded. Sui province was infested with Yuma. It was said that the winds of oppression and subjugation sweeping over Tai had spared Sui province alone. They'd left their hometowns and fled here together, but a fortnight later these few alone had survived. The woman held a child wrapped in rags in her arms. Raisai hadn't seen the child stir once since she and Kia arrived. People say that if the Tayo is alive and well, that's how old he'd be. Raisai expressed her thanks for the gruel and left the hovel, a new sliver of hope in her grasp. Her mount was tied up in front. A teenage empress. A taika, she muttered to herself, taking up the reins. Kia turned to her with a puzzled look. What do you mean by that? What do you think? Do you think Imperial K might still harbor fond feelings for the land of her birth? Raisai. She might be homesick for Yamato, I mean. She might long for some connection to her life there. Don't you think so? There was an additional note of enthusiasm in Raisai's voice. From the look on Kia's face, she clearly didn't know how to respond. The Tayo is also a taika. They're close to each other in age. If the Imperial K learned more about the Tayo, shouldn't she want to meet him, want to help him? Not to mention that K has the full support of En. Kia gaped at her. You're not really thinking of going to K to beg for assistance? Why shouldn't we? Raisai, the Empress could not violate the borders of another kingdom. And doing so under arms would provoke grave and immediate consequences. Dispatching troops to another kingdom is impossible. But you just heard them say so yourself. The Imperial En lent his support to K. The Imperial K was escorted to her ravaged kingdom by En forces. Those were unusual circumstances. The Imperial K sought asylum in En. I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Imperial En who crossed the borders to seek her out. In the end, the Imperial K borrowed the En Imperial Army and returned to her own kingdom. Here in Tai, however, His Highness is nowhere to be found. But you're familiar with Juntir incident in the Kingdom of Sai. The Juntir incident. Long ago, Juntir, the Sai Emperor, grieved by the ongoing chaos in the Kingdom of Han and desiring to save the people of Han, sent in his imperial army. As a result he met an untimely death. Even to spare the people of a kingdom, heaven will not countenance the army of one kingdom crossing the borders of another. Do you think any other emperor wants to follow in Juntir's path? Raisai shook her head. Then suddenly she looked up. That's right. The Imperial K is a taika. Perhaps she's unfamiliar with the Juntir incident. You can't seriously mean to do anything so abject and cowardly. Kia's pale, exhausted face twisted with shock and repugnance. Are you suggesting that K be sacrificed to save Tai? Because that's what it sounds like. That is the... No, Raisai. Anything but that. But what becomes of our kingdom? Raisai exclaimed. Gripping the reins in her hands she motioned at the base of the hill. Look at that hamlet. You saw the people living there. That is what Tai has become. No one knows the whereabouts of His Highness. No one knows the whereabouts of the Tayo. There is nobody left who can save our kingdom. She had searched. Even while being pursued, while being labeled a traitor, she had searched for them. But she could find no evidence of Taiki and Jiosu anywhere. Not a trace of them. Spring is coming, but where is there one field under the plough? If the fall does not yield a harvest, the people will certainly starve. If grain is not quickly stored away, the winter will come again. And with every winter, 3 more hamlets become 2, and 2 become 1. After this winter passes, how many of our populace will be left? How many more winters do you think Tai can survive? But the ends do not justify causing Kay to sin against heaven. Someone has to come to the aid of Tai. Kia averted her eyes and shook her head. I am going to Jiao Risai said. Kia looked back at her, pain and grief in her eyes. Please? Anything but that. Fleeing to the territory of the province lord of Sui ensures little more than our own safety. And even our own safety is hardly guaranteed. Sui province may sicken just like the rest of the kingdom. It likely will. Then all we'll be able to do is to run away again. Risai. There is no other path left to us. Then here we must part ways. Kia clasped her shivering hands to her breast. Yet even the sight of Kia's face, on the verge of tears, left her unmoved. Risai nodded. I must do this. I have no choice. Risai met Kia at the imperial palace. There they had forged a fast friendship and together were driven from the capital. Years passed. This winter, at long last, they had reunited in Ran, Kia's home province. They'd somehow survived a winter there before their pursuers once again caught up with them. Together they'd managed to make it to the adjoining southern province of Sui. Kia looked long and hard at Risai. Then she pressed the sleeve of her cloak to her face and softly moaned. Sui province is infested with Yuma. As you head south, they will grow thicker and more fierce as you near the coast. I understand. Kia covered her face with her sleeves and lowered her head. When she raised her head again, there was a resolute expression on her face. This was the face of the accomplished individual who had risen from Minister-in-Chief of Ran province to the top post in the Ministry of Summer in the Rukun. She bowed once and turned her back. I truly am doing a despicable thing, Risai thought. All the better if the Imperial K was unfamiliar with the Juntir incident, and if she still held fond ties to the place of her birth, and if she could be incited by her emotions to save Tai. If she did, K would be destroyed. As soon as the Imperial army crossed the borders of K, the Imperial K would soon follow the same path to destruction as Juntir. Even so, the Imperial army would be left behind. A single division under her command was all she required. She had resolved to do a terrible thing. Resolved to the bitter end, Kia did not look back or lessen her stride as she descended the hill toward Shizen. Risai watched her leave. Grasping the reins of her mount, with a heavy heart she turned her gaze from Kia's retreating figure to that of Hyan, her Kijua. I alone have lost my mind in my struggle to save Tai, she said, stroking the glistening black fur at its neck. You remember him, don't you? She pressed her forehead against its muzzle. Inside her head, the high, joyous voice rose out of the darkness of her thoughts. Risai. He ran toward her at full tilt, as if about to dive headfirst into the ground. Soon he'd be asking if it was okay to pet Hyan. You remember those small hands? I know you loved the Taio very much. Hyan cooed softly in response. Shall we become the last fools left in Tai together, then? Shall we be on our way? Hyan looked back at Risai with those deep, black eyes. Without a word it knelt and urged her to climb onto its back. Risai pressed her face against its neck and then leapt into the saddle. Taking up the reins she cast her eyes toward Shizen. There a forlorn, solitary figure stood looking back at her. Kia. Will you destroy K to save Tai? Risai's eyes lingered vacantly on the ceiling of the bedroom. There, the face in her mind's eye looked down on her, clouded with loathing and contempt. But this is what I came here for. She'd arrived here with her life hanging by a thread. She'd only survived because the Imperial K had saved her. Risai could not help but close her eyes. This surely must be what I am fated to do. Interlude. Chapter 7. 1-7, Song. She took a deep breath. The murky, golden gloom surrounded her. She was inside a narrow, endless somewhere. I made it in time. She had broken through without breaking free. She'd held on. A vague twinge of unease passed through her. She let the air out of her lungs, almost startled by her profound sense of relief. A voice abruptly echoed from somewhere out of the amber darkness. This is. The surprised tone of the voice made her to take hold of her senses. A cell. Gurren. Had he accompanied her? Amidst all the confusion. A cell. Song. She was about to challenge him, half in startled wonder, when she realized this as well. They were within the familiar confines of Taiki's shadow. In truth, Song. She had no idea where they were, wherever the murky, golden darkness had descended. No earth and no sky, no beginning and no end. Song. She and the other magical beings did not sleep as did animals or people. There was no way of them to imagine such an analogy, but sleep was to them like a waking dream. She vaguely understood she was somewhere. But not what kind of place or its location. Whether the muddy, saffron mist was falling on them or whether the weak, golden light was radiating around them. She couldn't distinguish even that much. Wherever they were was narrow and confining. It plainly felt so. And something firm and strong seemed to be holding them here. And that wasn't simply because, compared to its normal strength, the golden hue of the light was so terribly dim. They were definitely enclosed in a kind of cell. This is, she said, but she sensed no air passing through her throat. Only the thought. Perhaps only the intent to speak. What is this shell? Asked Gurren. But that equally may have been nothing more than the intimations of his voice. Confusion enveloped her. A shell. Her intuition told her this was Taiki. The things surrounding them gave her every impression that this was Taiki. Testing this hypothesis, Song. She tried pushing her consciousness beyond their confines. Normally, she should come into contact with ley lines entwining Taiki. But a vicious resistance blocked her. We can't escape his shadow. No, it was not impossible. Concentrating with all her might, she somehow might be able to rupture these restraints. But she sensed that the effort would exhaust her. It would take an extraordinary amount of energy and no little pain. And yet Song. She had possessed every intent of surveying her surroundings. The dim light reflected the weakness of Taiki's ki. Its bright source hidden from them, the frighteningly thin ley lines descended as if through a heavy downpour. We are closed in. Gurren's voice sent a chill down Song's back. A Kirin was one species of being. The energy required by these magical beings to transcend the pedestrian taxonomies of human and beast was bestowed upon them by heaven. The thread of the spiritual energy infusing them was thin indeed. The Shire lived off that energy. And yet in time like this it could not necessarily be counted on. The opening through which that energy trickled was thin as well. The ley lines surrounding Taiki were no less weak. More critically, he could not tap into them and access that psychic energy. Because he lacked the use of his horn. They were slowly devouring themselves. The more of Taiki's energy Songshi and Gurren consumed, the less was left to Taiki. Not enough energy was left over to keep their threads of life alive. Despite the presence of his enemies. Enemies who'd attacked him. the sudden transformation to Kirin, and the shoku rising out of his scream. Taiki could not have known how to create such a shoku. The power was given to Kirin by heaven, but Taiki didn't understand the powers of a Kirin very well. The shoku he produced was purely instinctual. The severe wound he had taken to his horn must be related to it. That something so dreadful could have happened while Sangshi and Gurren were journeying to Jiusu was undoubtedly part of the same devious plot. Some person or persons unknown had made sure that Sangshi and Gurren would not be at Taiki's side, and then took advantage of their absence to attack him. If the Kirin died, so would the Emperor. This is an insurrection, Sangshi muttered to herself. But by whom? In the midst of the shoku, Sangshi was sure she had perceived a single, lingering shadow. But she hadn't been able to ascertain its identity. That must have been the assailant. Or perhaps the leader of the rebellion. Just as the rumors said, Jiusu had been lured to Bun province, and Taiki had been inveigled to dispatch Sangshi and Gurren to Jiusu. As a result, they hadn't been there to protect him. Taking advantage of that opening, Taiki had been attacked. But the enemy didn't kill Taiki. If only by a hair, the assassination had failed. Their enemies could be mounting another attack even now. And yet here they were trapped. What should we do? Came Gurren's voice from the midst of the saffron darkness. We must sleep. Sleep consumed the least psychic energy. Not the sleep of beasts, which would leave them defenseless. They would rest their physical bodies while setting their consciousnesses free to sense any attack. Remain vigilant. Our enemies may soon be upon us. In a daze, drawn to the curtains of black and white funerary bunting, Taiki approached one of the houses. The crowds of people dressed in black reached from the front gate up to the genkon. The smell of chrysanthemums and incense hung in the air. Then with a cry of surprise several of the adults rushed toward him. Through the crowds he could see a man and woman dressed in black. Behind the sobbing woman was a picture frame wreathed in chrysanthemums. A photograph of an old woman. At last he understood the nature of the building in which the altar was located. This was his home. Where have you been all this time? What happened to you? A whole year has passed. Speaking as if in one voice, the sounds of the crowd washed over him like a wave. He was in danger of being inundated. Strong claws dragged him back to shore. The hands of the kneeling, weeping women in front of him dug into his arms. Mother! He blinked. For the life of him he couldn't understand why his mother was weeping so. What were all these people doing here? What were they all shouting about? What were these black and white curtains for? Why was his grandmother's photograph being displayed like that? He tilted his head to the side. A woman from the neighborhood asked him, "What have you been doing up till now?" Up till now? He echoed. A flood of memories coursed through his thoughts, vanishing before his mind could seize upon them, leaving behind a deep, empty space. A curtain of snow danced at the bottom of that hole. Large, heavy snowflakes falling on a courtyard. He'd been standing in the courtyard. His grandmother had scolded him and sent him outside. And what I am doing in this place? He asked the adults surrounding him. At the same time, a heavy lid closed in his soul. Everything about him that was beast and not human, together with his horn, was sealed tightly inside him. What do you mean, this place? The woman shook his shoulders. Don't you remember? You've been missing for a year. Your mother and father have been worrying themselves half to death. I have. But he'd been in the courtyard until just minutes ago. He raised his arm to point the way and felt his hair that at some point had grown out. He grasped a lock of his hair in bewilderment. Most definitely the old people standing next to him said, dabbing at their eyes. Your grandmother called to you. In the end she seemed to have caught but a glimpse of you. With that, the old woman turned to the other people there. Well, let's give the family some time alone for now. Let them say their final goodbyes before the funeral procession. Indeed, other voices agreed, and he was escorted along with his still weeping mother into the house. His time here once again began to move forward. At the same time, so began the long absence of Taiki, the other and now forgotten part of him. Part 2. Chapter 8. 2-1, the girl placed a pillow behind Raisai's back. Are you in any pain? By this point, Raisai had grasped that the lady-in-waiting asking the question went by the odd name of Suzu. As things turned out, Raisai wasn't able to see the Imperial K the last time she woke up. While being treated by the doctors, she fell into a long slumber. She'd awoken several times after that, but the doctors said it was too soon for her to be seeing visitors. Another 2 days passed before they relaxed the prohibition. I appreciate all you've done for me. For the first time in a long time she managed to sit up. Her body was weaker than she expected, and even leaning back against the pillow she felt winded. The doctors had not permitted her to leave the bed, so Raisai had to meet with visitors in her sleeping quarters. Suzu washed Raisai's face, arranged her hair, and dressed her in a light tunic. She had apparently taken on the responsibility of looking after Raisai by herself. Not much time had passed since the coronation of the Imperial K. This perhaps could account for the Imperial Palace being so short-handed. Or perhaps Raisai wasn't trusted, and guarding against the possibility that she might fall out of favor, they'd decided to restrict the number of court ladies attending her to 1. About the same time Suzu had finished dressing her, 3 visitors entered the room. The first one to step into the room and take a seat next to Raisai's bed was Yuko, the Imperial K. There was no way Raisai could forget her fiery red hair. How are you doing? Because of your highness, I appeared to have escaped death. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Having been blessed by your extraordinarily good graces, I must beg forgiveness for appearing before you in such a slovenly manner. Oh, don't worry about it. I know you must have suffered a lot. Your recuperation is my first priority. I'd like to do whatever I can. If there is anything you need, please let me know. Anything at all. Raisai estimated her age between 16 and 17. The striking and unusual manner in which this young empress spoke communicated great sincerity and good faith. She had imagined someone more frivolous and inconsequential. Raisai was taken aback by the unexpected presence of an empress possessed of such soldierly fortitude. She had a different air about her than Taiki. They both came from the same Yamato. Raisai realized for the first time that she had simply assumed the Imperial K would be like him. Thank you very much. Would you mind relating to me a bit of your story? If you find it trying, you need only say so. Not at all. I came bearing a message to be expressly delivered to your highness. Yuko nodded. She glanced at the 2 men standing behind her. I thought it might be rude to bring men to a lady's sleeping quarters, but I'd like them to stay, if you don't mind. This is our Kaozai. He goes by the name of Kukan. and next to him is Kiki. Here as well Risai realized the extent to which the totality of her understanding was based upon Taiki. She couldn't help smiling sardonically to herself. But of course, the golden hair meant he must be a Kirin. The Tai Kirin was a black unicorn with hair like burnished steel. Your reputation precedes you, K-Tio. Kiki gave Risai a somewhat surprised look. Risai smiled in turn. The Tio, Taiki, spoke of you often. He said that he was fortunate to call the K-Tio a friend, that he was a magnanimous man who showed him every kindness. The Tio seems to have developed a great affection for the K-Tio. As Risai spoke, Kiki averted his gaze with a conflicted look on his face. At the same time, the Imperial K cast a surprised look at him over her shoulder. Oh, I'm sorry. Have I said something unbecoming in your presence? No, Kiki muttered. Yuko smiled. No offense given or taken. Such unexpected information simply startled me. In any event, I would like to learn more about what has happened in Tai, even if it limited to Taiki alone. Risai nodded. I'm not sure where best to begin. The previous emperor of Tai was known posthumously as Emperor Q. He'd reigned for 124 years. Emperor Q loved pomp and splendor and drowned himself in luxuries. Though when it came to governance, he hewed to the straight and narrow. He housed his indulgent and merry-making compatriots in the imperial palace, collected a harem of beauties in the inner palace, and exhausted the riches of the imperial treasury with the forbearance of a drunken sailor. But he never bestowed ministerial responsibilities upon such wastrels and philanderers, and never mixed the business of state with his pleasures. Sleep in the dark and rule in the light. That was his motto. Setting aside the question of whether he could be called an enlightened statesman, while sitting in the imperial court, Emperor Q was not in any way deficient in his abilities. He respected precedent, principle, and order. He had no taste for revolution or sudden change, and quietly created a sound rule of law. In the closing years of his reign, the treasury was bankrupt and the kingdom impoverished. Even then it was said that, compared to other kingdoms, the corruption of the national government of Tai was held to a minimal level. And then, as if waiting for an opening, all those corrupt bureaucrats he had assiduously kept at bay devoured the regime. After Emperor Q died, though the plundering spread far and wide, Tai held its ground. There remained many thoughtful and informed province lords and general and officials. Jiosu was the best of them all. Originally a general of the palace guard, he was a trusted and favored retainer of the late emperor. He was well versed in the operations of the government. He was possessed of many talents for which he was widely revered. In the provinces, so was the legendary army of Jiosu, and its commanders and officers. Taiki pledged himself to Jiosu and he ascended the throne. He quickly organized the imperial court and guided Tai into a new era. Jiosu was said to have been preparing all along to occupy the throne. And in a sense that was true. He understood that Emperor Q would soon lose the mandate of heaven. Whether or not he was enthroned as the new emperor, he knew that the stormy seas ahead could not be avoided, and that in order to keep the listing ship of state from sinking, a man of his abilities must stay lashed to the wheel. Jiosu sought out and trained accomplished officers and commanders. The Duchy of Saku County he ruled became Tai in miniature. Though the civil and military officials were mere county authorities, they comprehended the intricacies of imperial polity and grasped the conditions of the kingdom better than the Rukun. In the waning days of Emperor Q's reign, they fanned out across the kingdom, serving as bulwarks shoring up the faltering regime. At the same time, many more figured out that the days of Emperor Q were numbered. Risai as well saw that Emperor Q's regime was taking on water and would soon sink beneath the waves. The water would be up to their necks before long. Of this she was sure, but that was the only thing she could be sure of. She hadn't thought seriously about what must be done after the emperor died. That the inevitable aftermath must be considered had not arisen in her thoughts. But it had in Jiosu's. That was the big difference between people like herself and Jiosu. Jiosu went to the imperial court and did his best to keep things afloat. After Emperor Q died, his subordinates arrived to buoy up the sinking realm. They became the flagships of the new dynasty. Jiosu's imperial court was laying the strong keel of a new ship that would be nothing short of revolutionary. Following the coronation of the new emperor, the imperial court was typically thrown into chaos. Finding the right people to serve as ministers of the Rukun usually required a considerable amount of time, but that wasn't true of Jiosu. Compared to most kingdoms, Jiosu organized his imperial court practically overnight. It was an unprecedented accomplishment. The incident began half a year after Jiosu's coronation. A large-scale rebellion broke out in Bun province. Chapter 9. 222, answering the call to assemble, Risai rushed to the inner palace. When she entered in inner palace, the chief retainers had already gathered there. An insurrection in Bun province, were her first words. Deshiba Habaku of the Minister of Summer said in response, from the beginning, Bun province has festered with one problem or another. He drew his hand through his salt and pepper beard. Located directly north of Zhou province in the northern quarter of Tai, Bun province was a land beset by harsh winters. Yu province spread out across the northeast corner of the island. The winters there were as bad, but Yu was blessed with arable land and expansive forests. The craggy land in Bun province, in contrast, made for poor farming and was sparsely forested. Its occupants scraped by mining the gemstone fountains that dotted the land. Those gemstone fountains had been exploited so long by so many that they were running dry. Bun province was cold and poor, the government was in shambles, and the hearts of its people ran wild. Or so the rumors said. Nowadays, Bun province was beset by rebellions and civil strife. Revolt was the common resort of a frustrated and stymied people. The productive gemstone fountains and mines were controlled by rebels and insurrectionists indigenous to the area, and feuds and fights over power led to larger conflagrations and often fueled the insurgencies. Ousting the province lord took some of the pressure off. The Marquis had been as ferocious as any of the rebel leaders. When it came to the sheer brutality of his actions, he bested any insurrectionist. He kept the place under a tight rein. Risai nodded. The previous Marquis was a cruel and crafty individual. In the best of times, he was a predator for whom the impoverished province of Bun served as little more than a field of prey. But even a man like him had his redeeming qualities. With the change in provincial leadership, the rebel factions grew all the more brazen. More than fomenting general disorder, the rebels have been stirring up the sort of trouble with county officials that threatens to turn into civil war. In any case, with talk of them occupying the county palaces and bringing neighboring districts under their thumb, these dogs cannot be allowed to sleep where they lay. We can't go adding more fuel to this fire. Not without first impressing upon them what manner of discipline the kingdom is willing to impose. The man speaking in a gravelly voice was General Ganku of the Palace Guard of the Left. He was a big-framed fighter, full of vim and vigor. He didn't appear particularly gripped by any sense of panic. That was true of everybody there. They'd all understood the nature of the situation from the start. Since the beginning of the year, a wide-ranging political purge had been sweeping through Thai. It started with a systematic sacking of the more corrupt officials along with preparations to lure out those villains biding their time under the cloak of darkness. Sidelining the infamous province lord of Bun took the pressure off the lid. The criminal element in the pot had begun to boil over. Such a turn of events had been anticipated from the beginning. If we act with restraint, they will never take the kingdom seriously. Such an outcome is intolerable. We should journey there at once and deliver a decisive blow. We must hit them with all the majestic terror of the imperial army. Of course, these rebels must be brought to heel, but how to strike with any kind of speed? The season must be taken into consideration. Ease up on the reins and the rebels in the various districts of Bun province are certain to raise hell. Monkey say, monkey do. If they do us the favor of all following suit, we should be able to round them up in one fell swoop. Such a strategy would prove more effective in driving home the message that the eyes of the kingdom are upon them. Ganku looked at Habaku in amazement. The blood runs cold in your veins, old man. These brigands are controlling the towns and villages around the county palaces. Take some thought as to the disposition of our subjects who live there. What are you saying? No man with a drop of warm blood or a tear in his eyes should serve the Ministry of Summer or command the troops. You may be right on that one, replied Ganku. His big frame shook with nonchalant laughter. If an imperial rescript is to be issued, the sooner the better, I shall coolly interjected. Like Ganku, I shall had once served under Jiosu's command. Jiosu's army had produced many famed soldiers, among whom I shall was the youngest. I'm of a species with the old man, without blood in my veins or tears in my eyes. If troops are to be dispatched, then I am inclined to do so with all due haste. Speaking with a touch of irony in his voice, I shall knit the brows of his bloodless, tailless face. Once the snow begins to melt, our troubles will begin. Not only will the roads become uncertain underfoot, but when the snowpack recedes, the quarry will abscond to the mountains. The mountains in Bun province are dotted with gemstone fountains and mines. Ferreting them out would prove no easy task. That was indeed the case, other voices chimed in. In her heart, Risai felt the same. Hiding in the mine shafts would raise great obstacles to their capture. In order to bring the heat to the bandits of Bun province, they couldn't mount an invasion in dribs and drabs, dragging the campaign out for months. Taking and holding the territory quickly, demonstrating the might of the kingdom for all to see, was the way to subjugate the rebels. If not, deliberately dispatching the imperial army would be without meaning. As if to seek out his judgment on the matter, the eyes of the people assembled there all turned to Jiosu. I'll entrust the matter to Aishao. Muster the army of the center and bring Bun province under your control. At the same time, Jiosu fixed Ganku and Habaku, who held a contrary opinion, with his gaze. This is not to say that I am necessarily endorsing Aishao's strategy. The problem of time, the problem of imperial dignity, the problem of bringing the rebels into line, these are of little consequence for now. Of little consequence. Aishao responded with a flash of indignation. Jiosu nodded. Not the most pressing of matters before us. The greatest problem we face is not the rebels but the people. More than the subjugation of the rebels, the people must be convinced that the kingdom is capable of protecting them. Risai started in surprise. Judging from the way the others drew in their breath, they had the same reaction. The room fell into a kind of abashed silence. I shall, you will command the army of the center, including the Bun provincial guard, and pursue the rebels. A military victory is not necessary. Clean out the county palaces. After liberating the county seats, stay behind in Bun province for a while. Lend support to the provincial guard and strengthen the defenses around the capital. There's no need to take unreasonable measures chasing down the rebels. More than that, under the rubric of showing an imperial presence, make the people understand that the rebels themselves are not so fearsome. Calming the populace is the priority. Understood? I Shao answered, obviously impressed. He wasn't the only one. All of Jiusu's subordinates had the utmost faith in his words. No matter how fierce the debates in the privy councils, Raisai had come to understand that when Jiusu delivered his verdict, a unanimity of opinion quickly distilled. I Shao mobilized the army of the center in short order and set off for Bun province. It was about a month before word arrived that he had liberated the county palaces and for the time being had pacified the surrounding countryside. And right on schedule came news that insurrections had broken out in other regions of Bun province. In at least 3 places, along with a number of smaller skirmishes. Rather than being set alight by chance sparks cast off by the wind, these sudden uprisings bore the marks of organized resistance. Before another fortnight passed, the situation had mushroomed, and it became clear that the initial occupation of the county seats were all linked to a province-wide internal rebellion. Led by Su Zhang, the Zhuai provincial army of the left was dispatched to Bun province, joined by 3 regiments of the Palace Guard of the right, commanded by Jiusu himself. The sporadic insurrections breaking out in the various locality joined forces, with the nexus of rebel activity gravitating to the vicinity of the county palace in Tetsui. Tetsui was a city deeply connected to Jiusu. 3 of the 6 division leaders of the imperial army that Jiusu headed could boast of being undefeated in battle. The same could not be said of Jiusu's career as a general. The one defeat experienced by Emperor Q's loyal general of the left had been in Tetsui. Toward the end of Emperor Q's rule, Tetsui could no longer bear the exploitation by the emperor and shut off all lines of credit. They would no longer levy the imperial tax. The provincial guard charged in to lay down the law, but citizens from the surrounding areas flocked to the palace and continued the resistance. Jiusu and the imperial army were eventually ordered to the front in order to calm down the situation. When he arrived at Tetsui, Jiusu surrounded the city with the 12,500 soldiers of the army of the left, and ordered the entirety of the provincial guard to the rear. The officers accompanying him, beginning with Gangku and Ai Shao, took issue with this strategy. If 2 divisions of the provincial guard couldn't liberate Tetsui, then what could a single division of the imperial army accomplish? This is pointless. Gangku protested. Ai Shao laughed through his nose. Aren't you the humble one? Of course it isn't pointless. If we can't do this without 2 divisions of the provincial guard, what are we supposed to do when we face a real challenge? Though in any case this will take a bit of time. I don't look forward to encountering snow on the way back. Agreed, said the former general of the Zhuai provincial guard of the left, now General Su Zhang of the imperial army. If the mountains to our rear are closed by snow, neither supplies nor reinforcement will make in through in satisfactory numbers. We don't have the provisions to bivouac here in Bun province until spring. We must win a decisive victory and head back before winter comes. We can be supplied by Saku County. I've sent orders to Sarai to open the storehouses and make ready the provisions that would be needed for us to winter over. Surely you jest! Exclaimed Ai Shao, rising to his feet. No matter how hard this campaign may prove, it shall not take until spring. Jiosu Sama surely expects more of us than that. Expectations are beside the point. Worst case, I ask that you at least prepare yourselves for the possibility of us wintering over here. If you think the going will be that hard, recall the provincial guard and get those idiots to pitch in. Although they'll no doubt prove as useful as a boat anchor on dry land. We shan't be asking the provincial guard for assistance. The provincial guard has taken shelter in the nearby villages and towns along with the civilians. No matter how wide the storehouse doors are flung open, they can't feed the local populace as well. We can't very well be seen eating our fill alongside starving civilians. At the same time, we can't pare down rations for the soldiers. That would be equally bad for their health and their morale. Which is why we should take Tetsui as soon as possible. Scorch the earth in all directions, and after that we could wrap up the whole affair in 3 days. Obtain the services of the provincial guard for a fortnight and the unruly mob would at least be useful as human shields. Aisha, what do you think we came here to accomplish? To subjugate the rebels. And why did they rebel in the first place? Aisha was hard-pressed for a reply. Of course, there was no mistake that these were rebels. They had defied imperial decrees and did not skirt the brand of insurrectionists. However, the summer was cool and Bun province faces a hard winter. The provisions necessary to winter over are sparse. If we disperse the stores in the warehouses in the name of imperial decrees, the people will starve to death. That is not a tenable option. What others are available to us? Aisha raised his head. His Highness has instructed us to put down the rebellion. Those who His Highness calls rebels are rebels to ourselves as well. That should be true of all the palace guard, should it not? But of course, Jiosu smiled thinly. So you are the Emperor's lapdog, then? But I ask you, what is an emperor in the first place? Aisha held his tongue. If the citizens of Tetsui were inflicting harm on people elsewhere, we should be ready to wipe them out to ensure the greater good. If the citizens of Tetsui rejected this forced servitude, the burden gets passed on to other cities in the county. Consequently, we should force open the gates of Tetsui and the vaults of the treasury. But is there any need to exceed such measures? A silence descended on the camp. The imperial rescript orders us to force our way into Tetsui and open the treasury. However, it says nothing about harming even one person in Tetsui. Declared Jiosu, soldiers are not permitted to carry swords. Shields may be deployed, but not swung or otherwise used against the citizenry with the intent of using them as weapons. Shields were fashioned from rugged hardwood. Steel reinforcing was allowed on the inside of the shields, but not on the outside. Taking into account their civilian opponents when in the heat of battle, hot-blooded soldiers were likely to lash out with their shields. The outside of the shields were covered with thick lamb's wool. The wool was white. If, contrary to orders, a shield was used as a weapon and a civilian was injured, even a spot of blood staining the wool, the standing order was for that soldier to be punished severely. Captured individuals were admonished and released. They could return to Tetsui if they so wished, or to the towns and villages in the countryside. I know how you must feel, groaning under the weight of so many taxes. But if the imperial edicts are taken for granted, they would in a flash lose all the gravity attached to them. Weary of the hard toil, if your inclination to pull your fingers from the dikes spreads far and wide, you will be ones who ultimately suffer. If the tax protesters in Tetsui go unchallenged, that burden will simply pass to the other citizens of the county, If you can grasp this principle, then should not the treasury be opened? Some returned to their town and villages. Some spoke of their will to return to Tetsui. At first the people were gripped by suspicions. But once they discerned the willingness of Jiosu's soldiers to stay their hands, they gave more thought to Jiosu's intentions. The siege went on for 40 days. The imperial army repeatedly threatened to force their way into the county palace and retreated. Their shields remained white and unblemished. As the people of Tetsui tested the limits of the liberating imperial troops, this was communicated to Kuki, and the will of the emperor continued to be assessed. A mutual compromise became inevitable. Jiosu's soldiers would not be deemed victorious, but neither would their campaign be called a failure. On the one hand, the besieged citizens of Tetsui had to face the impossibility of keeping the treasury closed. On the other, the emperor had to face the reality that his own palace guard were in an unwinnable draw. Finally, on the 41st day of the siege, the palace gates were opened. But not as the result of conquest on the field of battle. Jiosu passed through the mountains as the first snows of winter fell. He returned to Kuki and there gave an accounting of his defeat. His soldiers had taken 10,000 blows and returned not a one. However, the treasury had been liberated because the people had chosen the right path and opened it themselves. The people of Tetsui preserved the divine will. As a result, the taxes were collected and this defeat was set aside, the ends having been said to justify the means. Subsequently, the expression a Tetsui shield circulated through the northern districts of Tai, also known as the White Wool Shield. It meant a sign of good faith, as in, if you wish us to take you seriously, show us a Tetsui shield. Jiosu and Tetsui were bound by the bonds of good faith. When Tetsui was pulled into the vortex of war, Jiosu could not turn a blind eye. Together with Suzhang and 20,000 soldiers under their command, they set out for Bun province. Risai wrapped her arms around Taiki's shoulders as they watched them leave. Jiosu-sama is going to come back safely, right? The young Kirin looked up at her, worry etched on his face. Risai nodded with confidence. Everything's going to be all right, Taio. My assurances have all been turned into lies, she knew when she thought about it later. The chaos had from the first been carefully planned to drag Tetsui into the middle of the conflict. And that couldn't have resulted from the violent clashing of mere rebels. The rebels had been organized and given direction and guided from the shadows. The person standing in the shadows had anticipated that Jiosu would not abandon Tetsui to its own devices. The second time around, Jiosu did not return to Kuki. Chapter 10. 2-3, a questioning voice brought her back to her senses. Risai. The Imperial K was looking at her, concern etched on her face. What should I tell her? Searching for the words, Risai found herself falling back into her own memories. Are you not feeling well? If so. Risai shook her head. I beg your pardon. It's just that I've had a lot on my mind. I understand, Yuko said with a nod of her head. You inquired as to what was happening in Tai. In short, there was a coup d'état. His Highness was drawn out of the capital to a rebellion in one of the provinces and disappeared. In a simple and forthright fashion, Risai outlined the nature of the conflict. Even I am unaware of the specific details. I have subsequently learned that he managed to make it to the outskirts of Tetsui and set up camp there. They were attacked. At the height of the battle, he vanished from sight. Not a word has been forthcoming about him since. Nothing more. Not a single word. there is likely more to know. I haven't been able to meet with people who were in Bun province at the time, who would have more precise information about the incident. I don't know if others have investigated the matter closely, or whether a search is underway. It is possible that nothing has been done at all. When I was informed that His Highness had disappeared, the imperial court was in an uproar. Nothing could get organized in a systematic way. Nothing could get accomplished. Why? Because of the shoku. The shoku occurred a fortnight after Jiusu departed for Bun province. The day before, word had arrived at the capital from Suzhang, also headed to Bun province. Jiusu and company had safely crossed the mountains. If that indeed was the case, then Tetsui would be several days away. In fact, several days later another messenger pigeon arrived. They had arrived at Rinyu, the prefectural palace this side of Tetsui, and set up camp. He seems to have arrived safely, said Senkaku, the Minister of Earth, with a relieved smile. Risa had run into him in the Roman, the soaring gate to the south of the imperial living quarters and the imperial court. It was a huge building with 3 towers at least 10 times the height of a normal person. In the center of the White Hall, sandwiched between the open north and south doors, a large, white staircase descended toward the Sea of Clouds. I wish all the best to His Highness, said Senkaku. Though I fear expressing such concerns about a man who was once a general himself could be thought offensive. Indeed, Risai agreed with a smile, and continued down the staircase. That was when it happened, a low, faint, subterranean rumble. Risai stopped in her tracks, wondering where the sound was coming from. Apparently deaf to it, Senkaku glanced curiously over his shoulder at her. What was that sound just now? Risai said. She remembered later that the mountain quaked. The sound arose from the earth beneath her feet, from the whole of Ryuan Mountain supporting the imperial palace, shaking her body. Or so it seemed to her. The world wavered back and forth. The enormous Roman creaked back and forth like a bundle of sticks. A shadow fell across her startled eyes. She tilted her head back just in time to see the tiles peel away from roof of the Roman and cascade down like an avalanche. At that moment, a quake had indeed shaken the mountain. Observing the imperial palace from the air, the observer would have seen an island floating in the Sea of Clouds. And in the center of the island, huge, round wave rising high against the cliffs that formed the bay and then spreading out concentric circles. The surface of the Sea of Clouds rose up and crashed down on a wing of one of the palace buildings adjacent the cliffs. The building rocked and shook and collapsed with a deafening scream. As if someone had taken a giant hammer to a section of the palace. The whirlwind kicked up by the blow turned into a squall racing out into all directions. The sun dimmed, turning into a copper shadow. A moment later, the red-tinged sky began to gather into a swirling whirlpool, like some poisonous volcanic miasma. What is this? Risai sat down suddenly in amazement right where she was standing. What was this strange sky expanding beyond the veil of dust? Spasms coursed through the ground. The shaking had already ceased, but as if some being were stirring in the bowels of the earth, the tremors shot up through the palms of her hands. "Ashoku!" screamed a nearby voice on the verge of hysteria. When Risai glanced back over her shoulder, Senkaku looked up at her. He was sprawled on the cobblestones of the Roman, covered with dirt. The thought, "This is Ashoku," again mingled with thought, "Why?" She had never encountered Ashoku before. She had also heard that Ashoku never occurred above the Sea of Clouds. Senkaku picked himself up. The tile shards had rained down even to where he'd been standing. Another 2 or 3 steps and the both of them would be buried beneath them. Raisai, the Tayo. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Raisai sprang to her feet. The earth continued to groan. No small number of people lay on the ground around them, moaning and screaming. She couldn't spare them any attention now. Where was Taiki? It was too early for him to be attending the afternoon session on government affairs. He should have already left the Gaiden, but he couldn't have already made it all the way back to his room in the Saishin. He must be in Jinjua Manor. It's okay, Raisai said. The Daibaku should be with the Tayo. Senkaku grasped Raisai's arm. His dirty face had turned quite green. Raisai, don't you know? Shoku simply don't occur naturally in the heavens. If a Mai Shoku has occurred, then it could only have been brought about by the Tayo. Raisai broke into a sprint. Raisai. Senkaku, take care of the wounded. She called out behind her. She leapt over the rubble and ran toward the Roshin. She knew that a Kirin could cause a very small Shoku called a Mai Shoku. But a Kirin born and raised in Yamato should not know how to bring such a Shoku about. Raisai first met Taiki on Mount Hu. When Jiosu set forth on the Shaozan, so had she. The Kirin she met there couldn't transform into a unicorn. He possessed no Shiraya. A Kirin born and raised in Yamato couldn't understand what being a Kirin was all about. Those powers awakened within him must have sprung forth by necessity. That being the case, what made them necessary? The smell of dirt and torn, fresh wood, the ripening, rancid sun, the rust-colored sky, the writhing crimson currents in the air, the turbulent timbre of the subterranean rumblings. Raisai could not help but be gripped by evil forebodings. Something bad had happened. Something unbelievably bad. The damage grew worse the closer she got to Jinjua Manor. The gate in front of the provincial offices had toppled on its side. In places the walls had collapsed. Glancing through the gaps, the buildings inside were badly listing and more had fallen over. Cobblestones had bubbled up like foam on water, flipped over and tossed around. Fissures snaked through the ground. Rubble was strewn about everywhere. The grounds of Jinjua Manor came into view. Most of the structure had been reduced to piles of stone. The rumblings in the earth ceased. In their place came the shrieks and moans of people. The dim rays of the sun shone down. She looked up. The ominous red bands in the sky were fading. People at last began to huddle together. The mustered soldiers poured through the rubble looking for any sign of Taiki. The small Kirin was nowhere to be found. There was not one trace of him on the western side of the Sidon in Jinjua Manor or on the balcony or in the gardens facing the sea of clouds. Buildings and trees had been torn up by the roots, the agitated earth and shards of tile heaped up in piles. Then the giant waves smashed down on top of them, sweeping everything into the sea of clouds, leaving only the scarred ground behind. Ships were launched, Kijua saddled up, the gardens excavated, all searching for signs of the small Saiho. But his whereabouts had not been discovered. While the search continued, a messenger pigeon bearing news of the emergency was dispatched to Bun Province. Before that bird reached Bun Province, a pigeon from Bun Province arrived at the capital, carrying word that Jiosu had suddenly vanished. The bedroom fell silent. Raisai clung to the jewel hanging around her neck as if for dear life. We have heard nothing more of His Highness. Or of the Tayo. Raisai, if this is too hard for you, Yuko was about to call a halt to the proceedings, but Risai closed her eyes and shook her head. The imperial court was thrown into chaos. Nobody could put together an organized plan to look for His Highness and the Taio. Risai gasped for breath. Yuko anxiously grasped her hand. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Risai meant to reply, but her voice faded away in the middle of her laboured breath. Only the sound of the wind. The sound of her ringing ears. And within the wind, the sound of Kier's voice. "No. We'll call it a day and pick things up at this point next time." "Well, then." Risai stretched out her arm in the direction of her voice. She stretched out her arm, and realized again that her right arm was missing. This was how much she had lost. After so long the anguish welled up inside her. "Please help us." Releasing the jewel clasped in her hand, she reached out. A warm hand enclosed hers. "I beg of you. Save Tai." "I understand." Risai heard the doctor in the waiting room rushing to her side. "That's enough," she heard him say as she sank down into darkness and remorse. Chapter 11. 2-4, What do you think? Yuko asked the two men following her as they left the conservatory. The one appeared expressionless, deep in his thoughts. The other replied, "I'm not sure what to think. For the time being, at least, we now have some understanding as to what led up to the disappearance of the Imperial Tai and the Tai Taio." "That's not what I meant," Yuko said with a bit of a frown. "The woman wants us to help her save Tai. What do you think about that?" Kukan raised an eyebrow. "Lady Risai seems to be requesting that concrete measures be taken on her kingdom's behalf. But Kei can provide only so much in its present state." Kukan having made that point, Kiki stopped, bowed, and took his leave. He'd been called back to the provincial offices to attend to business. Kukan as well had to attend to his duties as Kaozai and exited the Saishin. "My entire retinue can't spend all their time tending to Risai," Yuko thought as she headed to the inner palace. Kei was a kingdom on the mend, and she had problems enough of her own. As Kukan said, it was easy enough to ask for help. But when reality reared its ugly head, what exactly could she do? Exactly 2 years had passed since her coronation. She was an inexperienced and illiterate Taika empress, a stranger in a strange land who left most of the weightier matters of government to Kukan and Kiki. With her free time not taken up by the tasks they shouldered, she studied under the guidance of her tutors. That was the way things stood for now. In any case, there was nothing left in the imperial treasury or the imperial court to spare for other kingdoms. With these thoughts on her mind, Yuko headed toward the west wing of the inner palace. She spotted a man in armor coming toward her along the colonnade. "Oh, Kantai." Recognizing her, Kantai stopped and bowed. Kantai was the general of the palace guard. "Just the man I was looking for," Yuko said. Kantai took a measured step backwards. "If your highness is looking for a fencing partner, I must beg off. I just came from giving your retainers a real workout. I'm afraid that any attempts to blow off a little steam at this point would lay me out flat." Yuko smiled. "No problem. Then why not sit back and relax for a while?" "Yes," Kantai said with a bow, and accompanied her to the library at the heart of the inner palace. During the day, the library was where Yuko relaxed when not conducting official business. "This is one ragtag dynasty," Yuko said to herself as she brewed herself a cup of tea. Kantai started a bit and Yuko smiled thinly. Whatever could be done to save Tai was energy and resources she should be expending on behalf of Kei. Before mastering the business of government, She first had to learn how to read and write. That summed up the state things were in. A good half of her retainers had originally been self-styled knights of the streets, ignorant of both the law and the basic rules of warfare. They pretty much had to be taught everything from scratch. And there was no surplus of teachers. The responsibility had fallen directly upon the general of the palace guard of the left. Now you're training the junior retainers as well. I'm sorry for piling so much on your plate, can't I? Not at all. It's all the same to me. With no wars to fight, I've got plenty of time on my hands. Yuko laughed. They both knew that wasn't the truth. When she'd first come to this world, she'd been amazed at the large scale of the armies. But once she became apprised of the facts, she understood the reasons why. There wasn't anything like a police force here. Acting under the direction of the Ministry of Fall, the army conducted patrols and enforced the law. Public works also fell under the jurisdiction of the army. Projects that did not require the conscription of civilians were directed by the government, and the work was performed by the army and chain gangs made up of criminals serving out their sentences. Charged as well with the defense of the imperial palace and the cities and the protection of aristocrats, there was always plenty for the army to do, even when there were no battles to fight. It doesn't amount to much, but consider this a small reward, said Yuko, holding out a teacup. Kantai smiled and accepted it graciously. Appears to be alcohol-free, but thank you anyway. They both laughed. Yuko asked him, what do you know of the imperial Tai? He seems quite famous in some quarters. Said Kantai, nodding. I'm not personally acquainted with the man. According to what I've heard, he used to be General Saku. How about Raisai? She was originally a general of the U Provincial Guard. Unfortunately, my education doesn't reach that far. But now that you mention it, the Kijua she rode here has healed up very well. It has. That's good to hear. I don't know General Ryua, but looking at her Kijua, I sense that she's an outstanding person. The Kijua shows a remarkable loyalty towards its master and appears to be well trained. It's called breaking the animal, but naturally this involves caring for it as one would a child, being all that the word master implies. No creature can ever be truly broken otherwise. Agreed. I've never heard her name before. The name of an ordinary general is unlikely to spread beyond the borders of a kingdom. General Saku is the rare exception. I think that's what it comes down to. The rare exception. And all the more impressive. Kantai said with a knowing expression. Comparing yourself and General Saku, eh? Not that it would do me any good. He seems the far more heroic figure. Well, if he was such a heroic figure, Tai wouldn't be in the chaotic state it's in. Don't be mean. We don't know that the Imperial Tai is the cause of it. A calamity seems to have occurred. Nobody's sure of the details. It's too early to lay the consequences at his feet. Kantai bowed his head only slightly, asking with a bit more seriousness, and that calamity? Some sort of coup d'état. A pretender has arisen and the Imperial Tai and the Tai Taio have gone missing. That's all we know at this point. For the rest, we'll have to wait on Raisai's recovery. I see, said Kantai, and appeared to sink into his thoughts. Yuko did as well. She didn't know any of the details, except that Raisai had come to Kei begging for help. She had risked her life to make this appeal. Alas, the scatterbrained, patchwork imperial court of Kei was in no condition to help her. In the final analysis, said Kantai, a reputation is a thing bestowed by others. Said Yuko, glancing over her shoulder at him. It's the kind of label people attach to you after the fact, when they can look at all the results. A general who wins a commanding victory, even by accident, will be called invincible. And if he's such an invincible general, then he will be perceived in similarly hallowed terms. Just as there are those who, despite their incompetence, have fortuitously managed to keep defeat at bay. You're saying perhaps the imperial tie is too good to be true. I wouldn't go that far. I'm only saying that if you saddle your colleagues with the quagmires and take the cakewalks for yourself, becoming a so-called invincible warrior isn't so hard to accomplish. As far as soldierly renown goes, everybody loves the undefeated fighter. Once the word gets around that he's got an unbroken winning streak, the assumption that he's a superior general, a fine gentleman, and a man of great character, takes on a life of its own. Yeah. I suppose so. But a reputation only indicates the end product of a long process. Referring to General Saku, the imperial tie, as a man of heroic stature, tells us how he stands in the court of public opinion now. Not how he got there. By the same token, at this point in time, having allowed Tai to fall into chaos, he does not appear so exemplary. At any rate, comparing oneself to others is a fruitless exercise. You will always end up comparing what the public thinks about the other with what you know about yourself. I see, Yuko said with a weary smile. Even without making any comparison, I would call your highness a fine empress. Kantai said, if a bit smugly, it's one fine empress who can claim her rightful place upon the throne without getting lost in it, and then hire on a handjua such as myself to boot. If I say so myself. Yuko laughed. Tell me, Kantai. What if you were to head over to Tai and dispose of that pretender? Surely you must be joking, Kantai said, waving his hand as if to bat away the suggestion. Surely my own palace guard is made of sterner stuff than that. That's not the problem. In the first place, K does not possess the resources necessary to field troops in such a manner. Mobilizing an army is a significant undertaking. A single division consists of 12,500 soldiers. And that's only counting the infantry. In terms of the entire fighting force, regimental commanders, horses, and kijua must be factored in as well. You can begin to imagine the logistics of feeding and provisioning such a large ensemble. Yes, indeed. Feeding and provisioning, she quickly arrived at a total of 13,000. Thinking in terms of the country of her birth, at the bare minimum, 1 cup of rice per meal, times 3 meals, times 13,000 came to 39,000 cups of rice per day. You're right. It is more than I can imagine. In terms of hamburgers, 39,000 hamburgers a day. What? Oh, nothing, Yuko said with a smile. That's why the Minister of Summer in each region must provide for the logistics of the army. If chaos breaks out in a certain area, when troops are dispatched, they'll be provisioned by the Quartermaster General. In another kingdom and in the midst of a rebellion to boot, the logistics get a lot dicier. Basically, you'd have to carry everything you'd need with you. Aside from the issue of transportation, could that many supplies be put together at any one given time? Doesn't seem possible for K. Even exhausting the kingdom's internal stores, not even the bare minimum of provisions could be scraped together. Not to mention that K does not have enough ships to transport them. How would you get them to Tai in the first place? I see. From the start, dispatching soldiers to another kingdom isn't possible. Don't the divine decrees forbid one kingdom to invade another? It wouldn't be an invasion. We would otherwise have no intent to occupy foreign ground. Kantai inclined his head. I suppose you might have a point there. Besides, were that the case, then what is to become of me? I employed the Imperial Army of En to topple the pretender and make my way to Jiaoten. That is true. Simply finding the Imperial Tai and Taiki by itself would be sufficient. And their current location? Nobody has the slightest idea. What do you think? How would a search using a squadron of Kijua from the airborne cavalry work out? Kantai inclined his head some more. 25 Kijua would hardly make a dent. You'd need at least an air wing. With 100, you could attempt a systematic search. An entire air wing. Not impossible, but the ministers were unlikely to approve. At a time when Kay's internal resources were so strained, they'd wonder if she'd lost her marbles. Yuko placed her elbows on her knees and rested her chin in her hands and thought about it. Obviously an emperor occupying the throne really matters a lot, she muttered. A firm expression came to Kantai's face. That is entirely correct. Setting aside the question of what kind of man the Imperial Tai is, as long as he is missing, the people of Tai will be in a bad place. Moreover, the winters in Tai are harsh. If you would pardon the expression, he might be better off dead. Better off dead. If the emperor dies, then the next sovereign will be chosen to replace him. In that case, the people can anticipate an end to their suffering. Even in the case of an incompetent emperor, heaven will eventually wrest the throne from him. It simply becomes a matter of waiting him out. A throne unoccupied by an emperor who isn't dead could be said to be the worst of all worst-case scenarios. Chapter 12. 2-5, voices whispering back and forth awakened Raisai. It was the dead of night. I'm positively famished. I thought so. I made tea. It's waiting for you. Thanks. Want to have it together? The frivolous nature of the conversation made Raisai raise her head. The lady in waiting by the bed gave her a surprised look. Another young woman leaned around the doorframe and poked her head into the room. Oh, sorry. Did we wake you? Raisai shook her head. No. You didn't miss dinner on my account, did you? Suzu waved her hand back and forth. Just taking the opportunity when it comes. Shaoqi was good enough to bring me a midnight meal, so it's okay. Please go ahead and eat, Raisai said. I'm fine. The girl called Shaoqi smiled at Suzu. Hurry up and clean your plate. I'll be waiting here. Suzu nodded and left the room. As if taking her place, Shaoqi sat down next to the bed. I apologize for making such a racket over something so silly. My name is Shaoqi. I'm a lady of the court like Suzu. Think nothing of it. I've been such a burden on you all. You needn't feel compelled to wait upon me hand and foot. Shaoqi smiled. Don't worry about such things. We're so short-handed that we're unable to wait upon you as we ought to. We apologize. Oh, you needn't go to such lengths. The ladies of the court have comported themselves with extraordinary grace. Raisai looked away. The Imperial K also strikes me as a sincere and well-meaning person. Shaoqi grinned. She is inclined to earnestness, and is honest to a fault. The occupants of Kimpa Palace seem awfully at ease around the Imperial K. That sort of mood is in the air, to be sure. I suppose you find the lack of solemnity around here quite appalling. No, I've heard that the imperial Tai is a splendid monarch. But nobody knows where he is at the moment. That surely weighs on your mind. Yes, Raisai nodded. The people of Tai must be suffering terribly. Not to mention the harshness of the Tai winter. Are you familiar with Tai? Xiaoqi shook her head. But I'm originally from Hu. The winters in Hu are similarly bitter. One thing goes wrong and it drags you down the whole winter and puts your life at risk. I've heard that the winters in Tai are even worse than those in Hu. I suppose they are. The throne is currently empty in Hu as well. However, the situation there is different. The emperor who died in Hu had devastated the kingdom. As she spoke, a sad smile came to Xiaoqi's face. So the throne was vacated, for the good of the people, in some respects. But I've heard that the imperial Tai was much loved by his people. Losing such an emperor. Yes, losing such an emperor. There was a coup d'état. At the beginning of a dynasty, fearful of losing all they have stolen, the traitors and conspirators are likely to only surrender their ill-gotten gains kicking and screaming. I don't know if that applies, Raisai said to herself, and Xiaoqi cocked her head to one side. It's definitely the case that when a new dynasty begins, those who have taken advantage of the vacant post to impose their own tyrannical rule will feel the heat after the new emperor is enthroned. But I don't believe that this was the cause of the revolt. And so? I don't know, Raisai answered. She knew rebellion had not been far from the minds of many officials, but she and her fellow officers had remained sufficiently vigilant. I don't know how such a thing could have happened. His Highness may well prove to be an enlightened ruler, said Raisai's obviously impressed traveling companion, a close military aide from Yu province. The Sanku say they've never seen an imperial court organized so quickly. Everybody is full of admiration. So it would seem. Even though he's reputed to be a pretty tough taskmaster, the infantry is overjoyed with the new emperor. And the people appear to hold him in high regard. Raisai smiled and nodded. With his military background, Jiusu was bound to be popular among the troops. All the more so because the late Emperor Q had arisen from the civil service and held the uniformed services in low regard. Upon assuming the throne, Jiusu took Emperor Q's hoarded treasures and distributed them to the provincial warehouses to fortify them against the coming winter. That alone won the hearts of the people. Winters in Tai were harsh. When food and fuel ran low, their lives were on the line. Emperor Q's spendthrift ways had emptied the local treasuries and warehouses. A cheer was raised when their stores were shipped back to them. It seems a brand new era is beginning, Raisai's aide-de-camp said with a smile. Raisai shared these feelings. She heard the rejoicing of the people. Venturing into the city centers revealed that their citizens were inclined to think well of Jiusu. And it wasn't just the commoners. The ministers bustling about the imperial palace wore enthusiastic expressions on their faces. But a speeding carriage makes a lot of noise that can drown out fainter voices of alarm. Joining the imperial court as a general of the provincial guard, Raisai couldn't help noticing the strange shadows that unexpectedly lurked here and there amidst the frenetic surroundings. It wasn't until after the festival of the winter solstice that she understood what it was she'd been observing. I'll shortly be sending the Taio to the kingdom of Ren, Jiusu said to his advisors. The round trip to Ren takes about a month. During that time we shall conduct the winter hunt. At first Raisai took the words at face value. As no important business awaited them around the new year, that was when they'd hold a large-scale hunting expedition. Though the affairs of the imperial court had pretty much been put in order, this still struck her as cavalier behavior. From the confused air circulating through the room, she wasn't the only one who thought so. General Asen of the Palace Guard of the Right broke the silence. In a strangely low voice he asked, "And the game in this hunt?" "Jackals." The abruptness of the answer made Raisai gulp. "We must deal with those government officials who corrupted their offices under the cover provided by the late emperor. We cannot turn a blind eye while these beasts roam the countryside. If left alone, it is likely that, begrudging their fall from grace, they will light fires elsewhere. They are a wily bunch, and the personal fortunes they've amassed are indispensable to the future of Tai." Raisai realized to her horror that he was speaking of a political purge. The small room was filled with groans and sighs as others gave vent to similar feelings. Once the festival is concluded, only the new year awaits. A diplomatic mission will be posted to Ren, with the envoys accompanied by a general who has commanded both the palace and Zhuai provincial guards. I believe our quarries will suspect nothing. Throw a big enough net and we should snare them all. And during that time the Taio will be sent abroad?" Asen asked. Jiusu nodded. "This is not something I wish Curry to witness. But isn't he bound to hear about it sooner or later? I'll see to it that he does not. What is being discussed here shall not be mentioned to Curry or to anybody else not participating directly in this campaign. But producing these indictments in secret. This." Raisai raised her voice to object. She understood that the rod could not be spared when it came to dealing with these wayward officials. But summarily executing them without a public trial was akin to a lynching. "Of course we shall follow the rule of law in its entirety, albeit not in the public eye. The government departments involved in this campaign have carefully selected and organized the prosecutors. All other officials will be kept out of the loop. Everything should be wrapped up by the time Curry returns. He should notice a new face here and there, and a slight decrease in the total workforce. Aren't you lying to him?" Raisai felt like asking but thought better of it. Considering the Kirin's benevolent nature, its natural abhorrence of bloodshed, and its loathing of injustice, keeping him in the dark might well be preferable. Exposure to blood alone would make a Kirin ill. These actions could certainly be read as an indication of Jiusu's compassion towards Taiki. Even as she compelled herself to consent, another voice was heard, that of Kia, recently appointed head of the Ministry of Fall. "Are you sure this is an acceptable course? With all due respect, the Taio will find out sooner or later. Rather than hiding such things behind his back, why not communicate the truth to him directly?" "My orders stand," Jiusu answered brusquely, ensuring that his was the last word on the subject. Listening to the details of the campaign, Raisai again felt a cold chill down her back, her own frightening lack of second thoughts about bringing down these scheming courtiers in one fell swoop. Indeed, once Emperor Q's favored retainer, Jiusu had installed his subordinates throughout the imperial court. He would already have a firm understanding of what people did and didn't do, who the problem children were and how they should be disciplined. Since assuming the throne, Jiusu would have already drawn up his plans, who should be removed and who should be replaced. He had undoubtedly foreseen what might happen when those jackals were brought to heel. In fact, this winter hunt was aimed not only at corrupt officials, but was part of an ongoing strategy to flush the hidden quail and wipe the slate clean. Observing the purge unfold, those with treachery and evil buried in their hearts, those who had ingeniously hidden their evil acts from view, would feel the heat and panic and scamper from their holes. This man, Raisai thought, looking at Jiusu. This man will pull off in a year what would take any other emperor a decade, even half a century, to accomplish. The chill ran through her. Up to that point, she hadn't harbored any doubts about Gyosou. A general of great renown, Raisai as well admired his disposition and temperament, and respected him enormously. But for the first time she felt the whisperings of an ill omen in the air. Even if convinced that these feelings arose solely in reaction to the substance of Gyosou's campaign, she did not question his might or authority as emperor for a second. She simply couldn't help wondering why such dark shadows would descend on her amidst such brilliant splendor. A short time after that, Kia suddenly showed up at her residence. It was night and a light snow was falling. Chapter 13. 2-6, Kia bowed and said, "It looks like snow." Raisai escorted her to the parlor of her residence. "Yes, it certainly has gotten cold." She showed Kia to a chair by the brazier. "I'm honored that you came all the way here despite the inclement weather." "Oh, it was nothing." Kia shook her head. "I'm the one who should apologize for visiting on such short notice. There was something that I wished to discuss with you. I came to this decision on the spur of the moment and impertinently dispatched a note to that effect, so I'm pleased that you agreed." "Oh, it's my privilege," Raisai said with a smile. She offered food and drink, but Kia seemed lost in her thoughts. A discouraged expression occupied her pale face. On top of that, she looked chilled to the bone. Kia appeared in her mid-40s. In terms of her bearing and actual age, she was Raisai's senior. Nevertheless, the Kia who sat before her now looked like a lost child. This did not strike her as a visit made in the name of neighborliness. "Please excuse me for asking, but what is the purpose of your visit?" As if awakened from her reverie, Kia looked at Raisai. "Ah, no, I did not have a particular task in mind. I simply wished to talk things over with you." So she said, except that for the past few minutes she'd pretty much remained mum. Perhaps realizing this herself, Kia began with a chagrined nod of her head. "Nothing that would excuse taking up your time and barging in on you like this." Raisai tilted her head to the side. "Please don't think me too forward for asking, but has something been troubling you, Lady Kia?" Kia raised her head sharply, almost as if Raisai had struck her in the chest. An expression of emotional distress, on the verge of tears, contorted her face. "Please forgive me if I said anything to upset you. I'm afraid my manners are less refined than they should be." "Not at all," said Kia, shaking her head. "After all, I am the one imposing on you. To tell the truth, I thought long and hard about what I should say to a person with whom I have barely spoken and then suddenly decided to visit. Your getting right to the point is an enormous relief." A slight smile came to her face. She ran her fingers along the rim of the wine glass with an air of uncertainty. Unlike a military officer such as Raisai, her polished, manicured nails slipped along the edge of the coarse porcelain. And perhaps trembled slightly. "Are you cold? I could have more wood added to the fire." "No, I'm not cold." She apparently took note of her trembling fingers and hastily clasped the one hand in the other. "I'm not cold. Rather, Lady Raisai, I am frightened." "Frightened?" Kia nodded and looked straight at Raisai. She appeared to Raisai to be scared out of her wits. "With the coronation of His Highness, the Imperial Palace has become a whirlwind of activity. I really wonder what manner of monarch this is. Never before have I heard of an imperial court being reordered at such a pace." Raisai didn't venture to agree with her, but waited for her to come to her point. These were the words whispered all about the imperial court. But from the slight quaver in her voice, it was clear that Keir did not perceive this as reason to rejoice. Keir all but blurted out, "Is it really best for him to advance his agenda so quickly?" Quickly. It is always necessary to reform and reorganize the imperial court. And to banish the criminal and the corrupt. But must the process be accelerated like this? Why can he not proceed more slowly, take the time to scrutinize the landscape and verify the results, and let change permeate in a less hasty manner? You think him impatient. I cannot help feeling anxious. I mean no criticism of His Highness. Far from it. But as for myself, what I find myself doing terrifies me. I cannot shake the feeling that something important has slipped our minds, that we are forgetting something we cannot afford to. Whether everything can be transformed with such zeal is a question that will not leave my mind. Raisai nodded. She didn't think such concerns unreasonable in the least. Keir had originally been the Minister-in-Chief of Ran province, reputed to be wise and thoughtful. The few times they'd chanced to meet had left Raisai with the impression that she was a compassionate person with a deep respect for civility, prudent in character, and with an attentive nature. That Jiosu had selected her as one of the 6 ministers of the Rukun was only common sense. And yet the question had also reached Raisai's ears, but as the Daishika. The Ministry of Fall was responsible for consolidating and enforcing the civil and criminal statutes, and for maintaining public order. At the same time, the Ministry of Fall handled foreign diplomacy. But doubts were also whispered about that her emotional nature was not a good fit with the mission of the Ministry of Fall. The Ministry of Fall was a cold, heartless ministry that required the levying of sanctions and punishments, and the issuing of commands and decrees with absolute impartiality. It was said that weeds withered in the face of the freezing frost of fall and wilted beneath the fierce rays of summer. To be sure, Raisai felt nothing of a Daishika's iron-fisted intensity from the woman sitting in front of her, who looked as fragile as a lost child. I'd always been in charge of the Ministry of Education. I came here to do my best for the welfare of the people. I have not accustomed myself to judging and sentencing them. I know it's not simply a problem of getting used to a new role. If it was only my job, I could carry it out well enough. But I cannot help believing that I could not have been appointed to the ministry by anybody aware of how unfit I was for the position. And yet, she murmured to herself. She lowered her eyes. Once again her trembling fingers traced the rim of the glass. After this, I shall have to judge a great many government officials. And I must do so in short order and without second thoughts. This frightens me. Even in the case of a criminal, can such expeditious action ever be good? Raisai smiled. Please. Drink your wine. Warm yourself. She looked on attentively as Keir nodded and raised the cup to her lips. Lady Keir, Raisai continued, I think it is perfectly natural to harbor such apprehensions. To be sure, the imperial court is changing at a pace that would make anyone's eyes spin. The pursuit of wrongdoers is an indispensable part of the new imperial court, but I can't think of another example where such a fight could be concluded with a single blow. I think His Highness is a remarkable individual with a surprisingly strong will. Raisai flashed a wry smile and Keir responded with a grin of her own. We soldiers believe in taking advantage when the opportunity presents itself. When the day of decision arrives, we must seize the day. At such moments, we carry the cause forward without hesitation. That is the way soldiers think. During a war, there may be no time for careful deliberation. Linger too long musing over a matter and the chance of a lifetime may slip away. That is why I understand the decisions His Highness is making. We are at a critical moment in time and we must act. With that, Raisai smiled. But asked whether I could be so determined. I do indeed have my doubts. Life is confusing enough by its own nature. Dragging things out makes nothing if not a lot of mud. That is a failing of people like myself. Do you not feel a great sense of anxiety, Lady Raisai? Raisai hesitated a bit answering, but thought it better to answer before Kia caught on to any self-doubts. I can't say there is anything I am anxious about. I'm almost speechless with wonder at the sheer determination that has brought us to this juncture. But without a doubt, I have faith in His Highness's unflinching decisiveness. This conviction alone convinces me that purging the corrupt element in one fell swoop is the correct course of action. The faster the imperial court is put in order, the faster we can do right by the people. Yes, I do understand that, Kia said with a nod. However, that sense of conviction, I cannot yet see myself coming into possession of that degree of unwavering belief. By which I absolutely do not mean to imply any lack of faith in His Highness. Lady Kia, had you and His Highness ever rubbed shoulder before now? No. There had been no personal connection between us in any way. Only the same stories and rumors that everybody else heard. She smiled to herself. That is why I was so surprised when I accepted the appointment to the Ministry of Fall. I couldn't believe that he even knew I existed. That is the kind of man he is. Lady Raisai, had you previously been a retainer of his? Raisai had met Jiosu on Mount. Who? She had also gone on the Shaozan. That was when she first met the legendary General Saku. Those who entered the Yellow Sea to go on the Shaozan formed ad hoc groups and journeyed across the Yellow Sea as more or less organized units. Jiosu did not join any of the groups. He entered the Yellow Sea accompanied by his own men, and set off for Mount Hu in his own unique manner. So I didn't set eyes upon him until we had arrived at Mount Hu. I see. Isn't separating yourself from the other parties and forging on alone a dangerous course of action? Under normal circumstances, yes, it is quite dangerous. But not to His Highness, wouldn't you say? I subsequently heard that back in the reign of Emperor Q, for at least 3 years, Jiosu withdrew his name from the Registry of Wizards and took a sabbatical from the Palace Guard. During that time he entered the Yellow Sea. There are hunters who make a living capturing Kijua in the Yellow Sea, and he apprenticed himself to one of them. Kia's eyes widened with surprise. A general of the Palace Guard became an apprentice. Raisai grinned. That is the kind of man he is. Come what may, he was going to capture and tame a Kijua of his own. It was said that he didn't join any of the groups during the Shaozan because he also wanted to go hunting. When I heard that Jiosu had entered the Yellow Sea at the same time as the rest of us, I knew that I was destined to be at best a bystander on the journey. Raisai smiled sadly. Kia pressed her lips together. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry. Not at all. I was never his retainer. However, I was able to share some wonderful moments with Jiosu-sama and the Taiyo at Mr. Hu. That connection must have been what led him to give me a second look. A general of the Palace Guard and a general of the Provincial Guard, there was a great difference in status between them, but the latter was not a subordinate of the former. So they related to each other as colleagues. Soon after his enthronement, Jiosu summoned her to Kuki and introduced her to his retainers. Many of them had made the Shausen with her and so were familiar faces. After her appointment as general of the Sui provincial guard, she found it quite natural to associate with the emperor's retainers. Telling you about this now, I am left with a curious feeling, uncertain myself as to whether or not I am acting as a retainer of His Highness. Is that so? Said Keir with a slight sigh. The thing is, I find it hard to dismiss what my own instincts are telling me as well. Or rather, you do not strike me, Lady Ricey, as a retainer or subordinate. That you chose to follow His Highness from the start, before being compelled to, sets you somewhat apart. You really think so? Yes. That is why I sought you out. Others would quail from voicing their misgivings. I sensed that if I told them about my fears, they would reject those feelings on the spot. You impressed me as someone a bit different than the rest. Perhaps because you are a woman like me. I'm pleased that you think so, Ricey replied. Keir's misgivings were not at all unreasonable. Jiosu's retainers had served in his shadow for a long time. They understood his temperament and the way he thought. Deep bonds of trust had been forged between them. Those bonds were so strong that at times she felt like an outsider. And if this was true of Ricey, it would be all the more so for Keir. It was only natural for Keir to believe that she was a stranger in a strange land, gripped by feelings of isolation and alienation. My sense of apprehension may well arise out of loneliness and insecurity, Keir admitted with a self-effacing smile. When His Highness opines on some matter, everybody, starting with yourself, Lady Ricey, seems to catch on at once, as if inferring his meaning and intent from a single word. That is what it seems like to me. I'm the only one who fails to grasp the big picture that he is drawing for the rest of you. Everybody else has taken in the information in big drafts, distilled its essence, and forged on ahead while I'm still checking out my surroundings, half scared to death. I feel like a lost child left at the side of the road. I don't think we all automatically grasp every point His Highness wishes to make. Do you really think that's the case? Most likely. There is plenty about the way His Highness approaches things that I don't understand. But if that is the tack that he chooses to take, then I'll consider it good enough for me for the time being. So you are able to trust his word and follow. There was a touch of sadness in Keir's voice, accompanied by the echoes of faint misgivings. Not that exactly. I don't mean to suggest that I trust unconditionally. I'm afraid I'm not making myself clear, but His Highness and I are different. Different. The first time we met, I thought to myself, this is what it means to be cut from a different bolt of cloth. I mean, we simply looked at the world with different eyes. His is a view of the world that people like myself can't really comprehend. Keir sunk into her thought for a minute. Then suddenly lifted her head as if struck by a thought. I knew that the reign of Emperor Q would not be a long one. And yet I still could not push my thoughts beyond the world I saw right in front of me. Similar to that, you mean? Yes, like that. I hate to admit it, but I found myself in the same boat. I knew that Emperor Q would not rule for a great many years. Tai would fall into chaos. Outlaws and brigands would push the kingdom into chaos. I could see that far into the future. But my mind wouldn't reach beyond that point. I didn't even feel the necessity of thinking beyond that point. And worse, I couldn't grasp the necessity of thinking about it right there and then. I understand. Observing His Highness in action, I think to myself, yes, that's it. The ship of state was listing badly and taking on water. That being the case, then the human resources should be mustered to man the pumps. Cultivating that kind of manpower and installing where it is needed takes time. I have realized that, mourning your kingdom's fallen state, you must prepare to raise it up. But at the time those thoughts never entered my mind. Such lassitude amazes me even now. I could hear the bells tolling, but could not imagine that they would ever toll for me. Keir nodded. But it was apparent to His Highness. That is what I believe. That's the difference between us. My mind couldn't reach that far. My thinking was insufficient. But I'm not saying what I really mean. I would like to believe that, given the opportunity, I would have come to the same conclusions. However, it was an opportunity I simply wasn't prepared to seize. Raisai nodded to herself and continued. That's what I try to remember when I cannot see for myself the objective His Highness is aiming at. I trust that His Highness can see that which I cannot. If I sensed clear doubts or obvious faults, I would object as well. But I don't have those doubts or sense those faults. That's what comes to mind at those times when I lack understanding. That's what allows me to condone His actions. And when I see the results, I'm confident everything will become clearer and I'll see the end from the beginning. I see, Keir said with no great certainty, again looking at Raisai with anxiety in her eyes. But do you think the Tayo agrees as well? Now she is cutting close to the bone. That's. I only know that if and when word of the forthcoming troubles reaches the ears of the Tayo, it will wound him deeply. Isn't proceeding anyway and sending the Tayo off to a foreign kingdom nothing more than a strong-arm tactic? What if the Tayo knew that a purge would be underway while he was abroad? It's not just the existence of a purge that would cause him pain. Will not the fact that he could do nothing, that he could make no appeals for compassion or clemency, leave the deepest scars? Raisai fell into silence. Thinking about this from Taiki's point of view, the feeling came to her that he would blame himself for failing to do anything. And at the same time, if he realized that he was being sent abroad to keep him from doing anything, that would hurt him all the more. While I do not deign to read the Tayo's mind, I can see how His Highness might appear to be taking the Tayo for granted. I can't help thinking that this is true of all the decisions he has made thus far. Lady Keir. Keir smiled ruefully. Well, it looks as if all I did was complain. That's the way I see things. His Highness will take only those of his retainers who trust him unquestioning and push through his reforms at top speed. The same way the feelings of the Tayo will be set aside, so will many other things as well. Or so it seems to me. What other things will be set aside? Raisai meant to ask, but she got the feeling Keir was not up to answering that question. Perhaps Keir was perturbed only by the rapid pace of change going on. This didn't mean she could provide physical evidence to support her feelings. Her anxieties about Jiosu were really her sense of panic at riding the white water that he had created. Many people felt the same way. Nobody liked rapid change. No, far from it. There were plenty of people who embraced their fears instinctively. And people who quailed at Jiosu's resolve and lack of indecision. And people who opposed him merely for the sake of opposition. Squeaky wheels in search of grease. Opposition under normal circumstances was related to dissatisfaction with the way a person was being treated by the government, misgivings about the competence of the ministers, or was born out of some disagreement with the emperor's temperament. Yet Keir expressing concerns about the way she was being treated didn't mean she questioned Jiosu's competence. Her complaints sounded more to Raisai like a disagreement with Jiosu's personality, but that was probably not the whole of it. The root of the problem lay in Kia's irrational fear of rapid change. A brilliant light shining in the darkness cast the darkest shadows. That wasn't Jiosu's fault, and nobody was criticizing him directly. If so, these problems would be easy to understand. Easy to read and address in advance. Raisai didn't know where and in what form such sentiments were lurking. As Raisai bid Kia goodbye, it occurred to her that this opaqueness was what she found frightening. Chapter 14. 2-7, Raisai and Kia grew closer after that. Raisai wasn't as much of a newcomer as Kia, and technically wasn't one of Jiosu's retainers. They were both women, but the one was a civil official and the other a military officer. Perhaps being as different as they were alike explained why they got on so well together. Kia wore a worried expression on her face as she always did. Taiki was on his way to Ren and the winter hunt had begun in earnest, leaving her all the more depressed. She felt herself engulfed in uncertainty. Government officials of all stripes were being dragged to the gallows to answer for their sins. It was up to Kia to assess the charges and hand down the verdicts. Already the bureaucrats were saying she was too soft, her sentences too light. Even when she hardened her heart, from the shadows they called her a pushover. Knowing nothing about the accused or their circumstances didn't stop her critics from assailing the ministry. Would the actions of these corrupt officials, who had done as they pleased while serving the previous emperor, be all but ignored? Be allowed let run free without reproof? The bitter aspersions rained down. The assaults ate away at her mentally and physically. Why am I in charge of the Ministry of Fall? Raisai, I can't comprehend what His Highness could have been thinking. Kia sat in her office at the ministry and wept. The daily grind of her job had all but made it her second home. At a loss for consoling words, Raisai left for the outer palace. It was night. The world above the sea of clouds should be warmer than the world below, but the gardens at night were cold enough that frost had started to fall. A gentle breeze was blowing. Raisai almost thought she could smell blood in the air, when there should be no reason for such an odor to linger about the imperial palace. Civil servants were arrested and handed over to the Ministry of Fall, and then hauled off to the gallows. Depending on the circumstances, Raisai and her colleagues had the responsibility of surreptitiously disposing of the bodies. Because of the necessity of acting in a covert fashion, Raisai employed only a bare minimum number of subordinates. She ended up having to dirty her hands as well. She'd been reduced to gravedigger on occasion, and was sure the stench was seeping into her skin. But that was something she could live with. As a soldier, she'd become inured to death. But Kia? For some reason or other, Raisai found herself in the inner palace. Spotting the gate leading to the Saishin, she stopped in her tracks. The 6 generals of the imperial army had permission from Jiosu to enter the Saishin whenever they wished. But what would she say to him once they were face to face? She had no idea. Finally she turned and left with a heavy heart. She sat down in a corner of a gazebo within the inner palace gardens, too tired to go any further. Kia really is in a bad way. Raisai hunched her shoulders and sighed. From behind her a voice said, "You look worn out." She instinctively straightened her posture. Glancing over her shoulder, it was indeed Jiosu who had addressed her. "Well, that's not really the problem. Mind if I sit down?" Raisai wordlessly nodded. Jiosu asked, "Aren't you cold?" "It is on the cool side." Her spirits were like shards of ice. Compared to how she felt inside, the frost falling on the stone tables hardly touched her at all. "You've gotten to know Kia quite well." That comment was enough to make Risai want to jump to her feet and run away. He likely had a host of reprimands he wanted delivered to Kia. But right now Risai didn't want to hear them. "The word is you're quite good friends." "Why yes. There's something I'd like you to ask her on my behalf, whether she'd consider taking a sabbatical." Risai's eyes widened with surprise. "Are you talking about dismissing Kia?" She fixed her eyes on him and Jiosu smiled wryly. "Nothing like that. I don't mean to suggest any dissatisfaction with the job she is doing, but she seems to be shouldering a great burden." "I don't think Kia would consider it a burden. She would consider it her job." What he was talking about, dismissing Kia as Daishika, meant ousting her from of the imperial court. Such a demotion would be unbearable for any civil servant. And so Risai rose to her defense. "She's working as hard as she can. She's being criticized from every quarter. Though perhaps Kia was never a good fit with the Ministry of Fall from the start." Perhaps Jiosu agreed. Risai trembled, though it wasn't from the cold. It was her anger. "If you understood that much, Your Highness, then why appoint her to the ministry in the first place?" "You mean, the Daishika is soft on the criminal element?" "Yes, indeed. Which is why I said she's not the right person for this job." "Which is why she is the right person for the job." His answer left her at loss for words. As someone who is soft on the criminal element, Kia serves as a counterweight to madness swirling around us. But from her perspective, there must be limits to what she can endure. If things get too hard for her to bear, I would happily transfer her to another position. Say, the Ministry of Spring or Earth. Let her know that an arrangement of one sort or another can be made. But, Risai thought, it seemed that Jiosu himself understood that his revolution was careening down too steep a hill. The judging and sentencing of people is not a thing easily controlled. Like a stone rolling down a hill, it only picks up momentum. For the time being, the stone must be allowed to roll. That is why I consider the one minister least suited for the position to be so well suited for it." "Yes, I see that. But it's taking its toll on Kia. I do not wish to see a capable and promising minister broken by such a weight. If I recommended that she take a furlough to her directly, Kia would take it as a demotion. But if you were to broach the subject as a friend, I believe she would take such a recommendation in the spirit intended." Risai at once felt a great weight lifting from her shoulders. She drew a deep breath and let it out. "Would it not be possible for you to proceed at even a slightly more restrained pace? Kia is not a soldier. She feels it is her duty to put everything in context and move forward at a measured pace. I think doing so would take some of the pressure off. Except that our goals must be accomplished by the time Curry returns. I've been informed that Curry has left Ren. That leaves us no more than a fortnight to work with. Can this only be accomplished in the Taio's absence?" "I believe so. But after he returns to Tai, he's going to hear things. What has been going on, beyond the mere reality of the purge, cannot be repressed. And when he does find out, will it not cut him to the core? Wouldn't it be better to inform him before that happens?" The Kirin, Jiosu noted with a thin smile, is called the embodiment of the will of the people. That which must be hidden from the people should also be hidden from the Kirin. You really think so? Or rather, is this the sort of thing you'd rather not have the Taio see or hear about? And how can this be hidden from the eyes of the people? If the reality of the purge came to light, they would certainly be alarmed. But those who conspired to cause so much pain during the reign of Emperor Q must be brought to justice. They want to know if their oppressors are being punished and what the Ministry of Fall is doing about it. If these cries of dissatisfaction cannot be answered, they will not be satisfied that the past has been dealt with. A dynasty came to an end the moment that the emperor died. But that didn't bring an end to the suffering of the people. For them, there was no bright line that marked the end of one dynasty and the beginning of the next. A failing dynasty increased their suffering, exacerbated by the new imperial court overlooking the sins of the old bureaucrats. Even with the enthronement of the new emperor, the early days were bound to be filled with chaos. The suffering of the people didn't end with the coronation. There needed to be some sign that marked the end of the evil era, something to shift the focus from the old regime. Something that brought both sides together as one and said that the suffering of the people was over and a new era was dawning in which all things would be made anew. That may well be the case. But I do not wish Curry to see any of this. He is still small and cannot abide the sight of blood. He is a Kirin, after all. If you were really concerned about the feelings of the Taio, shouldn't you be considering his feelings when he finds out what has been going on in his absence? When he finds out after the fact, when he cannot change anything, that he was sent out of the kingdom to ensure that he could not change anything, how will he feel then? It occurred to Raisai that she was forgetting her place and saying more than she should, but Jiosu nodded. It is regrettable. However, those are things I cannot do. Raisai inclined her head. At times, Curry shows me a frightened countenance. To me, I am seeing in that countenance the anxieties of the people. Startled, Raisai looked at Jiosu. The Kirin is the embodiment of the people's will. I sometimes wonder if this is not what I am seeing. A fear of warfare and the shedding of blood, isn't that in the nature of the people as well? The late emperor arose from the civil service. As a consequence, his last days did not end in atrocities. Instead, the realm died a death of long decay. Raising up an emperor from the ranks of the military is the most effective way of rekindling the faith of the people. But at the same time, it hardly calmed their fears. While a military emperor is resolute, his fall from the way is all the more calamitous. That is the fear I believe I see reflected in Curry's eyes. This person, Raisai thought, and then forgot the rest of what she wanted to say. She didn't know how to express what she felt right then. Something extraordinary. Something far from the commonplace. She had to wonder if he looked at that endearing child with those same eyes. This time around, it's not something I want Curry to see. And that being the case, it must be kept from the eyes of the people as well. Curry exists to take the measure of such things. The trust of the people has not yet reached that stage. Yes, Raisai nodded. At the same time she couldn't help feeling, Jiosu is not one of us. Taiki appeared to her as little more than a young child. And once he'd exercised the enormous responsibility of selecting the emperor, a helpless, powerless child. But that was not how Jiosu saw him. Taiki continued to have a grave and important role to play, and not as his adorable lapdog. But of course that was the way things were. For Taiki was not a child but a Kirin. No matter how many times this had been explained to her, this was the first time she understood it in her bones. As far as these events are concerned, Curry shall be kept in the dark. And so shall the people. Acting with all due speed, and hugging the shadows as much as possible, the knowledge of what happened here will be kept from him. I understand. Raisai bowed. Jiosu nodded and got to his feet. Raisai watched him leave and then went back to Kia. For completely different reasons than before, Kia broke down and wept. She finally seemed to let down her guard. After crying for a while, Kia smiled like a summer sky clearing after a thunderstorm. Raisai, I understand now what you mean when you say that His Highness is a different kind of person than ourselves. I sense that even I can find a way to agree. I feel my faith confirmed as well. Raisai agreed with a self-effacing smile. Kia appeared to take things a bit easier after that. The differences in temperament between Kia and Jiosu's retainers seemed to balance out, and she came to be viewed as part of Jiosu's retinue. Since that time, Raisai caught sight here and there of similar changes. She began hearing questioning voices in public about the same time that Kia had voiced her concerns, from those like Kia who were not accustomed to Jiosu's methods, in whom rapid change produced great anxiety. There were more of them than Raisai had imagined. However, the volume of those voices diminished. Little by little, the imperial court became one in purpose. Or that's how it looked to her. And Raisai found this frightening. She couldn't put her concerns into words. If forced to speak her feelings aloud, she might say she was worried that something succeeding so well could just as well succeed to bad ends. The force applied could push just as hard in one direction as its exact opposite. An unforgiving emperor opened himself up to calamities, so it was said. Was not Jiosu also opening the gate to disaster? In any case, the imperial court found its footing and showed a unified front. Misgivings about Jiosu's military rule, anxieties about the speed of his reforms, and fears about the resoluteness of his actions seemed to fade away. The problematic bureaucrats and ministers were dealt with before Taiki returned. With the scouring away of this great evil, they all believed things would now start to move forward. They kept their eyes peeled, making preparation and looking for signs of forward movement. Differences in temperament, and the discord among those who called themselves retainers and those who did not, resolved themselves as well. There should be no problems after this. Nevertheless, Raisai felt that she hadn't caught something, hadn't seen something she should have. Some other seed of destruction was hidden in the unlit depths at the bottom of the well. She couldn't shake the feeling. And, in fact, they were about to spring forth from beneath the placid waves. Interlude. Chapter 15. 2-8. It took a while for Taiki to grasp exactly what had happened to him. Put in plain terms, he'd been spirited away. Scolded by his grandmother and sent out to the yard, he'd suddenly disappeared from the spot where he was standing. He couldn't remember the moment he disappeared. As if dozing off to sleep, after a vague interval in vacant space, he'd returned to his home. More than a year had passed in the interval, but he did not sense the passing of time. It was impossible for him to explain the substance of that which did not exist. The police and a doctor were called. He was subsequently bounced back and forth among a number of child psychologists. The adults seemed determined to unearth that lost time, but he couldn't remember a thing. As far as he was concerned, no break had occurred. Between the snowy courtyard and the front walk of his house on the day of his grandmother's funeral, a nebulous sense of passage had taken place, but the two events seemed to him like two beads on the same string. The changes had happened to the world, not to him. His grandmother had died. His brother was suddenly bigger and was in his same class at school, instead of being a year behind. The kids who had been his classmates were a year ahead. Nobody else noticed this shift in the universe. He was the one out of step. Thus a very definite gap was born between himself and everybody else. Something very basic had given rise to discrepancies, keeping them out of sync with each other. Of course they would have no idea, but, quite unbeknownst to himself as well, he began losing himself. For every day he spent here, another day there was swept away. Not only that, but he was not conscious that the beast imprinted on his soul, that defined who he was being harmed day by day. The shoku and the pressing demands of recuperation had used up his life force. And there was yet more healing that his body required. After many months and years had passed, his horn might lose the ability to recover, even in the proper environment. "What's the matter?" his father asked. "You're not hungry?" His father watched as his son's chopsticks stopped moving. Sitting at the table, his son stared at the dinner meal in bewilderment. As if to intervene on his behalf, his mother patted him on the head and said, "Now that you mention it, he never liked meat." "I forgot. I'm sorry about that." "You should stop pampering him," his father said coldly. "Your mother prepared the food that she believes is best for you. There are little children like you starving in Africa, don't you know? Being a picky eater makes it twice as bad. You need to eat a balanced diet. So much has happened to you. You must be exhausted." His mother put her arms around his shoulders and earnestly tried to bury their differences. "That fatty food is really spicy. It's okay. You can just leave it on the plate." "No, it's not," his father said in an even sterner voice. "You can't go around treating him like he's special. He's going to have plenty more than food on his plate to deal with. He won't be able to count on people feeling sorry for him. After this, we're going to be hearing all kinds of gossip from all quarters. Better to toughen him up before it's too late." "But," his mother started to say. His father ignored her and turned his attention on his son. "You understand?" "Why, yes. I'm sorry." He nodded and picked up the chopsticks and soldiered on with the meal. Of course, he had no idea that doing so held back his recovery all the more. Sangshi's shoulders jerked in the midst of her slumber. Still half asleep, she lifted her head slightly. Engulfed by the golden darkness, the faint smell of blood trailed past her. "What is this?" she puzzled in a partially aware corner of her consciousness. This unpleasant trace of the foreign. This something that called forth feelings of unease. Sangshi momentarily lifted her head, trying to look beyond the hard shell, but gave up in frustration. I guess it was nothing. It may have only been her imagination. She was worrying too much. A big emergency was unlikely to come at them out of nowhere. Or so she tried to convince herself. Sangshi understood that, in moment of crisis, Taiki had instinctually triggered a shoku. Fleeing his attacker, he had called down a shoku and made his escape. He passed through the gate, and at the other end of the gate was this alien world. The same alien world Taiki had been swept away to when he was inside the golden fruit. Confronted by an unexpected and lethal threat, his subconscious had, in extremis, made the correct decision. Taiki fled that world to a distant place populated by people he knew. The mother whose womb he had once borrowed and her husband. And their children. Among what might be called his substitute parents and his substitute siblings, he was certainly beyond the reach of his assailants. Taiki had selected the place where his safety would be assured. Which is why she should expect nothing bad to happen here. Taiki's enemies would doubtlessly pursue him. Yet having lost him before while he was in his shell, Sangshi knew to the core of her being how difficult finding him would be. Even divining his location would take time. If Sangshi could concern herself only about an external attack, then they should be fine. She dropped back off to sleep, telling herself that everything was okay. After an indefinite amount of time had passed, she was again awaked by a strange sensation. This happened repeatedly, to the extent that Sangshi was incapable of ignoring these unpleasant attacks on her senses. What is going on? She asked herself, raising her head. She roamed about the saffron dusk, trying to ferret out the source of the unpleasantness. It's poison, came Gurren's voice from somewhere in the darkness. Sangshi finally grasped this as well. This was not poison, but he was being served food so contaminated as to resemble poison. Why? She asked herself. It couldn't be his substitute parents, could it? Taiki chose to come here because here he was safe. But they seemed to be harming him further. If it could not be made to stop, Sangshi broke her self-imposed prohibition and was about to try and jump out of the shell. Echoing from places unknown, a voice checked her actions. Are you saying he is being held against his will? That they are his jailers? Gurren's words struck Sangshi as one possible explanation. It doesn't seem possible. How could have our enemies have foreseen all this? Knowing that Taiki would flee here, had they somehow won over his substitute parents? Was such a thing even possible? Still, I don't get the feeling that he is being harmed to an extreme degree. But he is being served contaminated food. I sense no enemies about. Perhaps they are simply intimidated by Taiki's power and are trying to keep him in check. That did seem likely, Gurren conceded from the depths of the darkness. If so, as long as they are gentle jailers, his life should not be in danger. If he resists, they might hand him over to his enemies. Perhaps, Gurren muttered. Sangshi was at a loss. Should they continue on in this captive state, or try to overwhelm his jailers and free Taiki? But doing so would greatly weaken Taiki's life force. And besides that, he did not have his horn and the inflowing psychic streams were very thin. It was probably best to hold out here, conserve their energy, and prepare for an eventual attack. Even if they slipped away from their jailers, Taiki had no place to run to, and Sangshi hadn't the slightest idea where a hiding place might be found. They couldn't return to Tai in its dangerous state. The only sure refuge in the world was at its center, on Mount Aorai. But neither Taiki nor Sangshi and Gurren were capable of triggering another Shoku. Even if they could, the effort would eat away at Taiki's fleeting life force. Beyond their ability to return was the lack of a destination to return to. If attacked a second or third time while searching for sanctuary, Sangshi did not know if they could endure. And if they did endure, their life force exhausted, it was inevitable that they would do damage to Taiki's body. As long as Taiki was being held prisoner compassionately, things might conclude without a further assault. If the poison was not enough to kill him, perhaps they should let it pass. Taiki still requires protection in this world, came Gurren's voice, as if from far away. Something other than the guards and walls of a prison. You saw all that commotion the other day. Sangshi nodded. The people surrounded Taiki and bore down on him mentally and physically. In the name of investigation they turned the screws on him with suspicious-looking instruments. As long as he was kept away from the people called police or doctors, he could probably bear being kept captive. Even so, something other than this sort of asylum would be preferable. Let's persevere as best we can, as long as the enemy doesn't make a move. Rest, but be on your guard. His furtive voice died away, and she sensed Gurren drifting off to sleep. Part 3. Chapter 16. 3-1. That day, following her morning meeting with the Privy Council, Yuko returned to the inner palace to find a bird waiting for her in her living quarters. The bird was a ran, used to communicate messages among the ministers. Messenger pigeons bore letters back and forth, but a ran memorized human speech and communicated it verbally. Like the Huoyu, Phoenix, and Hakachi, the ran resided in Goda Palace and could be used only by the Empress and the person she was communicating with. In other words, the ran was the equivalent of a personal letter from the Empress. The kingdom that a ran came from could be identified by the color of its tail feathers. Yuko was a tad surprised by the sight of the ran. She gave it a grain of silver. In a cheerful male voice, the bird said to open the forbidden gate at noon. And then closed its beak. Grinning, Yuko went down to the forbidden gate exactly at noon and waited in front of the gate. The two Suagu arrived right on schedule. "Thank you for coming so far to see me on so short a notice," she said, greeting the two with an amused smile as they dismounted. The taller of the two men raised an eyebrow. "You asked to let you know if I knew anything regarding the matter, and that sounded like there was a job waiting for me in K. Not even the cows. I imagined that Shaoryua, the Imperial EN, would be delivering the report in person. Thanks to you, the welcoming committee is running around all in a tizzy." Yuko laughed and turned to the golden-haired youngster accompanying him. "We haven't seen each other in a long time either, En Taio." "Yep," said Enki Rokita, already heading for the forbidden gate. "About that Thai general, is she up to seeing visitors?" "More or less." Yuko guided her two guests of honor into the imperial palace. Along the way, she addressed their questions about Risai's tumultuous arrival. Risai still could not move and was confined to her bedroom in a corner of the Saishin where her needs could be attended to. "The doctors said that it's okay to move her now, so I think we'll get her more accessible facilities. As long as she's awake, she should be up for conversation, but don't expect anything long and drawn out. The other day, she faded quite badly in the middle of our discussion." "What have you heard of conditions in Thai?" "Only the bare minimum so far, but, Kukan." Kukan was waiting for them at the entrance to the inner palace, Kiki and the Taishi Enho standing behind him. After exchanging greetings, they headed together to the Sakisui Dai in the back quarter of the Imperial Library. According to Risai, both the Imperial Tai and Taiki have gone missing. "So it would appear," agreed Shaoryua as he sat down. "We have made repeated searches, but there is no Taika on Mount. Who?" "That means Taiki is not dead. Because the Phoenix has not cried out, the Imperial Tai must still be alive as well. The general opinion, according to refugees from Tai, is that there was a coup d'état. For now, that's the most likely possibility." It would agree with Risai's explanations. The Imperial Tai left the capital to suppress an uprising and wasn't heard from again. But hard facts remain hard to pin down. Something happened as he departed for the front. He's not dead, but neither is he safe. Perhaps he was taken captive, or was being stalked by assassins and had to lie low. In any case, the rebels have Tai under their thumb. The Imperial Tai is not in the position to strike back at them and reclaim the throne. But what about Taiki? The details are similarly unclear. His whereabouts are also unknown. For some reason, Ashoku, a Maishoku, is said to have occurred in the vicinity of the imperial palace. Hakkei Palace reportedly sustained heavy damage. A Maishoku? Rokuta said in a startled voice. A grave expression clouded his face. Yes, and afterwards Taiki disappeared. Risai says that the rubble was repeatedly searched but no trace of him could be found. That leaves me with a bad feeling. A bad feeling. Rokuta nodded. The occurrence of a shoku must mean that something calamitous happened to Taiki's person. Unless the damage is grievous, a shoku is not likely to happen. You really think so? Rokuta nodded again. A Maishoku occurred and Taiki disappeared. Meaning that some accident or disaster took place, and reacting to the emergency, Taiki triggered a Maishoku. That'd be a better way of putting it. Worst case scenario, Taiki isn't even in this world anymore. You mean, he's over there? Hard to say, but something catastrophic occurred. In order to escape, Taiki caused a shoku and fled to the other world. The most likely explanation. If that was all there was to it, then returning wouldn't be a problem. Normally, considering that he's been gone now for 6 years, I'd have to wonder if something else is going on. Yuko nodded and looked at Shaoryua. Given these circumstances, what do you make of this situation? By which you mean? I mean, if the imperial Tai had died, then Taiki would choose the next emperor, right? And even if the imperial Tai is okay, if Taiki was dead then the imperial Tai would die not long after, in which case a new Taika would be born on Mount. Who? The new Kirin of Tai would choose the new emperor of Tai. That is indeed the case. However, Taiki is not dead. So there's no reason for the next Kirin to be born, right? But we don't believe the imperial Tai is dead either. If Taiki is alive and well, there's no need to choose a new emperor. Shaoryua agreed. That is the sum of it. Because both the imperial Tai and Taiki continue to live, it stands to reason that there should be no change of government in Tai. But large numbers of refugees are leaving the shores of Tai. Tai is currently in a terrible state of affairs. Yes, it is. Swarms of Yuma are flocking to the coasts. The once numerous flow of refugees has dwindled considerably. A pretender sits on the throne. The appropriate enthronement rites and rituals have not taken place. The kingdom is still in chaos. Don't we have any way of correcting these injustices? As long as the true emperor lives, the term pretender doesn't technically apply. But it's close enough. In situations like this, the only recourse is for the people of Tai to rise up. We don't know what has become of the imperial Tai and Taiki, but the province lords and the people must unite and strike back against the pretender. Doing so remains true to the rule of law. But it's been 6 years since Tai published an imperial rescript stating that the imperial Tai was dead. If all that was needed to strike at the pretender was a call to action, then it would have happened already. Didn't Risai risk life and limb to come here and petition me because that was not possible? Probably. At any rate, even after having you come all the way here, we haven't gotten hold of any really useful information. In the final analysis, things in Tai are the way they are. Even a shoku occurring on the grounds of the inner palace and causing a great deal of damage was news to us. All evidence indicates that the chief government officials and senior statesmen who would know the most about the situation, not to mention the citizens of the capital, haven't been able to escape. Risai is the sole exception. It's from her account alone that we know about the desperate straits Tai is in. Shaoryua and Rokuta fell silent. Risai has no means to save the people of Tai by herself. Even if we could dispatch people solely to search for the Imperial Tai and Taiki. Yuko hadn't finished her thought when Xiao raised his voice. That is as much as we understand about Tai. But that is not what we came here to tell you. We came here to put a stop to that. To what? Listen. No matter what happens, you cannot send the Imperial Army to Tai. Yuko blinked. Why not? Because you can't. That's what it comes down to. Didn't I return to K with your backing? That was different, Xiao replied fiercely. You petitioned in person for my assistance. The Imperial K was driven from her kingdom and sought refuge in En. I did nothing more than lend her the use of my Imperial army. Splitting hairs, as far as I'm concerned. So it may be, but that doesn't change anything. It's the law of heaven. The sin of leading troops into another kingdom for any reason brings down immediate consequences. A violation so severe that both the Emperor and Kirin will succumb in days. Yuko cast a bewildered look around the room. Tai Xianho nodded. Are you familiar with the Juntir incident? No. Long ago in the kingdom of Sai there was an emperor by the name of Juntir. During his reign, the emperor of the neighboring kingdom of Han strayed from the way. His subjects suffered great privations. Feeling pity for the people of Han, he dispatched the imperial army. To be precise, he had no intent of striking against the head of another kingdom. He stationed troops in villages close to the borders of Han to assist people from Han wishing to cross the border into Sai. He was doing nothing more than trying to effect an evacuation, but a scant few days after the Imperial Guard crossed into Han, the Kirin died. Juntir soon followed him. This was not something heaven allows under any circumstances. But that. Xiao Ryu shook his head. Even if you say that you are doing the will of heaven, there are no allowances. Even if you invade nothing, usurp nothing, and do it all for the welfare of the people, the armies of one kingdom cannot trespass upon another. However pure the motives, Providence has declared this the sin of all sins. Moreover, after the Juntir incident, the imperial family name, Kokushi, changed from the character for purity to the character for baton of command. With a look taking them all in, Xiao Ryu said, when Juntir died, the engraved characters disappeared from the imperial seal as they usually do. But when the new emperor ascended to the throne, the characters on the seal changed to the latter. The actions of the emperor themselves changed the imperial seal. That was how grave his sin was. The Kokushi of a kingdom rarely changes, which indicates the seriousness of this matter. So we just abandon them to their own devices. I didn't say that. There are people there in distress and it is right to do what we can to help them. However, that is definitely not so simple a task as it sounds. The fortunes of K wait in the balance. You must not act rashly. I can understand why you would advise leaving them be. But you don't know how much rice I suffered to get to Kimpa Palace. How can you tell me to turn away someone who has gone to such lengths to seek my aid? You misunderstand. You are the Empress of K. Not the Thai Emperor. But. Xiao Ryu held up his hand. Some among the refugees say that the Imperial Tai was assassinated and Taiki with him. They also say the assassin was General Ryua of the Zue Provincial Guard. Nonsense. I do not believe the Imperial Tai and Taiki are dead, and I do not put much stock in rumors. Still, you need to keep in mind that not a few of the refugees have offered up the name General Ryua as the leader of the rebels. Chapter 17. 3-2. Raisai's doctor permitted her to move to separate accommodations. She still could not stand under her own power and had to be transported by palanquin. With Koshao leading the way, she was taken to a manor house adjacent the inner palace, to a room facing a garden. As she was placed on the ottoman, a child ran out from the nearby bedroom. "Welcome home. We've straightened everything up for you. I made sure it was all done myself." "Is that so?" Koshao laughed, resting his hand on the child's shoulder. "This here's Kiki. Think of him as my kid brother. Kiki, this lady's going to be living with us. Maybe I'll get her to look after you. She's a general from Tai. Her name is Lady Raisai." The boy looked at Raisai with an unclouded smile. "Did you get hurt badly? Does it hurt?" "I'm doing fine. I must apologize for placing such a burden on you, Kiki Dono." "Oh, you don't need to call me stuff like that. You can treat me like your butler." The boy looked up at Koshao. "Ah," he said, "some people from the Ministry of Summer were here. They left the Kijua in the stables. Can I take care of him?" "If Raisai says it's okay." "That's Raisai's Kijua." "Wow," said Kai Kai, appealing to Raisai with a look of wonder and expectation on his face. "Kijua?" queried Raisai, turning to Koshao. "Hyan." "Yeah, your Kijua's doing fine. I wanted you to see for yourself, but the Minister of Heaven was dead set against bringing him into the palace. I wish there were some way of conveying my thanks." "No, nothing to thank me for. That aside, you think it'd be okay for Kiki to take care of him? He hasn't ever looked after a Kijua before. You'd have to spell out the particulars for him." "But of course," Raisai said, and Kiki reacted with a quiet yelp of triumph. "In the meantime, would our guest like a cup of tea?" suggested Koshao. Kiki leapt to his feet. "Oh, I forgot," he said, his clear voice echoing off the walls as he ran out of the room. "I don't mean to pry," said Raisai, "but is the child yours?" "Ah, no. Not related in the slightest. All his relatives got killed and Yuko took him under her wing." "Yuko, you mean, the Imperial K?" "Yep. Though she doesn't have the time to look after him, so she asked me to." "This is your house, I take it?" Hard to say whose it is." Raisai blinked. "Probably best to call it the Taishi's residence, I think. We're taking up a corner at the back of the Taishi's offices, living here thanks to Enho's good graces. Or perhaps I should say he's letting us occupy a few of his bedrooms." "Then Koshao and the Taishi are related?" "Ah, no, not at all. I'm sorry to keep asking, but I'm just wondering." Raisai was puzzling over this when Kiki bounded back into the room, carrying the tea set. "Hey, Koshao. Yuko's coming." "Yuko is?" "Yeah. She says she wants to talk to Raisai. She asked if it was okay for her to come in." "Yes, please." Koshao and Kiki nodded and withdrew. After they left, 5 people entered the room. The Imperial K at the lead. Kiki and the Kaozai, whom she'd met the other day. And then a man she'd never seen before, and a golden-haired child. "This is the Imperial En of the Kingdom of En and the En Taio." Startled, Raisai looked back and forth between the Emperor and his chief retainer. "But why have your majesties?" "It seems they share a connection with the Imperial Tai and Tai Taio. Now, Raisai, would you mind picking up where you left off yesterday?" We would like to hear your honest assessment of the current conditions of things in Tai. Raisai pressed her hand against her chest. Tai is in a terrible condition. The absence of His Highness and the Taio has made things all the worse. The Empress's green eyes examined her closely. Among the Tai refugees are some who say the Imperial Tai and Taio were assassinated. And the assassin was a general of the Zhuai provincial guard. Raisai's eyes widened in shock. That's not right. They're mistaken. We just need confirm the truth. Don't get upset. Raisai tried to rise to her feet. Yuko restrained her. It's not true. Yes, I was labeled a traitor and pursued for a long time. But nothing could be further from the truth. I understand. Raisai looked up and saw the concern in her eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief. Whether from the stress or the relief, a strong sense of fatigue washed over her. Countless orders were issued for my capture on the grounds that I committed regicide, or that somebody behind the scenes manipulated me into doing so. All of them were wrong. Raisai grasped the jewel hanging against the chest in her hand. At the same time Jiusu set out for Bun province, Raisai and her soldiers and the rest of the imperial army took up their stations around Kuki. There were countless other tasks to tend to besides the defense of the capital. They had to take over the duties of that portion of the soldiers heading for Bun province as well. In the midst of everything, rumors began circulating around the imperial palace. Working herself to exhaustion on a daily basis, Raisai was perhaps the last person to hear them for herself. From early morning until late at night, she had been tending to business in Kuki, picking up the slack left by the missing soldiers. Returning exhausted to her quarters in the evening, she found Kia waiting with an anxious expression on her face. I hope I haven't kept you waiting long, Raisai said apprehensively, entering the parlor. A servant had told her that Kia had been awaiting her return. Spring was still in the offing and the main hall was cold and dark, so the servants brought her here. Sitting there all alone, Kia struck her as all the more dispirited and disheartened. You should have sent a messenger. I would have returned earlier, Raisai said. Kia started a bit and laughed. Oh, don't worry about it. I know how busy you are. I'm sorry to intrude. The housekeeper had apparently sensed the need and set out something for her to eat and drink, but it didn't look like Kia had touched any of it. Her tense appearance and the look on her face when their eyes met told Raisai that she had not come here bearing glad tidings. Raisai, have you heard the strange rumors circulating about? Rumors? Yes. I'm not well connected with military matters, so I'm not sure how to react, but, she looked closely at Raisai's face. There are some who say that His Highness's expedition to Tetsui in Bun province is a bridge too far. A bridge too far? Kia nodded, nervously folding her hands together. Tetsui is a region with which His Highness shares a deep connection. It seems hard to believe that His Highness would go there himself to suppress a mere rebellion. He went there expressly because it is Tetsui, or so some people are saying. That may well be so. But neither Ganku, Asen, Aishao, nor any of the generals of the palace guard, expressed any dissatisfaction about suppressing this local rebellion. In fact, His Highness first sent Aishao. The rebellion grew, and confirming that things were growing too hot for him to handle alone, he concluded that others should be dispatched. But it was not necessary for him to go. And yet he went so far as to divide Asen's army, and set off with those men under his command. I think it highly likely that he did so because the objective was Tetsui. As she spoke, as if testing the explanation out on herself. Risai had the feeling as well that this might have been a bridge too far. Because the objective was Tetsui, she couldn't recall any objections to his leading troops to the front. But hearing herself put it into words, the explanation did have an odd smell about it. Kia nodded as if to indicate she found the explanation convincing. Her countenance remained dark. We anticipated that people might take advantage of the mayhem in the wake of the winter hunt and cause trouble. The rebels in Bun province were chief among them. We were not surprised that the upheavals occurred there first. However, that the rebellion should have broken out in Tetsui, of all places, strikes me as perhaps a bit too obvious. When you put it that way, it does seem strange. There was Bun province and Tetsui in the middle of it, and so nobody thought was it odd that His Highness should go there. That naturally made Tetsui the logical bait to lure him out. Person or persons unknown had intentionally drawn him there. Risai looked at the anxious Kia, that one thought occupying her mind. I have a hard time believing that this could be part of an act of high treason against His Highness. Wouldn't you think so? But there are people who say everything's the opposite of what it seems. The opposite? What would the opposite be? I'm not sure that I can explain it well enough. Kia fell silent as she searched for the right words. Let's say there were people who wished to harm His Highness. It would be difficult to attack him in the Imperial Palace. But if he could be drawn away from the Imperial Palace, to a place ravaged by war and chaos, they would have on their hands an unprecedented opportunity. Therefore, the traitors have sown disorder and lured out His Highness. Still, if this chaos simply sprang out of nowhere, His Highness would surely be suspicious. Just because violence breaks out somewhere doesn't mean that His Highness will attend to it personally. So they exploited the rebels in Bun province. Disorder arising there would look like more of the same. Except that Tetsui is in Bun. Knowing that Tetsui and His Highness share a strong bond together, if something were to happen in Tetsui, then His Highness would want to go there to help. Those planning a coup d'état would be sure to take advantage of Bun province and Tetsui. That does seem a strong possibility. But taking the contrary point of view, it was always highly likely that if something happened in Tetsui, His Highness would journey there. In other words, under such circumstances, it would be perfectly natural for His Highness to leave the palace. I really don't understand, Risai was about to say when Kia interrupted her. To sum up, I have to wonder if His Highness had this in mind all along. He needed some reason to leave the Imperial Palace. By which I mean, the Imperial Court just having been put in order, he had no good reason to vacate the premises. So perhaps he was the one using Tetsui to further his aims. I understand that it'd hardly be unnatural for His Highness to depart for Tetsui in order to counter dangers there. But as you have pointed out, why would he choose to do so at this time? Why would it be necessary for him to leave his home base so thinly occupied? Perhaps a continuation of the winter hunt, Kia said in a low voice. That can't be, Risai laughed. This time His Highness is definitely putting down a rebellion. With the palace left empty, those with treachery on their minds might start something. But I haven't heard of any plans like that. I agree. That's why I'm left to conclude that this is a kind of test. In the worst-case scenario, a way to test our mettle. That's impossible, said Risai, raising her voice. I can't even imagine. Risai didn't harbor even the faintest of second thoughts about Jiosu. She didn't want any behavior of hers to be taken as harboring second thoughts. She'd come a long way under Jiosu's personal tutelage, and had forged a strong connection with Taiki. Kia shrank back a bit, her face tense. I want to believe that too. But I'm just saying, look at the people left behind. The people left behind. Ganku Dorno and Asen Dorno of the Palace Guard. Yu and Gashin Dorno of the Zue Provincial Guard. Of these, Ganku and Gashin served under the command of His Highness. During the reign of Emperor Q, Asen Dorno was a general of the Palace Guard of the Right while you were a general in the Yu Provincial Guard. 2 generals who were under his command and 2 generals who were not. His Highness divided Asen's army and took half with him to Bun province. In short, Asen's fighting strength has been halved. Those are mere suspicions. The Ministry of Summer is more deeply involved with the subjugation of the chaos than anything else. The Ministry of Winter is responsible for arming the troops. Habaku Dorno is the Daishiba of the Ministry of Summer. Raozen Dorno is the Daishikayu of the Ministry of Winter. Naturally, both of them were His Highness's subordinates when he was general. With His Highness gone from the palace, the Taio is left behind by himself. But close by are Vice Minister Sarai of the provincial government and Kaihaku Dorno of the Ministry of Heaven. And they were once His Highness's subordinates too. The only ones who weren't are myself, from the Ministry of Fall, Choyuen Dorno from the Ministry of Spring, and Senkaku Dorno from the Ministry of Earth. When it comes to the subjugation of the chaos, we have been mostly kept out of the loop. We haven't been filled in on the details. Apparently, there is no need for us to know. The cow's eye is here. It's not possible that the troops could be mobilized without the participation of the Kaozai, and he wasn't one of Jiosu's previous subordinates. He was the province lord of Sui. Raisai shook her head. I think your suspicions are getting the better of you. His Highness was originally a general, so the first people to place their trust in him belonged to his army. That also means that those with the closest ties to him are going to have military backgrounds. Go back to the roots and it all makes sense, doesn't it? The people involved with putting down the rebellion are his subordinates, those who aren't are newcomers. This doesn't strike me as some kind of stratagem but simply the result of matching the right people to the right job. I think that's a better way to look at it. I suppose so. Kia uneasily touched her fingers to her forehead. When people tell me about these rumors, they make me shiver. To be honest, I feel like I'm all alone on this. Kia. No, I don't mean to suggest any sympathies for the devil. It's just that I'm unaccustomed to the way His Highness thinks. Everything happening all at once has left me at loose ends. I feel this sense of estrangement. Helpless and forlorn, I end up coming here and crying on your shoulder. Raisai nodded. I now concur. Things have been proceeding at a rapid clip. But not more rapidly than necessary. My anxieties have abated as well. I have reasons enough to trust in His Highness's actions. I once had qualms of my own, which may have been obvious to other people. They could well have been taken in a negative light, but I probably would have shrugged off such reactions as inevitable. Being misunderstood like that is to be expected. Yes, but Choyuen Dorno of the Ministry of Spring is of a like mind. Previously he was vocally quite critical of His Highness, and I know that Kaozai Iku as well had doubts of his own. Asen and Ganku, as well as yourself, have been the subject of unsavory rumors. Rumors about me? Yes, said Kia, her blue lips trembling. While serving in the palace guard during the reign of Emperor Q, Asen Dorno and His Highness were known as the two jewels in the crown. One became the emperor and the other became his retainer. There should be nothing remarkable about that, but I don't believe it. And I am similarly implicated. Yes. I find such rumors most distasteful, but you and His Highness went on the Shaozan together. People say that you begrudge the fact that he was chosen instead of yourself. Gangku Dornor was originally one of General Jiusu's commanders, though he earned his fame in the Palace Guard. When a position opened up in the Palace Guard, Gangku supposedly expected that it would be given to him. His Highness was chosen at a remarkably young age. Gangku served under General Jiusu for a long time. But turn over that rock and people are saying that in reality Gangku holds it against him. That's crazy. With that kind of distrust swirling around, anybody's past could be turned against him. I think so too. This is all nothing more than bitterness. It's more than that. The Taio chose His Highness right before my eyes. I've never harbored a moment of regret. Those who say I must be angry about it would themselves be furious and unforgiving if such a honor were taken from them right before their eyes, so they insist that I must be as well. They are convinced that everybody else must be just as despicable as they are. People like that. Raisai interrupted herself in the middle of the sentence. At the end of the day, this amounted to nothing more than judging people by one's own standards. A kind of commiseration that said that whatever one person found hurtful must be hurtful to all. That people judged others by the same standards as themselves was an unassailable fact of nature. Push come to shove, it wasn't a problem somebody else could fix. Sorry. It's just that there's nothing odd about people like that. We all look at others the same way. I think Asen or Gangku would agree. His Highness has shown Asen nothing but respect, and he treats Gangku almost like family. Not so much an older brother, rather an older friend in whom he has great faith. Gangku in turn seems to take pride in His Highness's accomplishments. Yes, indeed. I don't think His Highness leaving the palace unoccupied is some way of punishing us. In the first place, he left the Taio behind as well. If he really intended to continue the winter hunt, there's no way he would leave the Taio to his own devices. But of course, said Kia with relieved smile. Except it's possible he has doubts about some among us and wishes to observe what moves we may make. That's the only possibility I can't come to any definite conclusions about. Leaving the Taio here in any case worries me. Of course, the thought that he is doing so in order to lure someone out. Indeed, said Kia, a firm expression on her face. Shouldn't His Highness should be arriving in Bun province by now. I can only hope that everything goes smoothly after this. Raisai nodded. Gangku and the others are saying so as well. Until His Highness returns, we should all be on our toes and pricking up our ears. The next day after listening to Raisai's story, Gangku laughed heartily. People do seem to be coming up with all sorts of crazy ideas. Yes. Those with bad intentions and those who persist in seeing bad intentions in others, Asen added with a thin smile. Gashin sighed. So why is my name the only one left out? It's disappointing to discover that you're considered such small fry that you don't qualify as being sufficiently envious of Jiusu-sama. Raisai laughed. Her talk with Kia the night before had left her in an uneasy state of mind. But seeing their relaxed manner, she concluded it was all needless anxiety. Well, you being a bit player and all, I guess it can't be helped. So it really is that bad? Gashin said with a chuckle. Raisai, though, counted Gashin as an exemplary tactician. During maneuvers with the Imperial Army, the opponent he was pitted against always proved the weakest. Against Gangku and Su Zhang, who waged war soundly and on a proper footing, Gashin's generalship was cunning and clever. His feints were hard to read, and he was never caught unprepared. Ai Shao was much the same, but Gashin's stratagems had a strange openness about them in contrast to Ai Shao's shadowy movements. If you're going to be suspicious of anybody, I'd think Ai Shao would be the best candidate. If anybody's going to go stabbing Jiu Summer in the back, it'd have to be Ai Shao. No doubt about that. Besides, don't you think Ai Shao and Sarai are two peas in a pod? Seeing that Sarai doesn't possess a single redeeming feature, there's no need to feel guilty about kicking the man when he's down. Ai Shao said so himself. Risai grinned. I believe Sarai said much the same thing. Ai Shao is black to the core. But of course. Like breeds like. Asen burst out laughing. Well, now he said, some respect is called for. Expecting another repeat of Tetsui in Bun province is asking for quite a lot. Gangku stopped smiling at once and nodded. While Asen wasn't one of Jiusu's previous subordinates, his opinions were treated with all due respect. Risai had once faced off against him during recruit training. Her impression of him as a general was that he had a fine grasp of tactics. Risai had never fenced with Jiusu, but according to what she'd heard, on the battlefield, Asen and Jiusu had much in common. They had come to be known as the two jewels in the crown. Gangku folded his hefty arms. You seem to be suggesting that it'd be wise to have someone who's on good terms with Bun province look into this matter further. And subtly inform Jiusu Sama. We should send a messenger pigeon his way. Chapter 18. 3-3. That evening, Risai was on her way to the provincial government offices when Taiki ran over from the adjoining arboretum. Glancing about as he came down the gallery, he spotted Risai, cried out and raced up to her. Normally his voice would be bright with cherubic laughter. This day, though, he wore a harried look on his face. Risai, I've been looking for you, he said, grasping Risai's hand, almost clinging to her. It is true that Jiusu Sama is in trouble. In trouble. Jiusu Sama left because bad people were plotting against him. They are lying in wait in Bun province to attack him. Nonsense, Risai said with a forced smile. Who's planting such silly ideas in your head? Jiusu Sama went to Bun province to calm the waters there. Taiki pulled away from her. His countenance hardened. That's what Sarai said too. Well, it stands to reason, doesn't it? There's nothing for you to be worried about. Taiki shook his head. You and Sarai are telling fibs. You don't want me to worry because I'm a kid. Bewildered, Risai knelt and looked Taiki in the eyes. I'm not telling fibs. Why wouldn't I tell you the truth? Nobody tells me what they talk about in the Rukun. But Rauzen told me. Risai furrowed her brows. She knew that Kia had convened the Rukun to discuss the same subject Risai had brought up with her colleagues. She could assume as well that they would have debated whether or not to tell Taiki. Taiki's permission was necessary in order to mobilize the provincial guard. For the time being, as Minister-in-Chief of Zhuai Province, Sarai served as Taiki's regent in such matters. Getting to the bottom of rumors so nebulous to begin with remained an exercise in guesswork. At this point, she would expect that they'd come to the decision that there was no need to inform Taiki and worry him needlessly. That Rauzen, the Minister of Winter, was telling him such things. When I ask Sarai, he says I have nothing to be worried about. It's only a minor rebellion and Gyosu-sama isn't going there to fight but to rally the people. There's no danger and I have no cause for concern. Everything's going to be all right. That's just what Rauzen said he would say. Risai stood up and urged the unhappy Tayo to return to the garden. She said in a low voice, "There's no telling who might be coming by here. If they see the Tayo in such a state, the ministers are likely to get the wrong idea." But Risai smiled. The Saiho shouldn't behave in such a manner as to cause the ministers needless worry, should he? I'll walk you back to your quarters. She took the hand of the dejected Taiki and set off towards the Saishin, continuing their conversation in as cheerful a voice as she could muster. She spoke of her own anxieties about the manner in which Gyosu had left the imperial palace, the wild speculations being tossed about, and among them the rumors that it was part of a scheme to lure Gyosu to Bun province. Emphasizing that these rumors too were nothing more than rumors. If too widely noised about, who knew what damage would result? The Rukun and the generals were conferring about how to face that threat. That a rebellion has occurred is a fact. So I can't say that there is no risk in His Highness's journey to Bun province. But Ai Shao is serving as his vanguard and Su Zhang is accompanying him. Add to that Gyosu-sama's strengths as a general, and too much worry might come across as discourteous. But they say that Ai Shao was having a hard time of things. Didn't he ask Gyosu-sama to assist him? The surprised look in Risai's eyes answered the question. Yes, the rebellion proved fiercer than expected and it is true that Ai Shao found things hard to handle. But he didn't ask for help. His Highness and Su Zhang went there to rally the people and the troops and bring peace to Bun province as quickly as possible. Really? Risai smiled and nodded. Taiki drew a relieved breath, replacing the worried expression on his face. Hoping to raise his spirits, Risai fumbled around for something else to talk about, but Taiki wasn't paying much attention. About the time the Saishin and Saiden came into view, she'd run out of things to say. She got the feeling he hadn't decided whether or not to trust what she'd told him. "It seems you're still not ready to believe me," she pressed gently. Taiki looked up at her with a confused countenance. "I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to think." As he spoke, his head lowered, the hard expression remained on his face. "I'm a kid, so everybody treats me like I'm something special. They don't let me see stuff and won't talk to me about stuff. And when they do, everybody knows it's too difficult for me to understand and they think they can't have me worrying about stuff I don't understand, so they don't say anything. Since it goes on all the time, I can't say whether you're telling me the truth or not." Tayo. "I mean, if what Rauzen is saying is true, and if what the civil servants are talking about are true, you're still going to tell me differently. You and Sarai and everybody else." Taiki let out a strained sigh and continued. "It's because I'm a kid, and there's nothing I can do about that. But I'm worried about Gyosu-sama too. He took off to a dangerous place far away. I don't want him to get injured or his life to be in danger. If something bad happens, I want to help him. I know everybody thinks I can't do anything, but I still want to try the best I can and figure out something." Taiki stopped talking. Tears filled his eyes. An air of despondency radiated from his body. "Isn't this my job? That's what I can't help thinking. But as far as everybody else is concerned, I'm just an unwelcome burden." Risai felt a pain in her heart. Taiki was still a youngster. That was why everybody went out of their way to avoid causing this pure-hearted child any pain or suffering. It was all done with the best of intentions, but from Taiki's point of view, he was being ostracized because of his age and small stature. Raisai had to wonder what Jiosu would do in her place. That surely isn't the case, Taiki, she said. Taiki let go of her hand and ran through the gate. Watching him leave, she sighed deeply, turned on her heels, and headed to the Ministry of Winter. Rauzen was still at the ministry. Raisai informed her secretary that she wished to see her. After a short wait, Raisai was invited into her office. Rauzen seemed buried up to her neck in correspondence and official paperwork. Rauzen glanced up from the volume she was perusing and said, gesturing with her hand, "Find yourself some place to sit down." She looked like a young girl of 16 or so, hardly an appearance that agreed with her position as head of the Rukun. But her scholarship was vast and deep. As the Daishikayu of the Ministry of Winter, there was certain nobody else as capable. Rauzen was said to be a veritable polymath. Her portfolio included the Shushi, Genshi and Jishi. These departments manufactured goods and material for the kingdom, made amulets and charms, and explored new technologies. They employed countless numbers of artisans, and Rauzen could fluently speak to any one of them in the jargon of their trade and make herself understood. Raisai said, as if speaking her thoughts aloud, "Why have you been saying such things to the Taio?" Rauzen abruptly raised her head. The expression on her face said she knew exactly that Raisai was referring to. "Because I thought somebody should bring it to his knowledge." At this point, it all amounts to little more than rumor and innuendo. Telling him such things. You mean, don't go filling his head with such nonsense and causing him needless worry. Yet the fact remains that there well might be a conspiracy against Jiosu-sama in the works. That is only a possibility. Which makes it possible. If true, it is a grave matter indeed. I don't think the Taio is better off staying in the dark. But, Raisai started to respond. Rauzen scowled and shut the book. She folded one leg beneath her on the chair and rested her chin in her hand. If you ask me, you're all treating the Kirin with kid gloves. I understand this impulse to pamper him, but when it comes to the affairs of the kingdom, there are limits. Let's pretend this isn't just some rebellion in a far-off province but a full-scale insurrection in the works. How can the Saiho of the kingdom not be informed? The Saiho has his duties as Saiho. Age is beside the point. If the provincial guard has to be mobilized, he must first grant permission. That is true, but... So don't come barging in here with that scary look on your face. I'm the one acting logically. Everybody around here is letting their emotions get the better of them. Raisai was at a loss for words. She couldn't quibble with what Rauzen was saying. But now that we're on the subject, if something has happened to His Highness, how do we proceed? The Taio may be small and his faculties limited, but he's not powerless. This current course of action will only make things worse. How is feeling sorry for the Taio and covering for him any different than taking him for granted? If His Highness is in danger, and the Taio can do something to save him, we should take all steps to allow him to do so. Denying him that opportunity is the crueler course. Raisai couldn't help recalling Taiki's despondent air. That's right. A small, satisfied smile came to Rauzen's lips. You catch on fast, Raisai. That's good to know. Raisai smiled wryly in turn. Rauzen or not, do you think this is an assassination attempt? Rauzen drew her knees up to her chest and took a deep breath. I wish I knew. And even if we did, we probably couldn't get there in time. Bun province is far enough from here that it'd take several days using the air corps. Push come to shove, we don't want to end up relying on those jewels in the crown to pull us through. However, the only people who can wield them are the heads of state, the emperor and Kirin. Under the pressure of necessity, the Tao's Shire would be the quickest, most likely, and most reliable candidates. Raisai started. Rauzen glanced at her teasingly from beneath her brows. If you ask me, none of you are aware yourselves of the extent to which you've been treating the Tao as an incompetent child. It's around somewhere, isn't it? The Tao Tetsu. Yes, it is. The Kirin commanded Yuma known as the Shire. Taiki had the misfortune of being born and raised in Yamato. Consequently, he had only 2 Shire, a sadly small number. One was the guardian Neokai that raised him and so really didn't qualify. Technically speaking, he had 1 Shire, the Tao Tetsu. A powerful Yuma, more legend than real. The monster of all monsters. That's the Tao Tetsu. Look at you, calling a Kirin who can charm a beast like that a child. It makes me wonder who the real children are. Rauzen narrowed her eyes and stared off into space. It would not be too great an exaggeration to say that the only monster superior to the Tao Tetsu is that dear, little Kirin. Chapter 19. 3-4, Raisai and her colleagues had been anxious to lay their hands on evidence proving, or better, disproving, that the rebellion in Bun province was part of a larger insurrection. The results of their investigations were slow in coming. They didn't have access to anybody with strong ties to Bun province. And nobody else seemed to be acting out of the ordinary. Inside the imperial palace, claims that a suspicious figure had been seen here or there were often raised. These rumors as well always turned out to be held up by nothing but hot air. And then the Shoku turned everything upside down. Raisai rushed from the Roman to Jinjua Manor. The place was a wreck. She ran into others who were congregating in places free from the wreckage of the gate towers. Ah, Raisai. Gashin. The Tao. I don't know. I came here to see for myself. They continued on as they talked. One corner of Jinjua Manor was a mountain of rubble. Seeing that the main building of palace complex, the Sidon, had not been spared, Raisai felt a cold shiver run down her back. Proceeding through the courtyard gardens, somebody called out to them. The Daibaku, Taiki's personal bodyguard, crawled out from a collapsed building. Sarai was clinging to his back. Tansue, the Tao, they shouted, as they raced up to them. No idea. I wasn't with him when it happened. What in the world is going on? The otherwise inexpressive man's expression had changed in the extreme. His head was blanketed with dust and pieces of the mortar. His body was covered with dozens of small wounds. On his back, Sarai was in a similar state, though he didn't appear to be suffering any grievous wounds. From somewhere within the ruins they heard a horse neighing in pain. Why weren't you with him? Raisai asked, drawing closer. Where did you last see him? Tansue shook his head. I was in the Sidon. Sarai called me back to the Sidon, so I left him there in the care of a retainer. The rumblings in the earth had ceased at some point, replaced by the sounds of people groaning and screaming. Voices cried out for help, but before assisting them, Raisai and her colleagues had a more important duty to attend to. They must find Taiki. That thought occupying her mind, she heard someone else calling out. Turning around, she saw several soldiers bearing Asen toward them. The Tao, were the first words from his mouth. He didn't look any better off than Tansue. The Sidon, it seems, Gashin replied. He left Sarai in the care of the soldiers and accompanied Tansue and Raisai into the building. Her thoughts were a frozen mass as she searched amidst the rubble. She saw no sign of Taiki anywhere, not in the Sidon and not in the surrounding grounds. The search continued on through the night and proved similarly fruitless. The imperial palace had been severely damaged by the Maishoku and many ministers and bureaucrats had been injured or were missing. Not surprisingly, in the living quarters and elsewhere, there were few deaths among the ministers because of their wizard class. But this was not to say there were none. And the losses among the ranks of the maids and men servants, those not listed upon the registry of wizards, were substantial. Because of the number of injured bureaucrats and the chaotic condition of the court, the government came to a grinding halt. Nobody knew what to do next. Then a messenger pigeon arrived from Bun province. The message it carried only threw the state of political affairs into greater confusion and forced them to suspend the search for the time being. "What has become of His Highness?" asked Raisai. Habaku replied, "According to Su Zhang's letter, His Highness disappeared in the midst of the battle. They searched for him but haven't found him. That's all they know at this juncture. They haven't the slightest idea what happened. I have directed that they, or only Su Zhang himself, return to the capital for the time being, but hurrying as fast as they can, and factoring in the time it'll take for the pigeon to fly there, it will be 10 days before he can get back." "How are things in Bun province?" asked Ganku. Habaku shook his head. "By all accounts, the rebellion remains active. They seem to have fought their way to an impasse. So what do we do next?" asked Kia. Nobody had an answer that question. Nobody knew the best course to pursue, and none of them had the authority to pursue it. The Kaozai was supposed to step in during the emperor's absence, except that Ikkyu, the Kaozai, had been injured during the Maishoku and was still unable to get up or even speak. The emperor's principal advisor, the Saiho, was missing, and the civil servants of the imperial court who enacted the emperor's will in his name simply weren't there anymore. What are we supposed to do in a situation like this? Who gives direction to the ministers? According to precedent, said Habaku, the minister of heaven takes over the post of Kaozai as head of the Rukun. They all fell silent. They had confirmed that at the time of the Maishoku, the Minister of Heaven, Geihaku, had been in the offices of the Sanku adjacent to Jinju Manor. The Sanku served as counselor to the emperor and advisor to the Saiho. Its offices had been damaged severely and were in a state of collapse. Of the Sanku and their assistants, 2 of the 6 were dead and 1 was severely wounded. The whereabouts of the remaining 4, including Geihaku, remained unknown. Habaku said, "After the Minister of Heaven, I believe the job falls to the Minister of Earth." Sunkaku, the Minister of Earth, shook his head. "Impossible. I am in no way equal to the task." Having declined the honor, nobody tried to encourage Sunkaku to accept it. Sunkaku was a young, meek civil servant. Having been plucked out of Zue province for the position, he had no previous connections to Jiosu or the imperial army. He was honest and forthright, but lacked experience. Furthermore, at a critical time like this, an understanding of military affairs was a prerequisite. Jiosu's was a military court, and most of the remaining ministers had been commanders under Jiosu. In that light, only someone with a military background, even from the lowest military ranks, would be able to unify the imperial court. "What about Sarai Dorno?" said Sunkaku. Nobody seconded the suggestion. Sarai was also injured and was resting, though his wounds did not appear mortal. Sarai was famed among the civil servants for having served as one of General Jiosu's commanders and his personal retainer. That made him the best qualified to lead the ministers. Everybody there knew this, and yet no one else put forward his name. Until His Highness returns, if anybody is to knit the imperial court back together again, Sarai would be best. But that's not the problem here. Everybody nodded. The problem wasn't who would represent the ministers. If that's all it came down to, Habakkuk or Sarai could do so ably. Or Senkaku or even Raisai. That's not where the problem lay. The problem was that Tai currently had no emperor. They didn't know the will of Jiosu. Had Jiosu died, the selection of the next emperor would take precedence over everything else. If the throne was vacated, the Kaozai would serve in his stead until a new emperor was enthroned. The badly injured Ikkyu couldn't fill the post. The minister of heaven was missing. And none of the others could muster a quorum of supporters, even provisionally. Unable to appeal to either established custom or divine reason, it would be close to impossible for anyone to unite the imperial court. Nobody had the necessary authority. In other words, said Cho Yun, of the Ministry of Fall, should we take this to mean that no immediate replacement for the Kaozai is forthcoming? Who can sufficiently unite our hearts and minds, stand as Kaozai, and set up a provisional court? You've got it backwards. Ganku said in an angry voice. Jiosu-sama is missing, that's all. Suzhang said so as well. Nobody says that he's dead. Confirmation of his well-being takes precedence over all else. Please hold on a minute, said Kia, raising her voice. The strain and anxiety had left her pale face practically colorless. What do we do in a situation like this? What is the customary practice? Situations like this. Came voices around her. Kia nodded. I do not wish to raise such ominous possibilities, but please forbear for the time being. If, for example, His Highness had been slain, how would we proceed? Senkaku replied, the Taio would choose the next emperor. But the Taio is missing as well. If the Taio died as well, then the kingdom is declared vacant. According to precedent, the Kaozai serves in place of the emperor and a temporary court is established. If Ikudono is too unwell to fill the position, then it'd be necessary to appoint a new Kaozai. And who makes the appointment? Senkaku couldn't answer. Don't the Taio and emperor have the authority to appoint the Kaozai? If the emperor is dead, then the Taio acts. However, if both the emperor and the Taio are dead, and there is no serving Kaozai, have such conditions ever existed before? Habakkuk answered bitterly, there are cases of the emperor and the Taio perishing simultaneously. And the Kaozai meeting the same fate at the same time. But in those cases a pretender had taken the throne, slaying the emperor and the Taio along with the Kaozai and the minister of heaven in the midst of an insurrection. Aside from situations like that, there's never been an incident where all those required to knit the imperial court together have been absent. The Kaozai hasn't died, Senkaku interjected in a loud voice. Although his wounds are severe, he is still conscious. The imperial seal is entrusted to the Kaozai. The current Kaozai can appoint the next. The only person able to bestow the imperial seal upon the next Kaozai is the Taio, and only if the Taio has first taken it into his custody. Because the Taio is not present, how do you propose bestowing the imperial seal on the next Kaozai? If His Highness had died, the imperial seal would become ineffective. In that case, the foot of the Hakachi is used. With the foot of the Hakachi, and following the recommendation of the Rukun and the Sanku, the new Kausai can be appointed. So this would not be limited only to His Highness's death. But first we must confirm their well-being, and turn the kingdom upside down looking for His Highness and the Taio. But I ask you, who is to undertake such task encompassing the entire kingdom? Without anybody to unite the ministers, do you think we can canvass the kingdom from one end to the other? In the next moment, the assembly descended into confusion. Raisai watched in amazement from her seat. Precedent covered the death of an emperor. Precedent covered the death of the Taio. However, nobody had considered the possibility of them both missing, and their physical welfare unknown. If one or the other still lived, that precedent existed. But both of them missing, and yet not necessarily dead, was a situation whose vagueness nobody knew how to deal with. At any rate, even if the law must be set aside, the consent of His Highness. At that moment, a loud cry was raised, "The Emperor is dead!" The assembly room fell silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Raisai turned toward the sound of the voice. Asen stood in the entranceway to the assembly room. With all the commotion, nobody had noticed his absence. Asen's eyes swept the room, and then he thrust forward his hand. His hand contained the foot of a bird. "I am sorry to presume, but believing that a confirmation of His Highness's well-being was of the first order, I took the liberty of visiting Goda Palace and the Castle of the Two Cries." The assembly room filled with mingled groans. Asen said in a very quiet voice, "The Hakachi has fallen from its perch. According to precedent, I removed its foot and carried it here." Chapter 20. 3-5, Raisai stopped speaking. The 5 people in the room let out a collective exclamation of surprise. "That means," Yuko said, and Raisai nodded. The Hakachi falling from its perch meant the Emperor was dead. We all lost hope at that point. None of us had any cause to doubt Asen's word. He'd once been Jiosu's brother-in-arms. They were once known as the two jewels in the crown. Their friendship was said to encompass their professional and personal lives. After the passing of Emperor Q, Jiosu treated Asen as a brother, and Jiosu's subordinates paid him all due respect. Asen as well repaid that trust and seemed well disposed toward Taiki. From beneath the surface of the still, undisturbed waters, Asen had suddenly made his presence known. The assembly room again fell quiet. The shock rendered everyone dumb. It was left to Asen to break the heavy silence. In any case, the victims of the disaster must be tended to. An area should be set aside to treat the injured officials and the servants. I believe that medical facilities should be set up in the outer court as quickly as possible. Senkaku nodded, and then suddenly lifted his head. "Now that you mention it, what of Kuki?" "The city appears unharmed," answered Asen. He dispatched his troops at once to help the residents of the city and confirmed that it was undamaged. The shoku had occurred above the sea of clouds, which had also shielded the world below from its effects. At any rate, a rescript was prepared ordering that an infirmary be set up to treat the wounded ministers and servants, to which the seal of the Hakachi's foot was applied. At that stage, it finally occurred to somebody that the imperial seal, from which the impression would have disappeared, must be taken into safekeeping. Asen had already dispatched one of his subordinates to do so. But the Saishin had not escaped the damage and the imperial seal appeared lost among the rubble. A frantic search was said to be underway. While the ministers ran around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off, Asen alone seized the day and did what had to be done. That was one way the story was told. After the death of the emperor, the foot of the Hakachi became the imperial seal. Someone had to take charge of it. By right, that someone should be the Saiho, but he was missing. The Sanku bore the burden in the Taio's absence, but they had perished, along with their retainers. The Kaozai slept, grievously wounded. Needless to say, the imperial palace was in utter chaos, and dealing with the chaos would require any number of orders and rescripts. The foot of the Hakachi would be necessary for all of them. Someone had to take custody of the seal and notarize the documents. It only seemed natural to hand that responsibility to the man bearing the foot of the Hakachi. Asen. Nobody raised an objection. Considering their flustered states of mind, a general would do what had to be done. In this moment of crisis, better to rely on a military chain of command than the regular political bureaucracy. This imperial court had evolved as a martial court in the first place, and was well disposed to taking directives from military officers. Moreover, Asen once ranked alongside Jiosu in terms of talent, and many had hoped that he would be the next emperor. After acceding to the throne, Jiosu had granted him all due respect and had treated him warmly. Such memories were on everybody's mind. Jiosu had ploughed his furrow with the sword. None of the regular civil servants could stand in for him now. The military personnel remaining in the capital consisted of Ganku, Gashin and Raisai. Ganku and Gashin had worked their way up from the ranks and were thought ill-suited to the intricacies of political administration. Raisai was a mere provincial soldier. Asen knew the ins and outs of politics, having served under Jiosu as a general in the palace guard. Given a little thought, it only seemed right that he should follow in Jiosu's footsteps. So, for the time being, Asen would be in charge. The general consensus was that the imperial court would be reorganized and a provisional court inaugurated once the emergency had passed and things had calmed down. Without anybody explicitly agreeing to, the Hakachi's foot was given to Asen for safekeeping. The mountain of paperwork that had to be dealt with was delivered to Asen, who in due course installed himself in the inner palace in order to adjudicate everything. Nobody sensed that there might be anything the least bit wrong with this. Gashin was dispatched to continue the search and bring order to Bun province. In turn, having lost their temporary commanding officer, the troops from Asen's division were recalled to the capital. And perhaps sensing that something was amiss in the imperial palace, chaos broke out in Raisai's adoptive home province of Yu, forcing her to travel there with all due haste. Kia came to visit her late one night, 2 days before her planned departure. So you've been mobilized. I'm the best person to attend to your province, being familiar with the territory and all. Yes, agreed Kia, though she looked no less worried than she always did, and more forlorn than usual. She stared hard at Raisai's face, as if bidding her a final farewell. Don't worry. I know your province backwards and forwards. I have a lot of friends and associates in the Yu provincial army. The revolt there is nothing like the one in Bun province. Restoring order shouldn't take any time at all. I'll be back in no time at all. I would certainly expect so. I shall await you return home, the sooner the better. Kia smiled thinly. She looked on the verge of tears. Raisai, we're going to come out of this okay, right? What's that? His Highness and the Taio are no longer with us. And yet the kingdom is still rushing into a new era. I'm scared. Still. Raisai jested lightly. Kia replied with a strained smile. I guess I'm always frightened by something. Raisai grinned. That's for sure. But, Raisai, I'm more frightened now than I was before. His Highness was like a runaway horse. Being the rider perched on the back of that horse was truly unnerving. Even now the kingdom continues to dash on ahead. What are those of us in the saddle doing? Said Raisai, raising her voice and glancing back at Kir's troubled face. No matter how impatient and overly confident his actions, His Highness was the true and undeniable imperial Tai. He was chosen by the Taio, received the mandate of heaven, and acceded to the throne. An unruly stallion perhaps, but most definitely heaven's stallion. But now, for several seconds, Raisai just looked at her. Kir averted her eyes. We've gotten used to a provisional court before. A provisional court was in session from the time of Emperor Q's death until the coronation of His Highness. So I don't find that by itself discomforting. But I'm growing more and more uneasy day by day. What is he up to? I mean, installing himself in the inner palace, using the Hakachi's foot as an imperial seal. You mean, Asen? This is certainly not the decree of heaven. The welfare of the Taio has not been ascertained. If the Taio were here, or even if he were dead, the current state of things wouldn't be so unusual. Yet is the Taio really dead? But Kir? The Maishoku swept the Taio away to that other world. If he was simply swept away, then he could return. That probably means he can't return even if he wishes to. However, as long as the Taio is alive somewhere, there can be no provisional court. Kir frowned. If Asen is a pretender, then this is a pretender's court. Kir. Raisai's eyes flashed around the room. But these were Raisai's quarters and nobody else was there. Raisai, you remember the rumors that circulated after His Highness departed for Bun Province? That hoping for another Tetsui in Bun Province was a bridge too far. Yes. But that wasn't the only one. At the time, there was another rumor that attracted my attention. Another rumor. The same time as the rumor about a plot against His Highness. The rumor that His Highness had planned it all along, right? He left for Bun Province in order to test the mettle of those left behind in the capital. The remaining generals were Ganku and Gashin and Yu. And Asen. Perhaps going so far as to divide Asen's forces was His Highness's way of hobbling Asen's fighting strength. That's crazy. At this point in time, I can't help thinking that it maybe was true. His Highness's departure for Bun Province may have been something he had no choice but to do, above and beyond the state Tetsui was in. In any case, he even dared to divide Asen's army, right? Perhaps that was a shot across Asen's bow. But when Jiosu-sama previously sent the Taio to Ren, he sent Asen with him as an envoy. If he had any doubts about him, would he have done something like that? Suzhang was with them too. Suzhang and Sarai and the Taio's Daibaku, Tansue, also accompanied him. Counting their subordinates, the Taio had 8 retainers with him. Even if His Highness suspected that Asen was up to no good, there wasn't much Asen could have done. And because Asen went with him, he didn't participate in the winter hunt. In short, he was never informed of the details of the plan. It's possible that His Highness attached him to the mission to keep him in the dark. Raisai didn't answer. She didn't believe everything Kir was telling her. She didn't believe, but there were elements she found convincing. An insurrection had broken out in Bun Province. Tetsui was caught up in the chaos and Jiosu-sama was induced to go there. Taiki was sent to Ren to keep the details of the purge from him and Asen was assigned to accompany him as an envoy. The two incidents had a familiar scent about them. She could almost say there was something unnatural about the way both had so naturally unfolded. Everything was normal inside the eye of the hurricane. Everything looked the way it was supposed to. But flip the picture around and she would see a wolf clothed like a lamb. Or at least that was what she thought she should see. It was like that slight sense of unease she could blame on her imagination but she couldn't bring herself to ignore. And there was something she'd heard once, how, as tacticians, Jiosu and Asen were so similar to each other. Perhaps, Risai unconsciously caught her breath. She hadn't seen it either. Nobody noticed that beneath the surface, two matched forces had been testing each other's weak spots, locked together in a fierce contest. But hadn't they seen the ripples here and there playing across the water's surface? Most people overlooked them. Others had taken notice. At the time, Kia had felt that sense of enemy. There were moments Risai sensed something in the wind. Here and there a great number of people had caught a faint whiff of discord, only magnified by tangled rumors that showed no sign of abating. Risai trembled slightly. 2 days hence in the early morning hours she would be leaving Kuki for Yu province. Revolt had broken out in Yu province, now of all times. When she considered the generals remaining behind, Risai felt that going to Yu province was the proper thing to do. But still. Risai, if these all prove to be groundless fears, that's fine with me. No, it's just my cowardly nature giving rise to these unjust suspicions. Kia grasped her hand and said, "Come back safely. And laugh at me for being such a silly girl." Risai nodded. The day after next, Risai left Kuki in the early morning light, her heart gripped in blackness. That was the last time she had seen Kuki. Chapter 21. 3-6, Risai took a deep breath and squeezed the jewel in her palm. I had no choice but to go to Yu province. I arrived a fortnight after leaving Zue province. Several days after crossing the border, a young civil servant stumbled into our camp. He said, "Please help me. They're going to kill me." He was in terrible condition and was trembling all over. He didn't look like a government official. He was wearing the dirty farming clothes that peasants wear, suggesting that he intended to pass himself off as a refugee in order to escape his pursuers. "I'm a retainer to the Daibaku of the Ministry of Spring. I was assigned to the Castle of the Two Cries." He presented his insignia. The insignia was fashioned from a length of plaited cord the width of 3 fingers. The color and length differed according to the rank of the person holding it. The insignia he took from his tattered pocket was indeed that of Naizeashi of the Daibaku of the Ministry of Spring. As his name suggested, Naizeashi attended to the Hakachi in the Naizeakiua, Castle of the Two Cries. "What is this about, Naizeashi?" "It's the general. The general of the palace guard." "The palace guard of the right?" "Asen." "Yes. The former General Yu. The night of the terrible disaster, he showed up at the Castle of the Two Cries accompanied by a phalanx of soldiers. He inquired if the castle had sustained any damage and if any of us were injured. By right, no one may open the doors of the castle without the permission of the Daibaku. But the situation being what it was, the doors were opened and the general was allowed to enter. And then, as soon as he stepped inside the castle walls, General Yu, Asen, tried to slay the Hakachi. But his sword passed right through the Hakachi without touching it. Realizing this, he ordered my colleagues to bring him a pheasant, one of the birds used for ritual purposes under the jurisdiction of the palace timekeeper. Surrounded by soldiers and threatened with their swords, My colleagues led them to the timekeeper and returned with a pheasant. Then Aeson killed it and cut off its feet. The bird was stuffed in a jar and buried in a hole. Nyseashi covered his face with his hands. They went so far as to murder all the officials there. He'd just managed to escape, thanks to the damage caused by the Maishoku. I'd had a bad feeling since Aeson came in. I'd heard rumors that His Highness got spooked by one of the generals and set out for Bun province to escape a persistent assassin. What about these rumors? They'd been on my mind. That's why I figured, when Aeson showed up, there might be something to those bad feelings. So I stepped into the shadows and made myself as small as possible and looked for a way out. When things got really dicey, I ducked down amidst the rubble, found a hole and slipped through to the outside. Under the cover of the surrounding disorder and darkness, this young civil servant had returned to his quarters. Guards soon came after him, but he was able to conceal himself beneath the floorboards. He heard the guards talking about how the bodies didn't add up and one of them had probably escaped. I made it out of the castle by the skin of my teeth and hid in a wagon carrying dead bodies. I played dead and made it past the gates, then managed to crawl away while the wagon was being unloaded at the cemetery temple outside Kuki. I headed for Zue province territory first, but spotted the Air Corps operating there and figured I'd better put distance between myself and Zue. I mingled with the refugees and fled here. He grasped Risai's hands as if clinging to her for dear life. Please help me. Aeson will kill me for sure. Risai nodded. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. She ordered an aide-de-camp to find himself a place to rest, making sure not to reveal his presence, and not talk about it to anybody else. She prepared 2 communiques. One she gave to an aide-de-camp and sent him to Kuki under the guise of requesting advice in subjugating the uprising. Contained therein was secret missive to be delivered only to the addressee, and which must not be allowed to fall into any other hands. The recipient of this communique was Habaku, in the imperial palace. At the same time, she sent a second communique by messenger pigeon to Suzhang in Bun province. Aeson was behind the coup d'état. She disguised Nyseashi among the camp followers and solemnly proceeded through Yu province. 10 days later they were intercepted by the air cavalry adorned with insignia identifying them as troops under Aeson's command. They bore an official-looking document bearing a garish red seal. We already know that you've been communicating covertly with Nyseashi, the squadron captain stated. And that in order to make the Hakachi's foot your own, you broke into the castle of the 2 Cries and murdered the officials there. To which he added that she'd also assassinated Jiosu and Taiki. General Ryua is hereby ordered to return to the imperial palace. It'd be better if you didn't make things any worse for yourself by resisting. She of course insisted that she didn't know him, but the captain obviously knew he was secreted somewhere in the camp. The young retainer was pulled out of the ranks and cut down without a word. Don't interfere, the captain warned her, but Risai didn't doubt that she would meet the same fate en route to Kuki. The air cavalry had her caged like a roosting chicken. Risai was only able to escape because they deigned to let her rid her Kijua, Hyan. With Hyan's help, she was barely able to get away. Risai had any number of old friends and associates in Yu province she could turn to. Her immortality played a part as well. Risai had been an outlaw ever since. She wanted to weep. There could be no worse slander than being labeled a traitor to her own kingdom. Her name muddied beyond reason, she sought cover wherever she could find it and survived day by day. Many of her old friends believed her and sympathized with her plight. but others accused her, asking how she could commit such a crime. Worse, there were those who tried to turn her in. And a portion of those who didn't were tried for the crime of sheltering her, and as parties to high treason their corpses were strewn in the muck at the executioner's gate. For a year, more than a year, I did nothing every day but run and hide. While I was living as a vagrant, Aeson consolidated his power and fortified the imperial palace. At length, it became clear to the people as well that Aeson was a usurper. By then it was too late. At the same time, Aishao and Gashin vanished from Bun province. Many of Jiosu's subordinates dispersed across the kingdom and concealed themselves or were secretly murdered. Nobody knew what was going on inside the imperial palace. Those that stepped forward and criticized Aeson were struck down or disappeared. Aeson would not permit the slightest criticism of himself, or the slightest respect paid to his highness. In Tetsui, where Aeson had first conspired against his highness, Aeson's army razed every building and burned the city to the ground. He scoured Ai province as well, surrounded his highness's duchy of Saku county, and lay siege to it. I heard that over the subsequent winter, most of the residents there died. Yuko was aghast. Aeson hated the imperial tie that much. Apparently so. I don't understand it myself. I have never seen personal animosity drive anybody so far and to such lengths. Although he kept it hidden, his loathing must have been deep. Furthermore, scorching the land, depopulating the villages and leaving them to the mercy of the winter, not only to the territories connected to his highness, the lands of anyone who opposed Aeson in any way met a similar fate. Just a minute. Having listened to Raisai silently up to now, Shaoraiua, the imperial raised his voice. He is destroying the realm. What rustler steals from his wealthy neighbor only to kill the cattle and let it rot in the fields? Raisai nodded. It seems that way to me too. It would make sense if Aeson assassinated his highness and usurped the throne in order to reign in his stead. However, that's not what it looks like now. It looks like Aeson has no interest whatsoever in ruling Tai. Raisai did not believe he had risen up to plunder that which was Jiosu's out of bitterness. Nor did she believe the opposing theory for his motives. According to some rumors, one of the two jewels in the crown had become emperor and Aeson was resentful at being made the subordinate. This theory struck her as too simplistic. That's why nobody had initially been suspicious of Aeson. His motivations weren't that obvious. Rather, Raisai felt that Aeson was acting out of a hatred for Tai itself. Aeson appeared not to care in the slightest about the destruction of the kingdom he ostensibly ruled or the extinction of his supposed subjects. Consequently, no appeal to humanity could reach his ears. When there was a rebellion, Aeson didn't attempt a strategic approach, selectively dispatching troops to suppress the revolt or staring down the opposition and waiting for something to develop, or anything like that. He'd send his whole army at them. Without a word of warning, he burned and pillaged the villages and slaughtered the inhabitants. He didn't even bother chasing down those trying to escape. If it happened again, he'd simply do the same thing again. But there's no way that such a kingdom could continue to exist. So you would think, but Raisai didn't understand how things had come to this state. Despite conducting himself in such a manner, Aeson showed no signs of losing followers. Nor did she believe they were loyal to him simply out of fear. Branded a traitor and constantly on the run, she scoured Tai in search of Jiosu. During that time, she intended to round up anybody who had any doubts about Aeson or was inclined to oppose him and mount a rebellion. But suspiciously, such efforts always fell apart at the last minute. There had to be turncoats among them sabotaging the cause. Those who'd leveled their criticisms at Aeson and raised their voices against his inhuman nature the day before would the next day suddenly become his ardent supporters. The same remarkable trend was observed among many of the nobles as well. One day, the province lords had our backs and were supporting us, and the next day they were selling us out to Aeson. To keep their positions, they caved into Aeson as if the backbones had been plucked from their bodies. They averted their eyes as the sovereignty of their lands was violated and their subjects killed. It was a sickness. That was the word bandied about. And what was happening did resemble a plague. Those infected lost the will to oppose Aeson. No matter what the atrocity, they ceased to care. No matter what crimes were committed right before their eyes, they felt not a twinge of sympathy. "It sounds like brainwashing," Yuko muttered to herself. Using some sort of technique like that, the conquering forces had swept across Tai. In any case, it seemed that nothing could stop the traitors. "The people of Tai do not have the means to save themselves," Raisai gasped. Yuko hurriedly grasped her hand. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Raisai replied firmly, but her voice was interrupted by ragged breaths. Dark shadows encircled her closed eyes. "That'll be all for today. You need your rest." Raisai grasped Yuko's hand, putting remarkable strength into her thin, worn fingers. "Please. Save Tai." Yuko squeezed her hand in turn. "I understand." Koshao had withdrawn a short way off. Summoned by Kukan, he rushed in. After telling them to wrap things up, Yuko left the room with obvious reluctance. She looked up at the faces of Shaorayua and Kukan. "I can't abandon them." "I won't." Yuko, Shaorayua said in a low rebuke. "You heard that, didn't you? How am I supposed to look the other way? What good is a ruler who just stands by and let these things happen?" "Yuko, that isn't the problem. Doesn't heaven rule the world below according to the way? How can casting Tai aside be in keeping with the way? You say that heaven won't allow it, but is that really true? Where is this heaven anyway? Who is this person saying what is and what isn't allowed?" Tentia, the Lord God of the sky, resided in heaven and governed the actions of divine providence. Tentia appointed the ruler of each kingdom. But even in the midst of the ceremony, Yuko had not seen him or heard his voice. Told that he existed, believing that he existed, and accepting that the world existed according to his word, there was yet not a single person who had seen Tentia. "If my job as an empress is to sit here and protect Kay and watch Tai go to the dogs, then you can take this throne and shove it." With that declaration, Yuko ran down the steps and into the courtyard. Chapter 22. 3-7. In a fury, Yuko headed towards the interior of Kimpa Palace. For a while she aimlessly paced about. Passing through an isolated group of buildings, she found herself in a peaceful spot overlooking the sea of clouds. The buildings of Kimpa Palace covered the rolling hills at the top of the mountain. Cutting across the castle courtyard and through a short tunnel in a rock wall, she had arrived in a small valley nestled between some deformed outcroppings of stone. The valley ended at a promontory projecting into the sea of clouds. It was a small piece of land, decorated only by a few gazebos. Other than the flowers adorning the stems of the summer grass, there wasn't a whole lot else to look at. Yuko sighed to herself. The trees perched atop the soaring rock walls to her right and left cast their shadows down upon her. Nothing was here but the green smell and the salt scent of the ocean and the vista of the sea of clouds spreading out before her. I never knew there was a place like this, Yuko wondered out loud, sitting down on the grass. She heard the cry of a bird and the roar of the ocean. She never imagined that there might be a place like this in Kimpa Palace. She had no use for most of the expansive architecture of the Imperial Palace and hadn't bothered finding out what else was there. Yuko rested her chin in her hands. This isn't half bad. She had no idea where she was. And no real idea of how to find her way back. It wasn't only the Imperial Palace. Little in this world was left unadorned, as nature intended. The walls and pillars were wildly decorated with colors and designs. Parks and gardens were no exception, with arbors and stones packed into every available space. This spot had somehow been overlooked by generations of rulers. There was nothing to do here but stare at the sea of clouds. The gazebos had about them a look of long neglect. The paint had worn off, but their appearance engendered a feeling of relaxed calm. It occurred to her again that she was a stranger in a strange land. Having put her whole heart and mind into being empress, she hardly ever thought about the land of her birth. Now and then when the memories rose up in her mind, they felt like images from a dream. Whether she'd forgotten, or whether she had stored them away in a box, hearing about Taiki disturbed something inside her. A long-dormant nostalgia. She wouldn't call it longing, but when she thought about never returning, she felt a painful sense of loss. A Kirin from her same era, from her same neighborhood. What was he doing right now? That there'd been a Shoku must mean he'd returned to that dreamlike world. But why couldn't he come back again? As she puzzled this over, she heard faint footsteps. Glancing over her shoulder she saw her chief retainer. You found me soon enough, Kiki. I know where Her Highness is at all times. Kukan was looking for you. Oh. The Imperial En looked very displeased. No doubt. May I sit down? Go ahead. What do you think, Kiki? About what? You're a benevolent creature. Do you think we should cast Tai aside? Kiki sat next to her and stared out at the sea of clouds for a long minute before he spoke. The people of Tai are in a pitiful state. Yuko nodded. We hear what chaos Tai is in, but things there are probably worse than we can imagine. Undoubtedly. If the throne was truly vacant, it would not take 6 years to be filled. Normally, it's rare for such terrible conditions to persist over 6 years. The chaos that preceded the Imperial Tai assuming the throne was not this out of the ordinary. Have you been to Kuki before? Yes. Even shortly after the coronation, the disorder was relatively minor. That's how ably the provisional court had been conducted. Muttered Yuko. She looked at Kiki. So, what kind of person is Taiki? He is very small. Figures, Yuko said with a smile. Your very clear explanations are entirely opaque. Is that so? Yuko laughed. Well, it was 7 years ago. From what I can tell, he's probably changed a lot since then. Yes, Kiki replied. If you were driven from the kingdom, Kiki, what would you do? I would return. And under what conditions would you be unable to? I cannot imagine. However young, Taiki understood the burdens that had been placed upon him. Of course, he found them daunting. But no matter what calamities might have separated him from Tai, he would do his utmost to return. I cannot fathom the circumstances under which the contrary would be true. I don't suppose it's possible the Imperial Tai is there with him. Kiki mulled it over. I do not think so, he answered. Why not? If you believe he'd return if he wanted to, then maybe the only other option is that he doesn't want to. Perhaps he's lying low with the Imperial tie. If the Imperial tie was with Taiki, then they'd have no reason to conceal themselves. This is not a case of the Imperial tie losing the faith of his subjects and fleeing the kingdom. With the Kirin beside him, no army would bar his way to the Imperial palace. Yeah, I guess so. Yuko was lost in her thoughts for a moment. Kiki blurted out, I do not think this involves anything so simple. Why? Because a Maishoku was reported. A Maishoku is a shoku brought about by the scream of a Kirin. A scream. Traveling back and forth between here and there required what was called the Gaga Gate. By accessing the supernatural powers of the moon, a gate could be opened in the moon's shadow. But not everybody could do so. The magical gifts required to open the gate or their equivalent ability was necessary. Those qualified included the highest ranks of the mountain wizards, Kirin, and their appointed Yuma. However, the Gaga Gate naturally could not be opened in the middle of the day. It was also said that it couldn't be opened in center of the Yellow Sea or above the Sea of Clouds. A Maishoku does not rely on the power of the moon. The Kirin's powers alone create a wrinkle in time and space. That alone makes this a grave matter. Despite occurring on a small scale, it is nonetheless a shoku. If it were to occur in a city, a great deal of damage would be inflicted in its vicinity. The Kirin himself would likely not be left unaffected. Consequently, it is rarely done. I have never seen it done myself. Furthermore, I doubt that Taiki knows how to bring about a Maishoku. Could a Kirin be in the dark about such things? In Taiki's case, he is a Taika, born in Yamato and raised there until the age of 10. As a result, he is not well versed in the ways of the Kirin. Yuko tilted her head quizzically to the side. I'm not sure of how to phrase this. Using words to express the nature of the beast within is quite difficult. I haven't ever caused a Maishoku, but I believe I have tried. Though I cannot concretely recall the memory, I have the feeling I grasped what a Maishoku must be like, that it is a terrible thing and I should not proceed except under the most extreme circumstances. That is the essence of the raw sensations I felt. Well, there are many other things of a similar nature. In our youths, we take on the form of the beast. We learn how to take on human form. We transform into the human and return to the beast. We learn to make the transition, but we cannot remember when or under what set of circumstance we did so. If pressed, I could only say it happened somehow and at some point in time. I guess it's like when a human child first learns to walk and talk. I think so too. Many Kirin powers and abilities come to us when we know ourselves only as beasts. The Maishoku is a case in point. I could not tell you when the knowledge came to me. Only that when it did, I recognized it for what it was. I am quite sure I attempted it when I was very young, to see what would happen. Like one day realizing that you have legs and running as hard as you can to see what those legs can do. But Taiki is a Taika. He lived for 10 years in Yamato before coming back, and he grew up the entire time in human form. He never spent any time as a beast. Not that I know of. A Kirin with no memory of himself as a beast would lose many of the powers that he should have as a Kirin. When I met him on Mount Hu, he couldn't transform, and he had not tamed any Yuma as his Shiraya. Nor do I believe he knew how to cause a Maishoku. I think something happened and he did it instinctually. Something terrible happened to him. As long as he is engulfed in that maelstrom, Taiki cannot return. I see, said Yuko. She remained mum for a minute. Still, don't you think we should save Kiki? Kiki returned her look, and then averted his eyes. Please do not ask me questions I have no business answering. Interlude. Chapter 23. 3-8. The impurities were accumulating. The boy was not aware of them in the slightest. To be sure, only the beast within was being injured, not the surrounding human shell. And, of course, nobody else had the slightest idea what was going on. Their attention was drawn instead to something else entirely, the strange accidents that seemed to occur in his presence. This is the second time my son's been injured playing with him, the woman snapped at his mother. Now he's got a hairline fracture. Keep him away from my kid. His mother watched the woman march off and heaved a sigh. He fell down all by himself, his brother charged. He was chasing us and waving a stick and tripped over his own 2 feet and fell in the ditch. Is that so? Their mother said mostly to herself. He's always pulling stunts like that. Hiding our stuff, pushing us down, waiting for us on the way home and throwing things at us. He deserved what happened to him. Oh, don't say things like that. Why? He's the bully. Serves him right. I said, no more, his mother stated flatly. His brother glared back at them both. It's his fault. Something happened when he got spirited away. He's different. Everybody says he creeps them out. And I'm the one who pays for it. The boy hung his head. Because it was true. At first, everybody was admiring and sympathetic, celebrating his return with great displays of affection. When that died away, only the strange looks remained. At length, he grew used to it. Next came the courteous isolation. He was labeled strange. And the other children in the neighborhood picked that up and tormented him with it. His brother was apt to get involved as well. It's got nothing to do with me, but they all badmouth me as well, and push me around and throw stuff at me. The boy's younger brother seemed on the verge of tears. He picked up a toy and threw it at him. Stop that right this minute. Why are you always taking his side? He shouted, as he continued to fire off whatever he could lay his hands on. His ammunition exhausted, he grabbed his older brother instead. Or rather, he tried to grab him. Before he could actually do so, a piece of the shelving below the lintel in the Jenkin abruptly shook loose and fell on him. The plank of wood was not very heavy, and he managed to avoid a direct hit. His younger brother gaped, and then realizing the calamity that had almost befallen him, burst into loud wailing. His mother screamed as well and ran up to him and clasped him to her bosom. Coming to the realization that he had suffered no grievous wounds, she looked back at the elder of her 2 sons, her eyes filled with a confusion of wonder and fear. Songshi giggled rather maliciously. Songshi, came Gurren's scolding voice out of nowhere. Songshi pretended indifference. That's an evil little kid. We can't allow any further harm to come to Taiki. Songshi was only looking out for him. She had no choice but to tolerate them feeding him impure food. She didn't understand this world very well. But what she'd grasped in her clouded, semi-conscious state was that Taiki needed somebody to watch his back while he was in detention. His jailers were few, and they provided the barest minimum of security and little beyond the basics of life. Furthermore, from what Songshi could see, his jailers weren't aware that they were poisoning him. The enemy's agents could be anywhere. They were cleverly manipulating his jailers. But who were they? She detected no overarching desire on their part to harm Taiki. Nor did they seem to hate him or behave with hostility toward him. Detaining Taiki like this, and conspiring to commit regicide, probably arose out of animosity toward Jiusu. Strictly speaking, Taiki wasn't the enemy. In that case, the persecutions and unreasonableness of his jailers could be overlooked. However, when it came to others, just a warning, that even though taken captive, Taiki is still a Kirin. She had only reached out ever so slightly with a hidden hand. Anything more would sap Taiki's psychic energy. Therefore a warning would have to suffice. I'm compromising as much as possible. What Sangshi really wanted to do was take Taiki and flee. Aside from the Emperor, there was no one on earth as exalted as the Taio. No good could come from allowing him to be seized by these peasants, forced to live in these menial surroundings, abused by coarse language, not to mention the attempts to beat him. The strain on her body and mind made it difficult to endure the humiliating behavior Taiki was being subjected to. If his jailers were the ones raising their hands to him, she had to pretend not to see anything. No matter how disrespectful, how abusive their behavior, she had to grit her teeth and take it. The same went for the contaminated food they were feeding him. I can't stand it, so why does Taiki have to stand it too? Why won't the Imperial Tai rescue him? Sangshi muttered to herself. From the shadowed golden darkness, she heard Gurren answering in similar tones, if he lives. Nonsense. But he was lured to Bun province. Sangshi pressed her hands to chest. Or would have in the real world.